Welcome to the Fantasy Football Today Watch Party. Keeping an eye on the NFL Draft with a little bit of a different spin from a fantasy football perspective. I'm Jamey Eisenberg, that's Dave Richard, that's Heath Cummings. Three of us, among many, will be breaking down rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft tonight, of course, giving you probably a little bit more of a perspective of the offensive guys, but we'll talk about the defensive guys, offensive linemen as well. We're not going to skip over anything, but we're going to focus more on the guys that matter to you for your 2021 fantasy football draft. So obviously round 1 was a lot of fun, guys. We saw a lot of players come off the board that are going to matter for fantasy. There were a lot of quarterbacks drafted starting at the top: Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. Those guys were clearly the focal points. Trey Lance, a little bit of a surprise, going to number 3 overall. We also had the big trade from the Bears moving up to the Giants spot, getting everybody's favorite guy, at least by a lot of standards, Justin Fields from Ohio State, and then Mac Jones falls to the Patriots at number 15. So big surprise, though, for you guys. Big takeaway from the first round. Heath, I'll come to you fantasy-wise. What was the biggest maybe winner from day one?
Yeah, I think the biggest winner was probably the Bears getting Justin Fields. They finally got a quarterback that we're all excited about. And generally speaking, when they've been excited about a quarterback and we haven't been, they've been wrong. So hopefully this works out a little bit better for him. But I do think Allen Robinson now, this has the potential to be, and it's not a very high bar, the best quarterback he's ever played with. Really kind of opens up the door for another top 5 season.
Here's hoping they can make it work in Chicago, and Fields is certainly a strong-armed, accurate passer. There's questions about whether or not he can read the whole field, but I think he can eventually learn it if he hasn't already been able to do so. It's an interesting offense in Chicago. The line's not perfect. Allen Robinson's a great receiver. Like you said, best quarterback he's going to have played with in the NFL. Darnell Mooney's going to be one of those late-round sleepers, Jamey. I like this pick for Chicago. It's not my favorite pick that was made for fantasy purposes, but it's one that might matter, and I wouldn't be surprised in the least if Fields is the week 1 starter for Chicago.
All right, we'll get your favorite pick in a second, but we want to bring in one of our esteemed colleagues here, a quarterback in his own right, obviously somebody who knows the position very well. Danny Cannell joining us remotely tonight here as part of our Fantasy Football Today watch party. So, Danny, when you look at the quarterbacks, I hope Danny's with us. Danny, when you look at the quarterbacks here that were taken, we just spent some time talking about Justin Fields going to the Bears. Obviously, Lawrence and what he brings to the Jaguars. But what stood out to you about the quarterbacks that were taken at the top of the draft?
Well, I think for me, Jamey, I like, I don't have a lot of hot takes before the draft because, you kind of evaluate the players. You can look at their strengths and their weaknesses. When I get much more stronger in my opinion of the quarterback's future, it depends on where they go. So I think Trevor Lawrence getting a blank slate and an organization with a new coach in Urban Meyer who's going to build around him, who's got money to spend, he's got security, job security. You just know he's going to be the guy. I'm like, yep, that should work. Even though we still know quarterbacks are a crapshoot. When I see Zach Wilson go to the Jets, a player that I thought we put the debate to bed way too early if he should be the second best quarterback. I thought a lot of people overthought it, overanalyzed it. Yes, he can make a throw in shorts where he's rolling to his left and he slings it back across his body. But physically, can he take the pounding? Leadership style, can he fit in New York, in an NFL locker room right away and lead grown men? Because he is going to be thrown to the wolves. And, oh, by the way, his level of competition that he was facing this last year at BYU was subpar at best. So I have big question marks about Zach Wilson's future. The Trey Lance situation, I think, is one of the best because you're getting a team that's not that far off. They can ease him in because now it appears they're going to keep Jimmy Garoppolo, let Trey Lance kind of get acclimated to the NFL, ease him in slowly in a situation that's kind of similar to what we saw with Patrick Mahomes and Alex Smith. So that I feel pretty good about from Trey Lance, although I think Justin Fields would have been a better option here. But all this being said, I have concerns about Justin Fields because he's going to an organization that's been a little bit of a mess too. What happens if Matt Nagy's on the hot seat and he's got to make a change and he's got to put a quarterback in there early and Andy Dalton doesn't work out and he's forced into action before he's ready? We know that first impressions matter. So I'm a little bit worried about Justin Fields, even though I had him as the second best quarterback in this class.
So, Danny, I want to just ask you, because you covered a lot of the position there, but I want to go a little bit specifically on a couple of guys that maybe have the chance to start, and then I'll bring in the fantasy angle on this as well. So we know that Trevor Lawrence is going to start. It seems as if there's no doubt Zach Wilson is going to start. Which is the next starting quarterback of the other three guys at what point in 2021?
So I would say, and I didn't even get to Mac Jones. I was rambling too long. I didn't want to take all the airtime from you guys.
Oh, please, we need it.
Yeah, that's right. We got 5 hours to fill. I feel like Cam Newton might be able to hold off Mac Jones. Although when I say that, I go back to the offseason a couple months ago, and Cam Newton's like, "You can't tell me there's 32 quarterbacks better than me." And last year was not great for him. But I think Mac Jones, ready to go, pick up a playbook and execute it, I think he would be the fastest. And I think Bill Belichick and Josh McDaniels want to win, and they want to win now. So I would picture Mac Jones starting kind of soon. I think Justin Fields, I think Trey Lance will get the most time, the most leeway, unless Garoppolo gets hurt, which is a very distinct possibility. But just everything level, no one gets hurt. I would say that Justin Fields probably gets thrust into action probably the soonest, ahead of Mac Jones, ahead of Trey Lance. And I think that Justin Fields would be playing earlier, which again leads me to the concern from him getting thrown out there early. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed this trend. I always feel like when we evaluate quarterbacks, and we said this about Justin Herbert last year, need some time. They don't get time anymore. The Patrick Mahomes, Alex Smith situation is very unique. Tua Tagovailoa, he needs time. Guess what? He's in there starting early in the season. The days of getting a redshirt year are long gone. So we can say, yeah, it'd be great for this quarterback to sit. It just doesn't happen that much anymore. Teams want to know their future, and they want to know it now, and they want their answer, because if it doesn't work, as we've seen with Sam Darnold, Josh Rosen, the list goes on and on of quarterbacks taken in the first round. If it doesn't work, they want to move on to the next one.
Very, very true, Danny. All right, I'm sure we're going to speak to you quite a bit throughout the night, especially when some of these other quarterbacks come off the board, 5 in the first round. But as we get into the second and third round, you still have Davis Mills, Kyle Trask, Kellen Mond, some of the prospects that could be going. So Danny will give you a little bit of a break now, but don't go too far, because as soon as these quarterbacks start to come off the board, we'll bring you back on to break it down for us here on our Fantasy Football Today watch party. So let's get into a little bit what Danny talked about here, because obviously Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, again, those are going to be the ones that most likely start from week 1. Trevor Lawrence is the obvious one. Zach Wilson seems to be obvious as well.
Don't have anybody else.
Well, look, we spent some time on our Fantasy Football Today podcast last night talking about the potential of Justin Fields beating out Andy Dalton. Now, the Bears said that it's probably going to be Andy Dalton week 1, but by week 2, maybe half of week 1, we could see Justin Fields out there. Is he the one you feel the most confident in after the top 2 of Lawrence and Wilson being a starter early in the 2021 campaign?
Wouldn't shock me in the least if we had 3 rookie quarterbacks beginning in week 1. Lawrence is going to do it. The Jets don't have a choice. It's got to be Wilson. And honestly, I don't think the Bears have much of a choice either. I think they've got to go with Justin Fields, provided that he doesn't fall all over himself when training camp starts. And that's the other thing you have to watch with Mac Jones and with Trey Lance. We don't think they're necessarily going to be thrust in, but if they show up to training camp and they have a semblance of what they're doing, think about Carson Wentz. And when he went to training camp with Philadelphia, Sam Bradford was there, and it sounded like Bradford was going to be the starter and they would take their time with Wentz. No, Wentz was ready. They put him right on the field. Same thing could happen in New England, could happen in San Francisco. I wouldn't count on it for fantasy, but if it did, watch out for Trey Lance if he somehow got that opportunity early on, because he's got the makings of being a massive fantasy star.
And we certainly know probably the most famous story, Matt Flynn and Russell Wilson, where Flynn was brought in to be the starter as a free agent, prize free agent, according to the Seahawks at the time, and then Russell Wilson just was so great in training camp and the preseason, and it was just too hard to keep him off the field, and we know the rest is history, and Matt Flynn is
probably on a yacht right now.
Free agent bust. Heath, you do a lot of our Dynasty rankings here, and clearly our Dynasty guru. From a rookie draft perspective, and looking at it from the rookie-only drafts, we'll talk about the long-term appeal. What's the ranking so far for the quarterbacks?
It's Lawrence, and he's kind of in a tier of his own. I think he could be, depending on how today goes, the number 7 pick. That top 6 is pretty well set. We could see Javonte Williams.
Well, I don't need the whole thing. I'm just talking about the quarterbacks.
Just a mix of, it's Lawrence, then a tier, then it's Fields, then a tier for me. And then you get Wilson, you get Jones, you get Lance. I actually prefer Lance of the 3 of them because I think he has the most upside. I don't think any of those guys has a very good floor. And I just look at it with Wilson and with Jones, even if they start 16 games, I'm not sure that they're going to be fantasy starters in the situations they're in. So there's really 3 quarterbacks, Lawrence, Fields, and Lance, that I would have some interest in.
For me, I have Lance too. I just think the upside right now in his situation is a little bit better than what Fields' situation is. Now, I could be wrong, but I mean, as we talked about this last night, the last time the Bears felt like they had a franchise quarterback was Sid Luckman. Obviously, you know that growing up in Chicago. It's been a long time since they've had a franchise guy that they could point to and say, this is not just our future, it's our long-term future, you know, and they haven't had that success at that position. So maybe Justin Fields changes that, but I just like Trey Lance's upside a little bit more. Fields, to me, is the better player. But Lance, I think, can grow into becoming the better player. I'm sure that's what the 49ers and 49ers fans are thinking. So quarterbacks obviously are going to be a big conversation as the other guys continue to come off the board. But we know for our perspective, the wide receivers and the running backs and that big tight end, that fun tight end that went to Atlanta at number 4 is a big talking point as well. So let's get into the running backs. There were 2 guys selected in the first round. Najee Harris goes to the Steelers. We kind of expected that to happen. Then the surprise, Travis Etienne goes to the Jaguars. So Dave, which of the 2 do you prefer for 2021? And then Heath, you can follow. Which one do you prefer long term?
It's Najee Harris, and you just know that track record, of the Steelers and Mike Tomlin and the running backs that get a lot of work with Mike Tomlin there in Pittsburgh, and the track record of Najee Harris. And look what he did in 2 years at Alabama. He averaged just over 20 touches per game. That's beautiful. That's what fantasy managers want. And so there is a real opportunity for Najee Harris to be that dude in the Pittsburgh offense. The dude who was Le'Veon Bell, who was Rashard Mendenhall, who was Willie Parker, Jerome Bettis. You can go down, list the running backs in the past. James Conner was that dude for a year, and I think Harris can get there. And it was discussed on our podcast, is Najee Harris worth a first-round pick? I'm not there yet. I don't think he's worth a first-round pick in seasonal drafts. I think he's probably more of a late round 2, early round 3 type of fantasy running back. I think he's got that type of upside, though, to finish the year as number 1 if he can stay healthy, if that Steelers offensive line can block for him.
Well, and I talked last night about that, and I was a little bit worried for 2021 purposes, but for dynasty purposes, he's a clear number 1 back in this class. You think of all the great running backs that have played at Alabama, none of them scored as many touchdowns as he did. Broke 21 more tackles than any other running back in college football last year. And so he's number 2 overall in rookie drafts. He's by far the number 1 rookie running back for me in Dynasty.
Now, in terms of Travis Etienne, Urban Meyer comes out after the draft and meets with the media and says, we got our 3rd down back. That was a little depressing to hear that, unless you're a James Robinson truther and you want to see James Robinson continue to be the lead back there for the Jaguars. Now, we can sort of see the smoke screen that he's trying to make his veteran guys happy, the second-year guy in Robinson, a guy that he knows from his time at Ohio State, and Carlos Hyde, who the Jaguars brought in as a free agent. But this really speaks to Travis Etienne coming in and being the lead rusher, right?
I would sure think so. I mean, it would be ridiculous. First off, it seems ridiculous to take a running back when you had the found money that they had last year with the free running back. But if you're going to make that type of investment in a teammate of the quarterback you just drafted number 1 overall, you would think at some point this year he's going to be the 15-touch per game guy. But Urban Meyer's comments do concern you just a little bit, and he didn't just mention James Robinson. He talked about Carlos Hyde touching the football too. There's no reason for that.
I think I heard him say Fred Taylor as well.
Fred,
He's bringing up all the Jaguars.
Where's MJD?
Well, anybody that might have played at Ohio State or
Australia.
Florida. So, I'm a little more concerned about him, especially for 2021, but he's still going to be a top 20 dynasty back. He still has huge potential, and I can't imagine that any sort of timeshare would last beyond his rookie.
And real quick, before you jump in, Dave, you referenced the top 6 or 7, with Lawrence, how you were trying to bring that up. Yeah. He's in that top 6 though, right?
He's in there for sure, and he's probably going to be number 3 for me.
Okay.
Wow, I would think he'd be closer to 6, but I guess it depends on what you need when you're in a dynasty draft. But the talent is obviously there. And we could say the exact same thing for Etienne as what we were saying for Trevor Lawrence. There's not going to be much of a learning curve for him because the offense that's in place, the style that Urban Meyer runs, it's basically the same thing as Clemson's been running as long as Lawrence has been at Clemson, and it's as long as Etienne has been at Clemson. So it's a real comfortable fit. He's far more explosive than James Robinson. And if you go back and you watch Etienne in short yardage and goal line situations, he got the job done. He doesn't look like he could do it because he's not 225 pounds, but he can get there. And he's actually put on a little bit of weight since the end of last season. So there is some sky-high potential for Etienne. I like him as a number 2 running back, but toward the back end of number 2 running backs in 2021 drafts. And as for James Robinson, out of round 5, out of round 6, maybe in round 7, running back that I really just don't feel good about drafting.
He's going to be somebody, though, that at some point is probably going to have a stretch of games. If Etienne gets hurt or, he's the one scoring touchdowns or depending on how things go. He was so successful last year. It's unfortunate that he's getting replaced so soon. We thought maybe a day 2 or day 3 running back. We certainly thought that Jacksonville was going to add somebody else. But to do it in the first round, clearly they want to keep that Clemson connection going. Lawrence and Etienne playing with each other in college, now playing with each other in the pros. But certainly a little frustrating if you're a James Robinson guy, as many of us were in the 2020 campaign. So, like I said, we have a lot of cast of characters joining us here on Fantasy Football today, and I'm just going to keep the names going, the titles going for our buddy Debo here, our social media man for the night. So, Debo, you got questions for us? People are commenting on the Twitch feed, on the YouTube page. Give us questions from the audience.
Absolutely. We'll be taking questions all night wherever you're watching and on Twitter. So use the hashtag AskFFT. We'll see it, and there's a good chance it'll get answered on the show. This one from Dan Shield. What pick or picks do you think will cause the largest overreaction in ADP? Now, this can either be a rookie going too high or a veteran falling too much because of a rookie.
All right, so ADP is going to sway a lot following the NFL draft, and for those people that are doing, some early dynasty drafts, best ball drafts, getting your NFC drafts, all those things that are out there right now. So Heath, is there a player that went in the first round you think that's going to sway someone one way or the other, a veteran or a rookie that's going to just skyrocket up the ADP ranks?
It's interesting because there's a wide gap between like those first six and the Kadarius Toney and the Rashad Bateman. Like they're not going to have a lot of 2021 appeal. So if there's someone that fantasy drafters are going to overreact to, I would guess it's probably going to be Jalen Waddle, just because I have the most concerns about him being a productive fantasy asset in his rookie year.
There are people drinking Kool-Aid on Kyle Pitts, and I think I'm one of them. I really love his style of game, and I trust the offense that he's in Atlanta. Love the idea of him seeing single coverage all the time. It's actually going to be zone coverage. There's not going to be a team in the NFL that can match up man-to-man with Julio and Ridley and Kyle Pitts. Forget about it. It's never going to happen. And he ate up zone coverage at Florida, Jamey. So I'm wondering, I've got him ranked 6th at tight end. I've never had a rookie tight end ranked that high in my life. I'm worried that maybe I'm going a little too overboard on him. I would draft him in the early 80s overall on draft day, so like a round 7 pick on Kyle Pitts for the upside, for the chance that he is that rare, unique tight end that can start for me every single week.
It's going to be fun to see how he does. Rookie tight ends typically struggle for fantasy, but he could be one of those rare exceptions that come in, play right away, good quarterback, good talent around him, coach that's going to lean on him. And the talent at Florida was evident. So we'll see how Kyle Pitts does in his rookie season, but that's somebody that can certainly sway the ADP. Probably for Matt Ryan as well, for a quarterback who wasn't going to get drafted very highly, now could be a starting quarterback for fantasy in 2021. So round 2 is underway of the NFL draft. The Jaguars had the first pick number 33. They took Georgia cornerback Tyson Campbell with the 33rd selection. And joining us now to break that down is our buddy Chris Trapasso. So Chris, tell us about Tyson Campbell, what he's going to do for the Jaguars, and how he was as a prospect for the Bulldogs.
Well, this makes a lot of sense for the Jaguars even after they picked C.J. Henderson in the first round last year. We know just from his college history as a coach, Urban Meyer loves those long and athletic outside cornerbacks, and that's exactly what Tyson Campbell is. What's interesting is that he was a bigger recruit coming into Georgia a few years ago than his teammate, Eric Stokes, who was picked last night. And I think the reason why that happened was because Stokes actually tested a little bit better at the Georgia Pro Day. But this is someone that is battle-tested in the SEC, played on an island, stays in phase very well. The only problem I have with him is that sometimes he's not the best finding the football down the field. He can have perfect coverage on a long ball, on a post route, but he can't always find the football. But early in round 2, for a team in the Jaguars that definitely needs more defensive help, Tyson Campbell makes a lot of sense.
All right, Chris, thank you for the breakdown of Tyson Campbell. We'll be coming back to you quite a bit throughout the night as you give us the prospects and how these players are going to impact the NFL. Jaguars kicking things off with Tyson Campbell, cornerback from Georgia, adding to the defense after spending their first 2 picks in the first round on the offensive side of the ball. So we've been talking about Jacksonville and some of the things that they did, but a lot of the wide receivers were really evident in the first round as well. You had the first guy going, Jamar Chase, to the Bengals. You had Jalen Waddle going to the Dolphins. The other Alabama wide receiver, Devontae Smith, goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. We also saw Bateman and Kadarius Toney go later in the first round. So, Heath, which of those guys, dynasty-wise, excites you the most?
Oh, I mean, as far as the wide receivers, it's definitely Chase. I think, like, you look at him coming in, the number 1 wide receiver prospect, and then he goes to play with his teammate Joe Burrow. He's going to get force-fed targets in a system where even if he's as good as we think he is, teams can't double him because they've also got T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. So he could be the rare high-volume and high-efficiency wide receiver. I believe he came out and said he's going to break all of the Bengals records. I'm not sure he'll break them all in year one. I do think he has a chance to be a top 25 wide receiver this year, and he's already a top 12 dynasty wide receiver.
You share that optimism?
I've got him as a low-end number 2, like the lowest of the low wide receiver 2s going into the year. I love the talent last year. When I was watching Joe Burrow and Justin Jefferson getting ready for the 2019 draft, he was flashing. He looked great, and he reminds me a lot of A.J. Green. And I was on the same team that A.J. Green used to be on. He might have a much better career than A.J. Green because of the quarterback that he's playing with. They're clearly best buds. I look forward to seeing Jamar Chase tear it up. That offense is going to be a lot of fun in Cincinnati. And that defense is going to stink, which means we're going to see a lot of competitive games with the Bengals. This dude's getting a lot of targets.
All right, mark the tape. Dave's already calling Jamar Chase better than A.J. Green. We'll see if he lives up to those expectations. Hopefully he does. For those of you drafting him early in your rookie drafts and certainly early in your 2021 seasonal drafts. Again, we had those other 2 prominent wide receivers go early in the draft. Jalen Waddle going to the Dolphins. He didn't seem to be very happy about the selection, ran away from his family. I'm sure that was just part of a joke maybe that was going on between him and his loved ones at the draft. But
the kids, they look cool these days. Chill.
Yeah, I got to assume he's happy to be in Miami. I mean, he's with his former quarterback in Tua Tagovailoa. He should have the chance to be the number 1 wide receiver there. They added Will Fuller. They have Devontae Parker, Mike Gesicki. Those are very good targets, but Jalen Waddle might be the best of the bunch. Played through that ankle injury at the end of the season after getting hurt early in the 2020 campaign. So when you look at Jalen Waddle, what's his long-term appeal? What's his short-term appeal?
The long-term appeal for me is much greater. I think he's a top 20 dynasty wide receiver instantly. He has tons of upside, maybe as much as Chase. Not as polished, though, as Devontae Smith. And they have similar situations. You worry just a little bit about the unproven quarterback play, but the thing that's not similar is their competition for targets. Smith could step into a situation where he's the only Eagles wide receiver getting open and instantly earns 120 targets. I'm not sure that exists as long as the other options in Miami stay healthy. Devontae Parker's going to see his targets. Will Fuller's going to see his. I worry about Waddle in year 1. He's right around wide receiver 40 for me, but he is a top 20 dynasty guy and one of those top 6 we talk about in rookie drafts.
He's a lot of fun to watch, man. He's a lot of fun, but he really landed in a tough spot for 2021 because of Fuller there and because of Parker there and because Tua's not a complete quarterback yet. So I'm nervous to draft him. He's like a top 50 overall receiver, someone that you can look to draft round 9, round 10, put on your bench, see what happens after the first month of the season. A receiver that you're going to want to be patient with, but I'd rather have Devontae Smith than Jalen Waddle in 2021.
I think most people probably feel the same way. And look, Devontae Smith might be better than Jamar Chase just based on the destination. Now, we all like Chase better, but Smith going to the Eagles, there's not a lot of competition for targets, clearly. They whiffed, at least for now, on Jalen Reagor in 2020, their first-round selection at wide receiver. We don't know exactly what the tight end situation is going to look like yet because we saw what happened with Zach Ertz still being on the roster. And so we'll see how all plays out for the Eagles. But we have another selection in the second round, another wide receiver coming off the board, Elijah Moore going to the Jets with the 34th selection. And when the pick happened, Heath, you gave a thumbs down. You don't love the destination for Elijah Moore going to play with Zach Wilson.
I do like the player. You look at this, again, we talk about the situation, and he could come in and be the most talented wide receiver. That shouldn't be that difficult. We're looking at a situation where he's battling Jamison Crowder and Corey Davis and Denzel Mims, but I don't think it's going to happen week 1. And I don't really like his quarterback situation. I don't think it's going to be a high-powered offense. He falls more into the category with me, and there were a bunch of wide receivers in that second tier. You had Tony, you had Bateman, they've already been drafted, also in not great situations. Moore is going to fall right into that same tier, a borderline first-round pick in rookie drafts, but I'm probably not taking him until the second.
When you watched Elijah Moore play, did he remind you of Deebo Samuel?
A little bit.
I think that's who the 49ers saw in him, or the Jets rather saw in him, and these are former 49ers coaches that are now in New York. I think they found their Deebo Samuel for this offense, and that's the kind of receiver that can do well with a move quarterback like Zach Wilson. I love his physicality. He doesn't have great speed, Jamey, but he's got good speed, he's got good hands, and he's tough. It reminds me a ton of him. I really do think that you could see Elijah Moore start his career 45, 50 catches. Maybe he bumps Jamison Crowder off the roster because Crowder's due a lot of salary this year. He could be their slot guy. He could be decent. I certainly like the long-term appeal for Elijah Moore. I don't see him breaking out as a 2021 rookie to be a weekly starter in fantasy. But down the line, yes, I think he could be good in the Jets.
Obviously, a lot depends on Zach Wilson. If he's good right away, then probably Elijah Moore is going to be good right away because you would imagine they want to have that rapport grow. And look, we've seen 2 Mississippi wide receivers, 2 Ole Miss wide receivers come to the NFL and have pretty good success with DK Metcalf and A.J. Brown. Maybe Elijah Moore follows suit. A lot of people were thinking maybe the Titans would have taken Elijah Moore at the end of the first round as opposed to going cornerback, but filling more of a need on the defensive side as opposed to need on the offensive side. So Elijah Moore now becomes the next wide receiver that we'll be talking about, along with the 5 who went in the first round, joining Jamar Chase, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, not in order. Waddle went second. Smith went third. Kadarius Toney and Rashawn Bateman. Elijah Moore now becomes the 6th wide receiver off the board going to the Jets. And look, they've added Corey Davis. As you alluded to, they still have Jamison Crowder on the roster. They drafted Denzel Mims last year. So this is a receiving core that's not bad if they keep everybody there, but probably too many mouths to feed for what we like to see, targets going in the direction of a guy like Elijah Moore. So we'll see how that goes for him. But Heath, from a rookie-only draft perspective, you said round 2. Is he behind Bateman and Toney, or is he ahead of those guys?
I would have him right behind those guys. And I think that right now we've got 6 wide receivers. We've got 2 very distinct tiers. You've got the first 3 guys in Chase, Waddle, and Smith, and then you've got a little bit of gap. We've been looking for somebody to step up into that number 7 pick. Elijah Moore is not going to be that guy. He's going to be in the break after Trevor Lawrence, right around that end of round 1, beginning of round 2. I do think Moore may have the most upside of those 3.
I think so too. I would take him ahead of Bateman this year. I didn't like the landing spot for Bateman because that's a low volume offense. And not that the 49ers, or I keep saying the 49ers, not that the Jets are going to become, this high volume passing juggernaut, but I think that it's going to be a little bit better for him than for Bateman in New York. I think the opportunities will be there. I'm not a huge fan of Davis and Mims just to begin with, and this is a receiver that I am a fan of. We'll see if Zach Wilson can connect with him. He should be an easier target for him because his routes are going to be a lot closer to the line of scrimmage.
And I think when you look at it for the long-term appeal, because like you said, if Crowder's on the roster this year, he's definitely not on the roster next year. For the Giants, in comparing him to Toney, Sterling Shepard's not on the roster next year. So Toney and Moore could be very good 2022 and beyond. 2021 could be a little bit of a struggle in terms of what their targets might look like. So just keep that in mind from a seasonal perspective. Obviously, as Dave alluded to, when you're building your dynasty rosters, it depends on what your needs you're filling when you're doing your rookie-only draft. So we have 2 picks so far. In the second round, we have a cornerback going to the Jacksonville Jaguars with Tyson Campbell out of Georgia, a wide receiver going to the Jets from Ole Miss in Elijah Moore. Are we allowed to announce the next pick yet, or do we have to wait on that one as well?
And I hope so.
Here we go. Big trade happened in the 3rd round as the Broncos jump ahead of the Miami Dolphins and take the player maybe a lot of people thought was going to end up in Miami. Broncos trade with the Atlanta Falcons, and the Broncos get the number 35 overall selection in the 2nd round. They also get a 6th round pick, number 219 overall. The Falcons get the number 40 overall selection and an additional 4th round pick, number 114 overall. And with that pick, the Broncos take Carolina running back Javonte Williams. So not the best landing spot for his 2020 fantasy value, but 2021 value, but 2022 and beyond could be great, because at least for right now, Melvin Gordon is there. But they lose Phillip Lindsay, Denver does. They bring in Mike Boone from Minnesota. A lot of people excited about maybe what he could have been in that secondary role. Well, that secondary role is gone, and maybe even the lead role for Melvin Gordon is gone if Javonte Williams can come in and win that job. So, Dave, when you look at this pick by the Broncos, do you like it, love it, hate it? How do you feel about Javonte Williams going to Denver?
I love it. I love it long term more than short term, of course, because I do think Melvin Gordon isn't going to go away anytime soon. But there's a case like this every single draft where there's kind of a surprise team that takes a running back and we go, well, this guy's good, but he's got a veteran in front of him and we're gonna have to wait for him to break out, and then that veteran usually ends up fading and the rookie ends up being pretty good. And I really like Javonte Williams' game. He was my 2nd favorite running back in the draft class behind Najee Harris. He's a rumbler, he's got good strength, he's young, he can catch the ball out of the backfield, and he's actually a very good pass protector, a better pass protector than both Harris and Etienne in my estimation. And so getting him in Denver, this is a guy who's a solution for them long-term at running back. And if Melvin Gordon slips up again off the field or struggles on the field, you're going to see this guy step up. Not sure where I'm going to put him in my rankings, but it is somebody where if the value is okay, I'm going to get him on draft day this year.
I think maybe the most interesting thing about this whole trade and selection is, are we taking any Denver Broncos running backs before we take Mike Davis? Because the Falcons could have taken
That's
Javonte
another
Williams right
domino.
here.
Myles Gaskin
traded down, yeah.
Yes.
Myles Gaskin as well. I think both those guys, huge here for the Broncos taking Williams. I do think you look at Williams probably as more of a low-end number 2 running back in Dynasty right now. I know a lot of people thought he was the 1st or 2nd best running back. He's not somebody you're going to want to start this year, most likely, maybe halfway through the year. But I do like him for the future. It's a very good situation, even if they're not going to have Aaron Rodgers as their starting quarterback.
No, they might, though. Yeah. They might. Trade rumors are still going to be flying. Aaron Rodgers still not happy, according to reports. The Packers say they're not trading him, but We'll find out who the quarterback will be for Denver, whether it's going to be Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater. But their backfield got, I mean, this just, to me, it stinks because I wanted to see Javonte Williams. Obviously, I agree with you. The long-term appeal is nice. But Miami or Atlanta would have been much better destinations.
True.
Jets,
Atlanta would have been better.
the Jets would have been a better destination. I mean, all those teams have a need for a lead guy. Denver has a lead guy. Melvin Gordon was good last year, especially when Phillip Lindsay was off the field. And now you don't get to see that take another step for a full season because this kid's talented. I'm with you, Dave. He was in the conversation. If he wasn't 2, he was 3. You know, everybody looked at it. There was a top 3. It was Harris, it was Etienne, and it was Williams. And now you're looking at it as, does Javonte Williams maybe get passed by another situation? If Gainwell, for example, goes to a situation, if Carter, his teammate at Carolina, goes to a better situation like Atlanta or Miami or the Jets or another team that has a need for running back, does he get pushed down the rookie rankings a little bit? That's something to keep an eye on as this draft unfolds in round 2 and round 3. But I just don't love this because I'd rather see him go to a place where there's a clear path for touches right away. So we'll see what happens for Javonte Williams. So you taking Williams or Gordon first in redraft leagues?
I will take Gordon first in redraft leagues. I was just kind of looking at it to see, like I've been talking about waiting for somebody to jump into that number 7 spot. I thought it might be Williams. I think now looking at this landing spot, I might have Trevor Lawrence ahead of Javonte Williams. Trevor Lawrence might be the 7th pick in rookie drafts.
Not a chance for me. I'm definitely going to have Javonte Williams at 7 ahead of Trevor Lawrence in 1 quarterback dynasty leagues. I love the long-term appeal with him. I'm going to stick with it. And I'm going to rank Melvin Gordon ahead of Javonte Williams in 2021 drafts. But I am not going to draft Melvin Gordon. I am going to look and target Javonte Williams, and I will be patient with him. He will be on my fantasy roster through at least the middle of October, waiting for him to break out.
He's going to play. I mean, this is a situation where he's not going to play.
Wait until he's playing a lot.
Right, but, you know, we see, you know, you brought up the scenario of the rookie comes in and the veteran, you know, sort of fades away. Like a lot of people look at maybe Indianapolis last year. Now it was an injury for Marlon Mack, and then we saw it took a little bit of time for Jonathan Taylor to pick up steam because they used the other Jonathan Williams. They used Nyheim Hines, obviously. And then by the middle of the season, Jonathan Taylor showed that he could be that special type of running back. In Detroit, it took a little bit of time for DeAndre Swift to take over for Adrian Peterson, and they eventually faded Peterson to the back of the depth chart there in terms of how things went for the Lions. So, but last year we saw with the Broncos, they used Lindsey and they used Gordon a lot in tandem. It was frustrating, and it's probably going to be the same thing now. It's going to be frustrating, you know, so.
Well, if Melvin Gordon's as good as he was last year, then Javonte Williams is not going to get that role unless there's an injury. I don't think he's taking the job from Gordon unless Gordon experiences some sort of drop-off. And he might. He wasn't that good a couple years ago, so it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, well, a couple years ago was the holdout year for Melvin Gordon, too, so just keep that in consideration.
Okay when he came back.
Yeah, but he wasn't the same guy. To Heath's point, he wasn't the same guy that we saw prior to the holdout, and that was to be expected when he wasn't playing and didn't practice at the early part of the season. All right, we have another selection, number 36 overall, the Dolphins. They may have taken Javonte Williams if he was available. Instead, they go a different route. They take Javon Holland, the safety out of Oregon, to break that down for us. Our buddy Chris Trapasso joining us once again. So, Chris, you gave it a C+ here on CBSSports.com. Tell us why.
I'm really surprised that this was not Trayvon Merrick from TCU. He was the consensus top safety in this draft class. The size, the suddenness, the man coverage ability, the really do everything type of safety. Javon Holland becomes the first safety off the board in this entire draft class. 9 career interceptions in 2 seasons at Oregon. So I get it from a ball production standpoint, but when you watch him on film, he's not the best athlete. He's a little bit on the smaller side. And when he had to cover in the slot, I think a lot of those athletic limitations really showed up. And I totally agree that if the Broncos did not move ahead of the Dolphins, this probably would have been Javonte Williams. So really 2 surprise picks back-to-back with Javonte Williams landing in a backfield with Melvin Gordon, and then Javon Holland. A lot of ball production, but not crazy athleticism as the first safety off the board in this draft class.
All right, thank you for that breakdown, Chris. Like I told you before, we'll be coming to you quite a bit throughout the night, giving us the prospects of what the prospects will be in the NFL once they.
He could be a pretty decent IDP, by the way, Holland, if he can.
If he plays.
He's got to get there.
Yeah.
If he gets there, though, he could end up being a good IDP player long term.
So it's the 3rd pick for the Dolphins in this draft. We know they had a lot of draft capital. They're going to have a lot of draft capital from now until the end of time. Jalen Waddle was their first pick, 6th overall, as they moved back from 3 to 12, now back to 6, to take Waddle, the wide receiver from Alabama. They get Jalen Phillips, the edge rusher from Miami, staying in their own backyard. Hopefully he's going to be healthy. And then they get Holland, the safety. This secondary could be the best in the NFL. it was among the best last year. The corners are fantastic. Byron Jones, they added him as a free agent. They have Xavier Howard, a lot of people thought could have been the defensive player of the year. They drafted Monogany last year, you know, so the cornerbacks are good. They have Eric Rowe and now Holland as two of their safeties. So when you look at this from a DST standpoint, we're going to have some of that conversation throughout the night as well. Dave, we had this conversation yesterday on the podcast that you moved Washington football team, their DST to number 2. I did also after their selection yesterday of Jamin Davis. Dolphins DST a number 1 unit for you next year?
Who are they playing in week 1? They're not good enough to say they're a week in and week out starter.
They were among the best in turnovers last year.
They were last year. I know that they've made a couple of changes, and I still have questions just about the pass rush in general. I want to see the schedule before I make a decision on that because they're not a DST that I can blindly trust. Like a DST that goes up against Kansas City, just throwing it out there. I'm not saying that. I don't even know if they play them this year on the schedule. But if you're going to take a DST, you want it to be early before the last round.
You don't want to see them playing Buffalo.
You
rather see
Washington DST.
You don't want to see them playing Buffalo. You rather see them playing the Jets. I get your point.
Right. So if they've got a great early season schedule, yeah, of course I'm going to take them. But if they've got a tough schedule to lead out, like the Texans had last year,
sure,
it's a DST I don't want to draft.
In terms of what they look like right now, Jalen Phillips, Brian McFadden said he thinks he was the best pass rusher in this draft, and he may turn out to be again. Right. Medicals were probably the reason why he got pushed down a little bit in terms of where he was selected 18th overall. Now they're adding more pieces to this defense. Same question, is this a DST you trust?
I think they'll probably be ranked in my top 12, but again, if they play the Bills in week 1, they probably won't be somebody I draft. I don't think this is a defense that I'm going to reach for outside of the last round, but it is one that is more likely than not to finish as a top 10 unit by the time we get to the end of the year.
It is a defense under Brian Flores that's been very good each of the 2 years that he's been there, and last year they did take a big step forward again. Xavier Howard, a big reason why, because he led the NFL in interceptions and has a chance to do it once again. We'll see how things go for him and the rest of the secondary adding another piece to it. All right, let's get to another pick that comes off the board here. Landon Dickerson, another Alabama player. No surprise, Alabama dominated the first round. 6 players coming off the board there now. Their 7th player comes off the board, an offensive lineman going to the Philadelphia Eagles. So we know that their offensive line was a disaster last year. You know, they had multiple injuries, and it really impacted Carson Wentz's play, it impacted Miles Sanders' play. Didn't necessarily help Jalen Hurts, but didn't really hurt Jalen Hurts as well. So, Dave, when you look at this offensive line now for Philadelphia, adding a piece to it, Chris Trapasso, I'm sure we'll get his take on this as well. He gives them a B- for the selection. And as he wrote, everybody's favorite versatile lineman in this class, punishing run blocker. So good news for Miles Sanders.
He's lined up everywhere on the offensive line, so he is really versatile. They could use him in any of the 5 spots, although I'm pretty sure they'll keep him on the interior. He's better there than on the outside. And this is Philadelphia addressing what used to be a very big strength for them. And then it turned into a nightmare last year. It's part of the reason why I think Carson Wentz fell apart was because the protection was so bad because of injuries and some bad play. And they're getting a little bit older. This addresses that. It's a really good move. I'm surprised he gave it a B-. I would have given this at least a B+.
Yeah, I love this for Jalen Hurts because I mean he averaged 10 rush attempts per game when he was a starting quarterback. So whether it's a good run blocker or a good pass blocker, we've gave him a great weapon now at wide receiver. We've improved the offensive line just a little bit. Everything is set up for Hurts to take that leap over a full season, be a top 7 fantasy quarterback in 2021.
And Miles Sanders too. I mean, look, I know they bring back Jordan Howard, but you know we've seen this already. We've seen that it's a rerun. You know, he wasn't exactly great, and it took Jordan Howard getting off the field to help Miles Sanders. But once that happened, it was fantastic. So the running back situation shaping up very nicely for Philadelphia. The passing game situation starting to improve for Philadelphia. And so, you know, addressing needs on the offensive side of the ball. We love that from a fantasy football perspective. I know somebody who's probably excited about this pick. It's our buddy Debo, the social media czar, joining us once again. So you got a question for us? Ask FFT. Hopefully the questions continue to come on social media. So what's the question for us now, Debo?
Absolutely. So the Eagles have made 2 picks of Alabama products. This one regarding another Alabama product. It's from Rav406. Yes, why is everyone so high on Jalen Waddle? Aside from Tyreek Hill, who has a Hall of Fame quarterback and coach, there are no other fantasy relevant speed receivers. He's Ruggs, Rager, Hollywood, Ross, or Hardman. Guys, is that true?
Well, let's hope not. You know, certainly I'm sure the Dolphins are hoping not, especially if they took him over Devontae Smith for a reason. Nick Saban, I believe I saw it from ESPN, he said basically nobody separates like him, and he loves the way that he plays. So Waddle's in a interesting spot because he's with a quarterback that he knows. He's got an opportunity to play right away because they could play him in 3 wide receiver sets, and he could potentially play over Will Fuller and Devontae Parker. And those 2 guys, as you alluded to last night, they have a hard time staying healthy. So Waddle could end up being the best rookie wide receiver. I don't think it would shock a lot of people if that's the case. As good as Jamar Chase was in 2019 and as great as DeVonta Smith was in winning the Heisman Trophy last year, a lot of people thought that Waddle might be better than Smith if he had stayed healthy over the course of the season. So can Waddle sort of dispel what the question is there, that he's going to be just a speed guy and nothing more, and can be a legit fantasy option, legit wide receiver like Tyreek Hill, which is the comparison?
I think he can improve as a route runner, and that will help him, and it'll help Tua too. But it really, you can't compare his situation to Tyreek Hill's situation for exactly what the tweeter said. Tyreek Hill had Patrick Mahomes. This is Tua Tagovailoa. Tua has to take a step forward. We're going to talk about a bunch of quarterbacks that have to take a step this year. He's one of them, but they're putting pieces around him. And this is a Dolphins team that's got multiple first-round picks again next year. So if Tua doesn't get it done, they can find another quarterback next year. And then maybe next year, either Tua's good or he stinks, they get rid of him, and they bring in another quarterback that can unlock Jalen Waddle. But I think that's the biggest hump that Waddle's going to have to get over, is working with Tua. He averaged 32 pass attempts per start. So I think that there is going to be an opportunity for a wide receiver to do well in this offense. I just don't know if it's going to be Waddle who gets it done every single week.
Who's your favorite Dolphins receiver?
I'm going to go with Waddle just because of the promise and the hope that he could play a 17-game season. I think there's a little bit more upside there, but just to go back to the question, it's kind of the same answer as to why people are getting excited about him and why people get excited about speed wide receivers, because if you have that, then you can't coach that. He's got that aspect of it. He has some other really good skills too, unlike some of the names that he mentioned, but like the upside for him, I think he's right. If you're betting on a wide receiver this year, you'd much rather bet on DeVonta Smith. He's a much more polished wide receiver, much more ready wide receiver. But Waddle's upside is hard to match.
It's going to be fun to see. And, the one thing that I like what the Dolphins did is you look at what Tua was in college, and those guys were open all the time. Will Fuller gets open. Jalen Waddle gets open. Maybe Devontae Parker will get open, and that will help Tua take the next step. Speaking of Alabama, back-to-back picks. Patriots at number 38, they select Christian Barmore, defensive lineman, as part of a trade. The Patriots trade up in the second round to get the 38th overall selection. They trade with Cincinnati, who now moves down to number 46 in round 2. They also get a 4th-round pick and another 2 4th-round picks, number 122 and number 139 overall. I told you we have a lot of people joining us on the show tonight, and we're going to the quarterback room where Brady, Quinn, and Pete Prisco will tell us about Christian Barmore going to the Patriots.
I mean, Pete, what do you think? I mean, you kind of called this when they made the move to go up and get him, and you're surprised that he lasted this long. Some character issues, is that what you kind of heard was the issue?
Yeah, coachability. That's the word I kept hearing during the scouting process is coachability. And when you think about that, Nick Saban's one of the greatest coach. He's the greatest coach of all time in college football. If you can't coach him, there's a problem there.
That's a problem.
But now you're going to the best coach in the NFL history in Bill Belichick. So if any team can handle a guy like that, Brady, I think it's Christian Barmore. Look, here's the other thing. He was dominant in big games. Yeah. Dominant. Threw people around. The Ohio State game, he was fantastic. In some of the lesser games, didn't show up. And so,
what do you say? He's a front runner?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay. I love the town. I love the pick. I think it helps with a bit of a need for them. He's a guy who's going to be an immediate impact player. And as far as the character issues or coachability, whatever you want to call it, I don't worry about that quite as much. It obviously wasn't that big of an issue at Alabama, maybe as far as his effort, if that's what you're touching on too. That's something that in the NFL, if you don't bring it every single time, you're not going to be playing. Your butt's going to be on the bench. You're going to be on the street soon after that. So I don't think it's going to be an issue with Bill Belichick. That's a place where I think they take more risks on players that maybe have some of those character issues because of the culture they're able to build. So I think he'll go right in immediately day one and be an impact player for that defense and add on to what they've really done this offseason, which is obviously a lot trying to turn this thing around.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a star in the NFL. I really do. There's only so many people that big and that fast and that athletic who can go push the pocket.
He's a dancing bear. Just
That's exactly
what
it is. That's
He's
great. It's a dancing bear. And he will dance him the way to about 8-9 sacks a year and be very effective in the run game.
Are you surprised by all the Alabama players that have been drafted so far?
Not at all. No, and they're going to continue. Next year you have another batch, and then the year after that you have another batch, and then the year after that. Until Nick Saban leaves there, you're going to continue to have a ton of players.
Pete, what's the secret? What do you think they're doing there in Alabama?
I have no idea.
I
don't know. Whatever they're doing in Alabama, I want Arizona State to start doing it. How about that?
It would be nice for you. Hopefully it continues for Nick Saban and Bill Belichick. Look, second Alabama player that they've taken. Obviously, you know about the relationship between Bill Belichick and Saban. So, Pete, I want to circle back to the first pick of the second round. Tyson Campbell goes to the Jaguars, obviously a team you're very familiar with. They add a cornerback Was that the pick that you thought that they should make and the player that you thought that they should add to that secondary?
I would have picked Barmore, to be honest with you, in that spot because they need help on their defensive line as well. But I get this pick, and me and Brady have been talking about it a little bit. You have, Shaq Griffin, one corner. You have C.J. Henderson at the other. You need three. And Trey Herndon's in the final year of his deal. Sidney Jones is on a one-year deal. They need help at cornerback, so I get it. You get a young corner. Now you have three relatively young corners to build around on defense. They're building something there, and they have a lot of picks. They got another one coming up in this round. You get a player like this, and you can slide C.J. Henderson inside the nickel when he comes in on third down in the nickel, then I think this is really a making of a good secondary.
Yeah, and I think that makes the most natural fit of how that would work out. I mean, look, nowadays you're normally playing nickel as your base defense, meaning you have three cornerbacks out there in the field. Campbell gives you that length and ability to be able to lock someone down on the outside. You got Shaq Griffin on the other side. You put C.J. Henderson over that slot. That really covers your basis there. And I think that helps out your pass rush. It obviously helps out your defense, but teams are passing more than 50% of the time. That's the biggest key right now is loading up those cornerbacks so you have solid coverage players, giving that pass rush an extra half second to get there to the quarterback. It's going to pay off dividends. So, had a chance to talk to someone pretty high up within Jacksonville today. The conversation was largely based around, a couple secondary players. I thought it could be Morig or Campbell. It ended up being Campbell.
Does Campbell remind you of Snead, the kid who played for the Chiefs last year? L'Jarius Snead, long corner, athletic.
Yeah, I didn't have a comp for him. Thinking about it, that it's not bad. I would have to think about it a little further to think about some other cornerbacks throughout the years that he reminds me of the way he plays. But the one thing people talked about in regards to his weaknesses, just not great ball skills. That's something that, look, if you don't have it by now, you're usually not going to get better on in the NFL. But the bottom line is, as long as you're disrupting passes, as long as you're creating interceptions or even deflecting passes where maybe other guys have the opportunity to pick it off, that should be enough. There's not many cornerbacks that have great hands, especially nowadays in the NFL, because what would they be playing? Wide receiver.
Correct.
I'm sure there's a very happy Chris Hassel right now sitting at home watching the NFL draft, certainly watching our coverage because why else would he miss this great show that we're doing here with our Fantasy Football Today watch party. But the Bears, with the number 39 selection, they select offensive linemen. So protecting their new quarterback in Justin Fields, they take Tevin Jenkins, offensive lineman from Oklahoma State. So guys, what do you think of the Bears adding to their offensive line? Brady, good pick here to help protect their new quarterback in Justin Fields?
Jamey, I loved it. I actually thought Tevin Jenkins was probably, if you could throw him somewhere in the first round, maybe after the number 15, 16 pick. I really thought he would get picked somewhere maybe late 20s with a team that's looking for a tackle or looking to improve their offensive line. He's a bit older in age. He relies, more on his strength, I think, when you're watching him. But, overall, this is a team that I think they've got this people have this idea that, Mike Gundy likes to sling the football around to the Big 12. No, not the way they've been able to run the football over the past couple of years, in particular with a guy like Chuba Hubbard at running back. So you see some of his physicality. You see some of his demeanor in the run block game. He could be nasty at times, even though his mug shot probably wouldn't make it look like that, or his photo shot there doesn't make it look like that. He's to me going to be a day one starter mixing in this offensive line group. He'll help protect Fields. He'll help out that run game. So I love this pick. I thought it was exactly what they needed to.
He defies the face test. The scouts have a face test, and he defies it because he plays tough and nasty. He's a nasty player, and he doesn't look like he would be. And he had the back injury, remember?
Yeah.
And that was a little bit concerning to some teams, which may have dropped him out of the first round because he's a first-round talent. He's tough, physical, nasty, and plays far more violently than you would think he would.
Yeah, I really thought he would be the guy to go after the Darisaw, Slater, obviously Sewell. I thought he would be the fourth guy taken. It wasn't the case. So maybe you're right. Maybe it was the medical on him. But again, he's a guy that I think you could plug in right away and play. And he's going to help improve that group. That's the one position group that I think Trubisky got a lot of crap. There is a lot of Matt Nagy took a lot of the blame. The offensive line play started to dwindle a little bit as the defense took a little bit of a step back too. So hopefully this helps that group.
Yeah, Bobby Massey didn't play very well at right tackle. He's gone.
And Kyle Long leaving.
And Kyle Long, and then you moved around the center and the guard.
Yeah.
Remember Daniels and Whitehair switched positions, and it just never had any continuity to it.
Yeah.
Pete, I want you to look at Brady because you obviously evaluated him when he was coming out of college. Did he pass the face test for you?
Well, quarterbacks, doesn't matter.
No,
it doesn't matter.
Jamey.
No. Quarterbacks are an aside in the face test, Jamey. Always quarterbacks are over here. Everybody else has to has to adhere to the face test.
All right, so we'll see how some of these other prospects adhere to the face test, the P. Prisco face test. We'll see how that matters for these guys coming into the league. Tevin Jenkins helping the Bears offensive line. As the guys alluded to, they struggled a little bit last year, but that didn't matter for David Montgomery to close the season, and now we have a crowded backfield in Chicago. They have Tariq Cohen coming back from the ACL. They add Damien Williams, who opted out for the Chiefs. Then they release him. He signs with a coach that he knows in Matt Nagy in Chicago. We know about the quarterback situation now with Justin Fields. The receiving core is pretty much established, depending on what they're going to do with Anthony Miller if they hold on to him. But Darnell Mooney, as you alluded to, Dave earlier, could be a nice sleeper. Cole Kmet as well. So there's nice weapons here in Chicago if everything sort of falls into place. And the offensive line seems to be another piece that the Bears are adding to, another position that they're adding to.
That offensive line, I thought, got better. And that's part of the reason, as the season went on, and I think that that's part of the reason why David Montgomery had such a strong finish. The other reasons, of course, being he had a ton of touches and the competition was really bad. And they have a huge hole at right tackle. Like if you go their depth chart before this pick, Elijah Wilkinson was their right tackle, or maybe they would have moved Alex Bars out there, or Jermaine Ifedi. And those guys, I think Tevin Jenkins is better. And there is no problem, by the way, drafting a player that wears glasses. Glasses can be cool, too. I like it, Tevin Jenkins. He's going to be a starter there.
You've always been excited about David Montgomery.
Yeah.
Strong kick last year, strong finishing kick. Can he carry that over to this year?
He can't carry it over to this year, I don't believe, because I would expect Tariq Cohen's coming back, and he's not, I wouldn't think Cohen's going to get quite as big of a role as he had 2 years ago, because now they've seen Montgomery have success in the passing game as well. But I do think Cohen's going to cut into that workload. But the thing that I'm seeing in drafts right now is that David Montgomery's falling so far that he's still a good draft pick. I mean, he's available at the end of the third round, sometimes start of the fourth round. We know he's going to fall behind Najee Harris. I wouldn't be surprised if by the time we get to July or August, people are taking ETN over David Montgomery as well, and I think that's a mistake. David Montgomery, I think, is a solid borderline top 20 running back who does still have significant upside.
I think the one or two concerns would be is the pass catching. And I say two because you have Cohen coming back, which is a big piece of why David Montgomery stepped up last season. But if Justin Fields does take over, he's going to run. It's going to be a little bit different than what he was used to last year, certainly with the quarterback situation being what it was. So that is the aspect of his game you got to be a little bit concerned about. But the offense is better. Hopefully chance to score some more touchdowns. So that could help David Montgomery as well. 40th overall selection goes to the Falcons. They take Richie Grant, safety from UCF. And Chris Trapasso, joining us now, gives it an A+ and says the favorite pick of the second round so far. Tell us why, Chris.
I had a first-round grade on Richie Grant. I mean, 10 interceptions and 16 pass breakups over his last 3 seasons at UCF. He's just a do-it-all safety. He reminds me a lot of Jesse Bates. He's a little bit smaller, but he's twitchy. He can cover the slot. Very good range from the deep middle. At the Senior Bowl, he had a very good week down there in Mobile, Alabama. He's just a modern-day safety. Don't call him a strong safety. Don't call him a free safety. He is just a defender at the third level of the defense that I think is really going to help this Falcons secondary that needs a playmaker who can play multiple roles. That's what they got with this 40th pick, which they got after trading back to pick Richie Grant here. It's a very, very good pick for the Falcons. They needed this type of player in their secondary.
They just need players at this point, so hopefully Richie Grant comes in and can help that defense and help solidify things on that side of the ball if they make the big selection of Kyle Pitts in the first round. With the 41st overall selection, the Detroit Lions are on the clock. They select Levi, I'm going to butcher his last name, Ozurike, defensive lineman from Washington. So, guys, Man Campbell takes a defensive lineman and a guy that hopefully can come in and play like Dan Campbell likes to see. Somebody's going to bite some kneecaps. So, Brady, Pete, does he pass the face test? Does he pass the Man Campbell test? How do you think this defensive lineman is going to do for Detroit?
I think he's going to do great. You know, he was one of those players when you watch on film, immediate impact as far as just his get off, his quickness, and his ability to penetrate both run game, pass game. And he's long. But by the way, I believe it's Onwuzurike is how you pronounce his last name.
Yeah, there's an N in there.
Yeah. Look, a lot of people are going to have trouble with this one. But bottom line is, this is kind of heading in the right direction, I think, for what Detroit's looking for. And when you think about their picks so far, Penei Sewell, great value there in my opinion. But building up front, building from the inside out, I think that's what Detroit and obviously Dan Campbell wants to do. I think that's where he feels like this game is won and lost right now.
Well, let's not forget, Chris Spielman is also calling some of the shots in that building, and he's
having a ton of influence.
Yes, he is. He wants big, tough, physical guys, and that's what they got. They got Penei Sewell from Oregon, and they went back to the Pac-12 and got This kid was miscast a little bit, I thought. They played him on the nose some at Washington. He shouldn't have been playing on the nose. He should have been, up the field kind of guy. And I think Detroit will use him that way. I like this pick. I think Detroit's had a nice draft.
He's a perfect 3 technique for a 4-down front. And you're right. I mean, again, going back into college ball, sometimes they'll change up kind of some of the rushes and looks with some of those 3-down looks. You put your big guy in there. There's really no more zero noses like that in college football level, but they put him at that position. Another guy who played out of position like that was Ed Oliver. You remember go back to his Houston days. He's a guy that he should have never been there. Always be a 3 technique. Let him get upfield and penetrate, a 1-gap penetrator. That's how I would see Onwuzurike and in this scheme. So I think it's going to work out well. I know it's not always the sexy pick, the big boys up front, whether it's offensive lineman or defensive lineman. But this is truly how I think you build your roster is from the inside out. So I know their defense will appreciate it.
Always get big people. Always get big people. All you got to do is look at the Super Bowl.
Right.
Super Bowl's Exhibit A.
Tristan Wirfs.
One team could block and the other one couldn't.
Yep.
Get big people.
Coming from the biggest person I know in Prisco, I expect that to happen.
That's
Thank
good. You got that right, by the way.
Thank you,
With
Brady
a big
Quine.
I.
I appreciate that. I said going into this, I'm not Chris Hassel. I'm probably going to butcher 30 of these names tonight. And so we got to the first one. So Levi O goes to the Lions with the 41st overall selection. With the 42nd overall selection, the guy Brady Quinn that you know quite a bit. Liam Eichenberg, hopefully I said that right, offensive lineman from Notre Dame. He goes to the Dolphins. So, Pete, you thought that Penei Sewell could be in play for the Dolphins. You thought an offensive lineman, if it wasn't going to be Penei Sewell, could be in play for the Dolphins when they had the number 6 pick and they went Jalen Waddle. So now they get a guy in Eichenberg. So, guys, break down this pick. Brady, you know him from Notre Dame. Pete, what does he mean for Miami?
I mean, in my opinion, we talked about this, right? He's going to be your left tackle. I think that's Austin Jackson moves over to right. Eichenberg plays left. He had some of the best tape of anyone this year. He's a technician, not necessarily the best athlete. If he gets beat, gets a little bit off balance, that's where he finds himself in trouble. You're hard-pressed to find that, though. He had a phenomenal year this year and was kind of that ascending player throughout the course of his career. So I like this. I mean, I think it's a move they had to make after going for a playmaker, going for an edge rusher, a couple things I think they had to address. Now you're trying to go back and protect Tua. So I think they've had a good draft so far.
Chris Greer knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
I don't think Chris Greer gets enough credit for the personnel moves he makes. I'm a big Chris Greer guy, and I think they've had a great draft so far.
Yeah.
They've addressed needs. They get playmakers. You want to build around that quarterback, and now you get him. You will have four starting offensive linemen taken in the last 2 years. You build that thing through youth together because the 2 guards are Kinley is the 1 guard. He's going to
Hunt inside.
And Robert Hunt's going to move inside. He played tackle last year. He was miscast as a tackle. That line's going to be good, physical, strong, tough, and let's face it, Tua Tagovailoa has no more excuses.
Yeah.
None,
but there is one position they need to address. I'm sure the fantasy guys will love this.
Running back.
They got to get running back.
Right.
They got to get a running back
There's
at
a bunch
some
of them in
point.
this draft.
There is a bunch. You're right, but they've got to get someone else to help pair with Myles Gaskin. Even though he carried the load of Washington, college level, a little bit different. We've got 17 games on the regular season.
He's little too.
He is tiny. They've got to find a running back, though, to pair with him to help share some of that load. I think that helps out Tua. It takes a little bit of the pressure off.
You got to admit, it's your time, Tua.
It is. By the way, if it's Myles Gaskin and Tua Tagovailoa in the backfield, is that the shortest backfield in the NFL?
It'd be pretty short. They'd be pretty short.
Well, not following your mantra of taking big people, but those don't have to be big people at those positions. Quarterback maybe, but running back, we've seen some small guys have some success. So, guys, when you look at this pick and what the guys, what Brady and Pete were just talking about in terms of what the Dolphins' offense is starting to look like, we've said it now a couple of times. Myles Gaskin starting to look like a winner so far through the first 1.5 rounds of the NFL draft.
And I think it's time to just go back and remember how good he was in the 7 games that he played. From week 3 through week 15, he averaged 21 touches a game, was on a 16-game pace for 1,700 yards and 10 touchdowns. They used him as a workhorse when he was available. Now, he did miss some time, and that might lead them to not want to do that again in 2021. This is an outstanding situation. I don't see any way you could rank him outside of the top 24 at this point, and he might be a top 20 running back.
What running back are they going to draft at this point that's going to knock him out?
Michael Carter, maybe.
Michael Carter or Trey Sermon.
Maybe, but I don't know if either of those running backs are like complete backs yet. And it might take them some time. I kind of reviewed Gaskin a little bit. There were a lot of plays, I'm always looking at short yardage and goal line plays and how well that guys can convert it. He converted 63% of downs from 2 yards or closer. The percentage is worse from 3 yards or closer, but for a small running back, I thought that was pretty good, and they gave him a lot of work. Heath said it was at least 60% of the snaps pretty much every single time he was out there, and there were a bunch of games where he had 70% of the snaps. So they gave him that workhorse role, and he did pretty well with it. It made me wonder, maybe the Dolphins front office and coaching staff is okay with having Gaskin as their main running back again in 2021, and so far, that's proven to be the case.
It's not just the Gaskin workload. It was when Gaskin was gone, it was Savon Ahmed's workload.
Right.
They leaned on one guy, and that's what we like to see. They did not necessarily have to go to a tandem situation. Now, they started the season doing that. Remember, they had Jordan Howard on the roster, and he was getting all those short goal line opportunities, but that was it.
Annoying.
And Matt Breida was on the roster as well, and he was also part of the backfield mix. But once they found out that Gaskin could handle the load, he was such a great fantasy asset. And we talked about this. Was he the best free agent pickup? We had the postseason accolades. He was in that conversation, and it really spoke volumes to how well he did. And now he gets another body up front to protect him, and the weapons are better with Will Fuller and Jalen Waddle. And as the guy said, now it's time for Tua to take that next step. So this Dolphins offense starting to look pretty good heading into 2021. The Raiders had a questionable selection in the first round, taking the Alabama offensive lineman, but they come back in round 2, and I know they take a player that Pete Prisco really liked, the safety from TCU, Trevon Moehrig. I hope I'm pronouncing that one right. I'm not going to get critiqued by the guys in the quarterback room, but Brady, Pete, what do you think about this one?
I heard they liked him in round 1 at one point. There were guys around the league that thought they might take him in the first round. So if you can come back, I didn't like their first round pick. I did not like Alex Leatherwood going in the first round. I think he was a second-round player. But you come back and you get a guy who actually probably was, I still think he's the best safety in this class. You get him in the second round, you kind of make up for it. And you look at their safety situation, it's a disaster. I mean, Jonathan Abram, he can't cover anybody.
He's basically he's a glorified linebacker.
He's not very good. And they brought Carl Joseph back. He's not very good. Jeff Heath, I think I could get open against Jeff Heath. So, I mean, they're not very good in the back end. It makes all the sense in the world. This is a good pick. The Raiders have blown a bunch of picks in the last 3 or 4 years. This is a good pick.
This is a pick it's gonna pan out for him. It's gonna work. He's that sort of player. I think plug and play right away. He was asked to do a variety of things in Gary Patterson's scheme there at TCU. One thing I can assure you, and I know this is something that's kind of a lost art nowadays, tackling, okay? He's a great open field tackler. He's played the deep middle of the field. He's rangy in that regard. He's good in coverage if it's man-to-man or that match zone coverage. And also he's got good ball skills. He's going to get his hands on the football. So he really possesses all of that. He was my favorite safety in this draft. I know Holland went before him. And then depending on how you view Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah because of his size.
Grant, too.
And Richie Grant. This was the player that I thought would go first off the board as a safety. Not necessarily surprised that it's in the second round only because there's not a premium put on that position. But this is a step in the right direction. Look, John Gruden and Mike Mayock need this to pay off. They really do. If we're being honest about all this, I don't know how much more patience Mark Davis has with all of it, but it's a young football team. They've had a lot of draft picks. They've got to start having some of these guys be hits because there's too many guys that they've either signed or traded for via free agency that haven't worked out. Some of the draft picks, Cleveland Farrell, we're still waiting for him to emerge as an edge rusher. And so I think there's going to be a little bit of fatigue if some of this stuff doesn't start panning out for the Raiders.
And it might cost Mayock his job. It's not going to cost Gruden his job because he's in for such a big price tag.
Well, at some point, though, that seat's going to get hot. And you're right. It might be Mayock first. But the reality is, at some point, the pressure's got to be on John Gruden because he's ultimately the one who's making this decision.
From knowing people that have been around that team and inside that organization, Gruden makes the calls on the draft day.
Yes.
And I'll give you an example. The scouts and the personnel people wanted Devin White, and they made the call to get Cleveland Farrell. And Devin White would be a nice fit in that Raiders defense. I mean, they blew it.
They could have taken Josh Allen.
Yeah.
And instead, Josh Allen goes on to have double-digit sacks that year, and Cleveland Farrell, I don't even know if he's amounted to that yet.
No, he hasn't.
Run on defensive backs as the Cowboys with the 44th selection take cornerback from Kentucky, Kelvin Joseph. So we'll stay with you guys, Brady and Pete. And what do you think about this selection? We know Dallas went defense with Micah Parsons in the first round, adding to the defensive side of the ball in the second round.
Well, you knew they wanted to get corner because they had their eyes on Patrick Surtain and J.C. Horn, and they didn't get them. And when they didn't get them, you knew they were going to come back in the second round. And Kelvin Joseph's interesting. I watched a lot of Kentucky tape because you guys know I'm infatuated with Jamin Davis. he's very good. He's long. He's athletic. He's a good cover player. I think this is a good pick for the Cowboys, particularly because it fills a major need. You have to get cover people, and they lack those guys in the back end, Brady.
Remember, it's Dan Quinn now as the defensive coordinator. So this fits exactly the skill set he has of what he wants to run with some of that cover 3 scheme, locking them up on islands, either match zone or time to time, man to man. Now, I don't know how much Dan Quinn will potentially change what he's done since his time at Seattle and as head coach for the Falcons, because obviously, as we know, once he was dismissed, Raheem Morris changed some things up. They started getting a little bit better results. So maybe Dan Quinn's going to look to do that. But his base set, it's a lot of post-high safety, and it's a lot of seeing Kelvin Joseph be put in positions to make plays like you're watching. So I love it. He's your prototypical size you're looking for at that cornerback position, and it's a need for Dallas.
Well, there's the old theory that the standard cover 3 has been figured out that they played. And do you buy that?
I mean, look, there's variations of how you can play it. I think it depends.
The old Seattle way, has that been figured out?
Everyone's understood how to basically attack the seam. It's usually the second or third man through, meaning if you've got a 2 wide receiver set, okay, you're going to release that running back. You could release a tight end if it's in a 3-by-1, or someone coming from across the field to then attack up that seam where there's a huge void. Now, the reason why that started to work and the reason why it was effective, when you had time.
Right.
It takes time to get that third guy up to that poor portion of the field to get up to the seam from wherever he's coming from. When Seattle was best, they had a pass rush where you didn't have that time. So as that pass rush started to diminish a little bit, I think you saw in Seattle. You obviously saw that was an issue at Atlanta, and that's why it didn't work out. So, it still works. It was just really predicated on, do we have a pass rush? Can we rush with 4 and get there? Because if you can, that third guy up, third guy through the seam, he's never going to get there.
Right.
With the number 45 selection, the Jaguars select Walker Little, offensive lineman from Stanford. So, Pete, you got Jacksonville going quarterback, running back, cornerback, and now adding to the offensive line. How do you think Urban Meyer is doing in his first draft?
Look, this kid is talented. He just didn't play a lot. And he hasn't played a lot of football. He didn't play last year, and he was limited the year before, but he's talented. And this sends a message to Cam Robinson. Cam, you're on the franchise tag. You're smart to have signed it. He rushed to sign it, which he should have done, and now he's got to go out and make plays. He's got to be a better player. Cam Robinson is not a franchise left tackle. I'm sorry. He looks the part. He's just not. So this is a move to ensure that they can have depth if they do play with Cam Robinson all year. And if not, you let him walk after the season. He's only on the franchise tag.
Oh, this isn't for depth. He's going to play.
He's not. Where's he playing?
He might play left tackle. You might move Cam Robinson down inside. I would not be shocked if they didn't do that. You're going to want to get your bet.
I've said all along that Cam Robinson would be a good guard.
And they may utilize that, and they may do that, but you're going to get your best 5 on the field to be able to protect Trevor Lawrence and be able to try to get as much production as you can. I'm telling you, that's more of the thought that you have at the college level, and that's one of the things I think Urban Meyer will bring. And we've already kind of seen it where I think teams are more open to putting those tackles down inside as a guard. But this is a massive human being. I mean, he's every bit of 6'7", 320 plus pounds,
too.
and he's good, and he can move for that. As you said, there's a little bit of injury concern, but if you're going to ask me what I think they needed to do coming into day 2 or round 2, it was cornerback, add on there, or help out in the secondary. It could have been Morg too at that spot, and then go offensive tackle, go somewhere on the offensive line. So far, they're checking all those boxes. I love what Urban Meyer and Jacksonville have done so far, whether it was free agency or now in the draft. I'm telling you, they're going to be that team that surprised a lot of people this year in the division.
Can we put this on record? Brady is predicting that Walker Little will start over the left tackle who has a franchise tag on him.
Can we say at some point in the season? Doesn't have to be week 1.
No.
Well, hold on. You've gone on and predicted multiple quarterbacks throughout the past 2 years in drafts will win Super Bowls in the next 10 years.
No, I said Joe Burrow will win one.
Joe Burrow,
and
Justin
Trevor
Herbert,
Lawrence will
Trevor
win one.
Lawrence. How many more do you want to keep going?
Well,
I'm just saying, give me a little leeway. At some point, I believe he'll end up starting a left tackle for them this year.
That wouldn't surprise me. That would not, because I don't think Cam Robinson is a franchise left tackle, but not right away. You're not going to start him over a guy.
I didn't say right away.
Okay.
I said at some point he's going to be in there.
Okay.
I would be shocked, though, if Walker Little isn't starting right away, though, at some point on the offensive line, and they don't find their way to Walker Little left tackle.
It's like the NFL version of Statler and Waldorf for the Muppets. They just sit there and go back and forth and nitpick at each other. But they love the Jaguars. Hey, who wouldn't love the Jaguars after the draft that they've had so far?
Pete's the mayor. I mean,
Pete is the mayor of Jacksonville. That is very true. They miss him up there in Jacksonville. We would like to send him back to Jacksonville from time to time. Those guys are going to take a little break. We're going to break down the Jaguars.
All in on me.
The Jaguars here.
Coming in that room looking for you.
All right, you're welcome. We'll take a break. All right, so Walker Little goes to Jacksonville, adding to that offensive line. We'll see if he ends up playing at left tackle or not over Cam Robinson, as Brady has said. But Jacksonville's had an interesting draft so far. They get their franchise quarterback in Trevor Lawrence. They get their running back, presumably of the future, or maybe their third down back of the future, in Travis Etienne. So based on this offense now in Jacksonville, can you see a lot of fantasy production coming from that team?
I can see some good fantasy production. You heard Brady say that Jacksonville's going to surprise some people this year. And I agree, because I think just like Joe Burrow last year in Cincinnati, Trevor Lawrence is stepping into a situation and a playbook that's very familiar to him. He's going to be able to go in there. He's going to know what he's doing from the jump. And that offensive line, I'm not going to say like it's good. It's like sneaky okay. And adding Walker Little, didn't he hurt his shoulder and then he hurt his knee and basically missed all of 2019 and then he opted out of 2020? Like, it makes me, I wonder how much he's actually going to play if he's actually on the field and playing for Jacksonville. But I agree, I do think that there is going to be a chance, Jamey, for Jacksonville to make some noise, kind of like their receiving core, like their run game. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to be in a lot of competitive games and a lot of games where he's going to play from behind. There will be fantasy stats here that will be useful during the season. It's one of the reasons why I think Trevor Lawrence is absolutely a draftable quarterback.
Heath, imagine if they gave your guy Gardner Minshew some of these options, an offensive lineman, a running back. They didn't really have a lot of talent last year. They bring in Marvin Jones as a free agent, but we haven't talked a lot about those wide receivers. So DJ Chark failed a lot of people's expectations. I had him as a breakout wide receiver last year, didn't step up in his third season after a very good sophomore campaign. Laviska Shenault was a rookie that we had high expectations for. He closed the season playing very well, but now's the opportunity for him to be that third guy, depending on how you view Marvin Jones. And again, Marvin Jones, who has a relationship with their offense coordinator, Darrell Bevell, those guys spent some time in Detroit. He's now potentially number one wide receiver for the Jaguars. How do you view those three guys, and is there one you like the best?
You know, Dave referenced the Bengals last year and Joe Burrow and kind of building around him, and they were able to support three wide receivers because they averaged 40 pass attempts a game when Joe Burrow was playing quarterback. The pick of Etienne in the first round makes me wonder, when they already had James Robinson on the roster, is this a team that's going to pass anywhere near that much? And they're probably going to need to, because I do think it's going to be chopped up between Chark, Marvin Jones, Laviska Shenault, and Etienne in the passing game. And so I don't know that you have any wide receivers that are work their way into the top 25. I think Chark and Jones specifically will be outstanding for best ball leagues. They're both going to have a couple of games where they go for 120 and 2 touchdowns. You won't know when those games are going to be. If Etienne can take all of the passing work in the running game, then he could really have an impact. Laviska Shenault kind of feels like he's getting left out a little bit. I loved him last year, but he does a lot of the same things they drafted Etienne to do. And they've also brought in Marvin Jones, so he's the one I worry about.
Could be the one that, though, gets the creative Urban Meyer play, you know, like we've seen from some of his guys in college.
Like Percy Harvin
stands out in particular.
Samuel.
Yeah, we could see.
Could he be their slot guy?
I think he's going to be their slot guy.
Yeah.
I can't imagine anything else.
Trevor Lawrence leaned on his slot guy at Clemson. That would be a big boost. That would be someone to keep an eye on in fantasy.
The only thing would be is if they do say what kind of Urban Meyer alluded to last night of Travis Etienne playing as a wide receiver.
He called him Percy Harvin.
That would be the spot that he plays, you know, so we'll see. Big story in the first round was, what would the Bengals do at number 5 overall? Would they take Penei Sewell, the offensive lineman, to help Joe Burrow? We know they went in a different direction with Jamar Chase, pairing up the quarterback wide receiver combination from LSU with Jamar Chase to help Joe Burrow. Well, Joe Burrow gets a offensive lineman to help him with Jackson Carman, offensive lineman from Clemson. So we know Jonah Williams, he's had some injury concerns. He's their left tackle, at least on paper right now. Maybe Carman comes in and pushes him, or he could push Riley Reif, who's on the right side. But Heath, when you look at this offense, starting to fall into place as well. Getting the number 1 wide receiver, getting some help for Joe Mixon and Joe Burrow.
You know, we got so excited about Chase last night that you kind of forgot about the fact that, oh yeah, we need to protect Joe Burrow. So I'm glad that they went tackle here. They might need to go add another offensive lineman, really, because this, over the past 2 years, has at times been one of the worst offensive lines. Should be improved again this year. We thought it would be last year. I think it was a little bit. Needs to take another step forward. This should help. Obviously not the same type of thing as if they'd taken Sewell in the first round, though.
You never know. You never know. I mean, you know, offensive linemen, sometimes they come out of nowhere. Sometimes, you know, it's not necessarily the high-profile first-round pick. So we'll see if Carman comes in and solidifies the offensive line. Dave, when you look at Joe Burrow, obviously, you you see some of these additions that the quarterbacks got yesterday. We talked about Tua and the weapons that he got. Daniel Jones got a weapon, for example. Burrow gets the best wide receiver on the board. Is he a number one fantasy quarterback without a doubt?
He is. And I believe, and we just talked about this with Jacksonville, about how the Jaguars are going to be in a lot of competitive games or playing from behind. Cincinnati's going to have the exact same thing. And Burrow, with protection from his offensive line, I don't know if it's 40 pass attempts per game, that's what we were talking about, but 35 to 40 pass attempts per game, there's going to be enough to go around here with these wide receivers. And Burrow's a fantastic quarterback. I love him, and I think he's got a chance to completely connect with Chase, continue to build with Higgins, and then Tyler Boyd in that slot role. There is a chance that all three of them can get close to 120 targets in that offense.
I just hope that recovering from the ACL, and it was a bad one, doesn't hinder that second-year leap we generally see, because he has to make the second-year leap. 6.7 yards per attempt, that's really bad. It was masked by the 40 pass attempts per game. 3.2% touchdown rate, that's really bad. He doesn't run enough like someone like Kyler Murray to be a top 12 fantasy quarterback with those types of numbers, so he has to make the second-year leap. I just hope that missing all the offseason stuff doesn't cause him to miss that.
They're doing what they can to help him, though. Wide receiver, offensive line. Losing Giovanni Bernard didn't help, but I'm sure they'll find a way to replace that production out of the backfield. So we'll see how things go for Joe Burrow in year two, a fantasy quarterback that we are very excited about after what he showed us in the 10 games in his rookie campaign. Let's go now to a guy that knows the Florida State Seminoles very well. I was shocked yesterday after Kyle Pitts was selected, and he was praising a Florida Gator. But Danny Cannell comes back on our show here on the Fantasy Football Today Watch Party to talk about Asante Samuel, cornerback out of Florida State, going to the Los Angeles Chargers. Danny, what do you think about that pick?
I love it. I mean, Asante Samuel is a player that was rising up kind of the draft boards as a potential late first-round pick, but falling here is a pretty good spot for him to go out where he can make an impact right away. I think if he was a little bit taller, he's about 5'10", if he was a little bit longer and lankier, which I think is the trend of what teams are looking for, I think he would have gone in that first round. He's a really solid player. I don't think he's quite as good as J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain Jr., the other guys who are of NFL lineage, which is why he's fallen here. I think he fits more as a nickel corner or nickel, cover guy in the NFL at the next level. But I think he's going to be a 7 or 8 year solid contributor, and he's got potential to be a Pro Bowl, but I think he would have to improve and overperform from what we've seen so far in his career in Tallahassee.
So Danny, we had two Gators go in the first round, two members of the Miami Hurricanes go in the first round, a safety from UCF went in the second round, and finally Florida State gets some due. What took so long?
The Gators, slightly better program last year. The Hurricanes, slightly better program. And you could say the UCF, slightly better program. But what you bring up is an outstanding point, Jamie. I mean, this is the reason why. College football is a talent acquisition business. Florida State does not have that much NFL talent on the roster, top tier NFL talent. They'll get a couple guys drafted. Marvin Wilson's still on the board. He was a guy that has fallen a little bit, but he'll get drafted as a nose tackle. But that's the problem, and that's what Mike Norvell has been tasked to do, is to get that roster back up to on par, at least, with Florida, Miami, and even UCF, that's the tough one to swallow.
What do you think about Asante Samuel being reunited with Derwin James and just the Florida State secondary there for the Chargers? That defense looks like it could be really legit if everybody can finally stay healthy. That's just been a big problem for the Chargers the last several years.
That's absolutely the biggest question mark. Derwin James has struggled, a few times with very serious injuries. And I even saw Jalen Ramsey, another Florida State guy who plays on the other side of LA with the Rams, saying, hey, the Noles are coming to the West Coast. So I think it's a good spot for him. I think it would be a really good fit. It'll be exciting to see if he can have the success that his dad had. And his playing style is similar to what his dad experienced in the NFL. So I think there's some upside here. He's got to get a little bit better, improving, recognizing the quarterback, a little bit more of a reactionary corner. But if he can start to read and anticipate routes, get on those throws earlier, then all of a sudden you could see somebody who is, starts to elevate himself to a second contract and start having a more successful NFL career.
Danny, thank you for breaking down Asante Samuel. We'll come back to you in round 6 when the next Florida State player is selected. And,
hey, why do you take those cheap shots? It might be Kyle Trask. That's when I'll come on.
That's true.
In the 6th round.
That's true. Could be if he gets drafted at all. Great job, Danny, breaking down Asante Samuel. All right, 49ers, number 48 overall. They select Aaron Banks, offensive lineman from Notre Dame, second Fighting Irish offensive lineman selected in round 2 after Liam Eichenberg goes to the Dolphins at number 42 overall. So the 49ers, look, they addressed their quarterback situation by getting Trey Lance with the number 3 overall pick. We assume, at least for now, that Jimmy Garoppolo is going to be the starter in week 1. The 49ers dealt with so many injuries last year. George Kittle only played 8 games. Deebo Samuel in and out of the lineup. Brandon Ayuk missed some time in his rookie campaign. When he was on the field, he was fantastic. Raheem Mostert was banged up. Jeff Wilson was banged up. You know, they had just a plethora of injuries. But they bring back Trent Williams, and now they add another offensive lineman in Aaron Banks. And so, Heath, when you look at San Francisco going into the 2021 campaign, how good could this offense be?
Has to be one of the most, the best candidates for a bounce-back team, obviously, bounce-back offense. And
defense as well.
The key now is who's getting the touches, because we haven't really seen Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle on the field for very many games at all. We haven't really seen, when Raheem Mostert and Jeff Wilson both healthy going into the year, who's going to lead that team. There's a lot of opportunity there, but there's probably not enough opportunity for all of those guys. So the battle between Mostert and Wilson will be really interesting. The battle between Ayuk and Deebo Samuel will be really interesting. Probably only 2 of those guys get into the top 25 at their position.
And you know that Kittle is going to end up being the guy that gets his and the safe one.
You hope so. You hope so.
Well, if it's not, that's a problem, because why would they mishandle him like that?
But it's not necessarily mishandling him. It's a guy that hasn't scored more than 5 touchdowns in a season, and he's dominated targets. 2 years ago or 3 years ago at this point, 2018, when he was healthy, he dominated targets, but there was nobody in the receiving corps. Then they add the pieces. Deebo Samuel 2019, Brandon Ayuk 2020. Is Jimmy Garoppolo in a run-based offense going to support 3 legitimate targets? Now, Kittle should be the best of that trio, but what have we seen from elite fantasy tight ends? It's been more of the solo act, unless your name is Travis Kelce. Can Kittle continue to be that type of guy? I think we all agree that he can, but I think that's why, at least for me, I have Darren Waller ranked ahead of him. I think Waller's in a better situation given what his target share will be.
I agree with you on that, but I still think that Kittle's going to get a good target share. I'm basically taking Waller 1 spot ahead of Kittle pretty much in every draft I'm in, which means that I wouldn't mind being the guy to wait a little bit and get whichever tight end makes it to 3rd on draft day, or in a salary cap draft, I'll go $1 less on that 3rd tight end, whether it's Waller or Kittle. I think Deebo is the one who loses here, because he's a good receiver, but in 2019 it felt like they needed somebody to catch the football there. Whereas in 2020, he got hurt, and then Ayuk took over, and then Kittle got hurt, and he never really got a chance to get going. He seems to be more of like a really good complementary piece, and those guys tend to not have a lot of great fantasy value. So Ayuk is the one that I would put my chips on to be better in fantasy than as
Totally
the only pass catchers in that offense that I would trust with a pick in the first 75.
The one thing about Deebo Samuel is I think you're going to get him basically for nothing, because he probably is going to go after, round 8, round 9, maybe round 10. And he does so many different things. He could be like what Curtis Samuel was last year, when Samuel finally started to show those playmaking abilities as a rusher, as a guy that could do things with the ball in his hands, and finished in the top 30 in PPR and non-PPR just based on what his overall ability was as a player. So it's not going to be consistent production, but a good end-of-bench guy. I think Deebo Samuel is perfect. From one Deebo to the next Deebo, our social media czar joins us once again. So Deebo, you got a question for us with the Ask FFT?
Absolutely, and this Deebo probably clocking in at like a 6'7" 40. But this question from Keith Lawrence, aka Admiral_Hook on Twitter, and keep sending us tweets with hashtag AskFFT, and we will answer them here. This one for you guys: if your pick in the first round of a rookie draft is 7 or later, would you take who is there or try to trade back and get more picks? So guys, who's kind of going to be in that range? Would you take who's there or try to trade back and get more picks?
I guess let's assume it's a 1 quarterback league, because if it's a 2 quarterback or super flex leagues, those quarterbacks are certainly going to come into play in the first 10, 12 overall selections, depending on how it goes. But Heath, you've talked about this quite a bit. The first 6 picks essentially are locked in. 7 is where it starts to get a little tricky if you're not taking Trevor Lawrence. Do you try and trade back, or do you stay at that spot?
I mean, it's really going to depend for me. If I don't need a quarterback and I'm not in the top 6, then my first thing is, what does it take for me to get to number 6? Does the guy that have 5 or 6 understand the tier drop-off there? And if he doesn't, then I'm trying to move into that. And I'm honestly, I'm willing to easily give up a third. I'd probably give up a second to move from 7 or 8 to 5 or 6. I think that the tier drop is that big. If I can't, then I am either trying to move back or I'm trying to move into 2022.
You agree?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I don't mind having that 7th pick, exactly the 7th pick. But so 8 and later, that's when I would want to try and move up. And if I can't, then plan B is try and move out into 2022. Or if I can pick up a two twos, for example, for 1 first-round pick, and it's one of those late firsts, I'm in.
And we're saying this, we still have a potential running back in Miami. We still have a potential running back in Atlanta. And we have another wide receiver that was just drafted for the Cardinals, number 49 overall, Rondale Moore, wide receiver from Purdue. He's going to be interesting because this is a situation where their number 2 receiver next season might be this guy, because A.J. Green's not long-term. Larry Fitzgerald may not play again this year. Christian Kirk, contract's going to be up. So Rondale Moore and Kyler Murray with DeAndre Hopkins still on the other side, and he's not getting any younger. This kid could be Kyler Murray's star wide receiver for the next several years. Now, he's small, 5'9", 180 pounds. But, Dave, you like the fit?
I love the fit because we've seen, much to my chagrin, we've seen this offense not attack downfield enough. And what Rondale Moore's specialty was at Purdue was catching a short area pass and then making a play. 71% of his yards came after the catch at Purdue. That's perfect for what Cliff Kingsbury is looking for. He is fast. He's strong, he's undersized, just like you said, but for what Kingsbury's offense is, which is we're not really going to attack downfield very often, but when we go short, this guy can make a play after the catch that could really boost Kyler Murray's stats and take numbers away from all those other receivers. Jamey, you said it might take him a year to be that number 2 receiver. I think he's got a chance to do it this year. He's that fast and that interesting of a wide receiver, and I liked him better than Elijah Moore in the draft process.
Well, it'll be, I mean, is Kyler Murray going to force feed A.J. Green like Joe Burrow did, or is he going to catch 49% of his targets again and he's going to disappear? I mean, if A.J. Green's what he was in Cincinnati last year, I think there's an excellent chance for Rondale Moore. I think we have to be very careful when we talk about him. We should make sure we say that maybe he's vertically challenged or he's short, but he's small. I'm watching a video of him doing 24 reps on the bench press right here.
That
guy
he is absolutely
very,
strong.
very strong and just a perfect fit for Kyler Murray. Murray's struggled still a little bit as a passer, and I think that's why they haven't gone downfield as much. He doesn't have to go downfield with this guy. Give him the ball. He'll go.
We know what Cliff Kingsbury's offense has wanted to be, wanting to have multiple receivers on the field, and that's kind of what it was 2 years ago. And then they bring in Hopkins, and it was all DeAndre Hopkins for a big portion of the season because Christian Kirk battled some injuries, didn't live up to the expectations. Andy Isabella, Larry Fitzgerald, the other complementary pieces, one older, one not getting an opportunity maybe that some people would have hoped for. We'll see now if the offense opens up. Does this hurt? Does the addition of A.J. Green and now the drafting of Rondale Moore, does this hurt DeAndre Hopkins at all in your mind?
Not enough to move him significantly out of, if he's 3rd for me now, he's maybe 4th, but that's it. He's still going to be a wide receiver 1 in fantasy. This might end up hurting the run game a little bit. And I think we've got an idea of what Arizona's looking at with their offense. Because they got rid of Kenyon Drake. They didn't even bother trying to re-sign him. They replaced him with James Conner. Conner's okay. I don't know. He's got the potential to
It's
come
health.
back.
It's all about health.
It really is, but it's also opportunity there too because they like Chase Edmonds. But this is a team whose best runner last year was Kyler Murray. And this offense, it's now being devised to lean 100% on Kyler Murray, which is a fantasy gold mine because if he's running and throwing a lot and they're not addressing the running back, there's an opportunity here for him not just to be the number 2 fantasy quarterback, but maybe even potentially overtake Patrick Mahomes as the number 1 guy. No one's going to draft him that way, but he's got the potential to do it if they continue to just ignore their run game and say, Kyler, it's your show, and Moore is a step in that direction, if you ask me.
And they were really aggressive with lining the running backs up all over the place. So I do think this could cut into Chase Edmonds a lot if he's counting on that passing game role with James Conner doing more of the early down stuff. Rondale Moore could take some of the stuff they've used their running backs to do in the pass game.
Short passes, like this could take the shine off of Chase Edmonds being what I thought he had the potential to be, Jamey, of 1,000 total yards and 50 catches this year. Because he had like 850 and he had over 50 catches last year. So it really wasn't that much more. It just sounds good for fantasy, especially when you add in the extra game. It's really not that great, but it sounds good. With Moore being there, I think there's a chance that it could take away from Edmonds getting to those numbers this year.
And look, now the bigger conversation becomes, because you could start the clock on the Hall of Fame. Does this mean that Larry Fitzgerald is done? They haven't said much. I saw Fitzgerald was at a Suns Clippers game the other day. I just happened to be watching the game. He's sitting on the sidelines there. But and they bring in AJ Green. They now draft Rondale Moore in the second round. Are we going to hear a Larry Fitzgerald retirement sometime soon?
Or does he go ring chasing? I mean, I don't think he's going back to Arizona.
I think he might go ring chasing in Arizona. That's what J.J. Watt's doing. That's why Watt's there. He thinks they've got a chance to win a Super Bowl. And I think the Cardinals think that they're ring chasing.
I would just like.
But is there a spot for Larry Fitzgerald?
Right.
I mean, you're running out of room, because unless they're going to cut
He
Isabella,
wants to play.
which
He's
they can.
playing.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, he's on the roster. I don't know if he's
Yeah,
playing.
that's the thing. Is Arizona running out of patience at this point because he hasn't given them an answer? They've obviously had conversations that we're not privy to, but you got to wonder if they bring in AJ Green, who's essentially not the same type of player, but the same type of a veteran guy that's at the end of his career, and you now draft clearly the future again, which they've been doing a couple times in the last 2 seasons. So does Fitzgerald look at it and say, to your point, does he go ring chasing somewhere else? I know what you're saying, that the Cardinals have a chance to win a Super Bowl, but they may not have room to win a Super Bowl with Larry Fitzgerald on the roster at this point, just based on the number of receivers that they have to carry.
Does that look bad for them to say to their?
Not if he hasn't given them an answer.
Face of the franchise.
Not if he has. Well,
You're out.
The face of the franchise has changed. It's Kyler Murray.
For now, yeah. But I mean, but back in the day, it was Larry Fitzgerald.
Yeah, but again, I know what you're saying. But at this point, it's like, Larry, we need an answer. And this is a player that may have landed in their lap that they love. So Rondale Moore now becomes an interesting fantasy option for those of you in rookie-only drafts. We have another pick, number 50 overall, the Giants selecting Azeez Ojulari. I hope I pronounced that right, edge rusher from Georgia. And we're going to get a little bit of a breakdown here from our buddy John Berger. So John joins us here to talk about the Giants selection here. John, what do you think about the Giants adding to their defense with another edge rusher?
I love it. The value at this position, I actually had Azeez Ojulari in terms of some prospects early in this process up in the late first. I think it's a great value pick. He fits in well with the 4-3. I think the biggest thing that you'll notice about him is the flexibility that he's going to give you as a defensive coordinator, standing at 6'3", 240. He can come off the edge. You can move him in a bunch of different spots to get pressure to the quarterback. And you look at his career and you look at his speed, athleticism, and both his leadership skills. And that's what you hear from the various offensive coordinators in the SEC that have played this guy, is his versatility and his athleticism. I think it's a terrific pick. I think it's a no-brainer based on what they needed at the time. And I think they got a great value because, again, I think he had all the talent. I really expected him to go late in the first. So I think picking him up right here was a great value pick, and I think he's going to make immediate impact on that defense.
Well, one guy he could be going up against very soon is the next pick for the Washington football team, number 51. They take offensive lineman Samuel Cosmi from Texas. Staying in the NFC East, what do you think about this pick for Washington?
Cosmi, it surprises me he didn't go earlier. When you looked at how this draft unpacked, Jackson Carman coming out and going to Cincinnati and Walker Little out of Stanford, those two offensive linemen, that's a surprise to me. That's a storyline early in this second round, because if you look at Cosmi was sitting there, Radins was sitting there, Jalen Mayfield was sitting there. When you look at Cosmi down at Texas, this is a prototypical tackle that has played at a high level. And you look at the offense, and I talked to various players, various coaches on the staff there, and he's been very consistent. I expected him to go earlier in this draft. The one knock on him is just, is he going to be able to be athletic enough and be able to improve just his base blocking skills and protecting, playing that left tackle position. So this is another one that was a little odd to me that he lasted as long as he did. And Jackson Carman was picked before him at Cincy, and Walker Little, who's had some durability problems out at Stanford. So that surprises me again. I think this is a terrific value pick in this spot.
All right, so for those of you watching, fans of the NFC East, John likes Azeez Ojulari going to the Giants at number 50, and Samuel Cosmi going to the Washington football team, offensive lineman from Texas, at number 51. John, hang tight. Going to be back with us soon here on the Fantasy Football Today watch party. So, guys, let's talk about Cosme to Washington. This is an offense that's got a new quarterback in Ryan Fitzpatrick and some fun weapons, adding Curtis Samuel to Terry McLaurin at the wide receiver core, and certainly the backfield last year with Antonio Gibson and J.D. McKissic. So another offensive lineman to a team that really needed one.
They got by last year with the offensive line that they had, and it was kind of an ugly offensive line, and I'm not sure if Cosme is going to be – he's more of like a project, if you ask me. He's someone that needs to be molded a little bit more to be an impactful offensive lineman, but they need somebody in Washington to stand up and protect Ryan Fitzpatrick. This is a low-key fun offense to look at for fantasy. You know that McLaurin figures to be that guy that gets targeted over and over
Love
again.
him.
Ryan Fitzpatrick. You really do. Do you still have him in your top 10?
Top 5.
Top 5.
Yes.
That's incredible. I can't do that, but I think that he could have a great year, and Samuel's fun too. And the run game is interesting. This is an interesting offense for fantasy purposes.
The run game scares me a little bit just because we know, like, as good as Ryan Fitzpatrick is for Terry McLaurin, could be for Curtis Samuel, and he's thrown to his running backs a little bit, but it's not anywhere close to Alex Smith level. And J.D. McKissic's still there. If J.D. McKissic doesn't go away, I worry about Antonio Gibson sharing targets with McKissic and a lot more downfield throws from Fitzpatrick.
It's a good point, but I also think they're going to see a better offense, a more high-powered offense. And I do think that Gibson will pick up from what he did last year. No, the toe injury really ruined what was a good start to his season. And we'll see our buddy Emery Hunt, who's been on our Fantasy Football Today podcast quite a bit over the last several weeks, says he thinks that they should add another running back to that backfield to help Antonio Gibson, which would obviously impact him in a negative way. But I do think that this offense has the chance to be very explosive with the quarterback change. But I do agree with you, Heath. I think McKissic's going to suffer the most based on Alex Smith leaving and the quarterback change to Ryan Fitzpatrick. All right, so Debo, you love the NFC East, an Eagles fan. So you got a question for us, though, about maybe somebody else, though, in the NFL with the Ask FFT.
Yeah, some running back situations here. This question from the Joey Wright. At what point in the draft do you think we can start celebrating holding our Mike Davis and Myles Gaskin shares?
Well, we talked about this quite a bit, Joey, that, so far through the, better part of the second round, it's been very good for both those guys. The Dolphins passed on taking a running back. The Falcons did as well. We talked a little bit about Myles Gaskin, and he could be a top 20 running back potentially. He's certainly a top 24 guy if he comes out of the draft holding on to the job. Mike Davis, though, was great last year. He petered out toward the end of the season, after taking over for Christian McCaffrey. But man, another guy, we brought up Myles Gaskin as one of the best free agent pickups. Mike Davis might have been the best free agent pickup based on how he did taking over for McCaffrey. In Atlanta, in Arthur Smith's system, with all this offense around him, it's Cordarrelle Patterson right now is the only guy that you could be somewhat concerned about taking him off the field, and that's not really a concern. So it could be fun to have Mike Davis in 2021.
I think he could be, if they really, wrapping my head around this, do they really not add another running back the rest of this draft? And
They will. But as the
if it's like a seventh
talent
round
comes off the board,
yeah, so what? There's a chance here. The case can easily be made that Mike Davis is a number 2 fantasy running back to begin the season. Now, I don't think that Arthur Smith is going to say, Mike Davis is our guy, and we're going to load him up with carries like we did with Derrick Henry in Tennessee. I think he does a 180. I think it's going to be a pass-heavy offense that happens to run the football a decent amount of time, but not as much as he did in Tennessee. He's going to lean on the strengths of this offense. But Davis could have that opportunity to be the first man up. That offensive line isn't that bad. The passing game is going to force those safeties back. He can catch the ball in the backfield. I'm getting excited just thinking about it right now. Mike Davis could be a really sweet number 2 fantasy running back.
I'm going to answer the question and try to mix my sports here, but it's kind of like in baseball. They celebrate winning the first round in the playoffs. They celebrate winning the LCS. The big celebration happens. Like, the big celebration doesn't happen until we get through the end of tonight, at least. There's still talented running backs that could impact them. I mean, it's not like Mike Davis and Myles Gaskin have some pedigree that a third-round running back can come in and take it away. No. But you've dodged the biggest, like the 3 biggest bullets are off the board, and you dodged them.
And the Falcons told us something. Yeah. They're the ones that traded out of the spot that the Broncos got Javonte Williams. They could have easily taken Javonte Williams. Now, they may be in the Gainwell camp, in the Sermon camp, in the Carter camp. 3 very talented running backs are still on the board, among others, Chuba Hubbard, Ramondre Stevenson. There are a lot of good running backs that are still available. I'm sure Pete Prisco is enjoying that because he likes to wait on running backs and not even draft them at all. But there's still talented guys that could find their way to Atlanta, and we don't know. Maybe they've been talking to Todd Gurley about a reunion. I'd be surprised, but never know. maybe they're talking to Le'Veon Bell, just the two names that are out there in terms of free agency about bringing in another veteran to help out this offense and, just help out Mike Davis. But you're right, Heath. We haven't dodged all the bullets. We've just dodged the biggest three so far based on what's happened. All right, Debo, we'll keep you busy. What's another question for us from Ask FFT?
Yeah, we're talking day 2 here and will for the remainder of the night, but Aaron Andrew asked this question about day 1, and he says, what rookies do you think will have good draft value based on the day 1 picks? Guys like Najee Harris, Kyle Pitts, and Devontae Smith seem like they will be all overdrafted now based on their landing spot.
I think that's fair, and we always get excited about the shiny new toy, and Pittsburgh, their track record with running backs is going to get people excited about Najee Harris, and you might overlook the offensive line. People are going to get excited about Kyle Pitts. You might forget that they have so many other weapons to share targets, and rookie tight ends don't necessarily have that huge of a fantasy impact based on where he's going to get drafted. And Devontae Smith is still going to a quarterback who didn't complete a lot of his passes last year behind still a rebuilding offensive line. So those three guys in particular feel like they could be overdrafted, but I know you're excited about Pitts, you're excited about Harris, I'm excited about Smith, the same thing for all of us with all three of those guys. Do you feel like there's going to be a little overdrafting of those rookies, maybe the entire rookie class?
I just think back to our podcast less than 24 hours ago where Adam Azer tried to make the case that Najee Harris should be a first-round pick in fantasy, and it kind of gave me flashbacks to when we got so excited about Clyde Edwards-Helaire, especially when Damian Williams opted out last year. It happened in the middle of the summer. And it just looked like Edwards-Helaire was going to get this huge workload in this amazing offense. And we all bought in because we all saw that beautiful 1,500-yard, 10-touchdown potential. And that number has to go up now because they're playing an extra game. And people are going to see that with Harris, and people are going to reach for him a little bit. And I wonder if he ends up being a top 15 overall pick. I can't put him there yet. I can't do it until I see what this offensive line looks like, until I see what Roethlisberger looks like, and frankly, until I see what Harris looks like in the preseason a little bit too. He's got the potential to get there, but I'm worried that he'll be overdrafted. I like Pitts in round 7. Jamey, I think you've said that that's a little too rich for your blood. There will be people that will take him before round 7, and the same thing with Jamar Chase, who I think is okay as a round 5 pick. Some people will take him in round 4, expecting these rookies to break out right away, become instant fantasy superstars.
Yeah, I think Chase might be the guy who can deliver on it. And I think Devontae Smith might actually will, as long as he's not being drafted as a top 30 guy. And I don't really think he will with Hurts as the quarterback. So I do still think it's possible if Chase is there in round 5, that might be a value. He might actually be a round 4 wide receiver as a top 20 guy.
But we're the problem. It's not them. It's us. It's where we rank these guys. We're going to, again, we're going to rank Harris somewhere, probably me higher than you or you higher than him or vice versa. You'll have Pitts higher. Huh?
It'll be close.
It might be, but it might not. I mean, that's the thing. It's, there are going to be Heath Cummings fans that look at his rankings and say, oh my gosh, Najee Harris is here. I have to take him in the second round. Or hear Adam Azer on the podcast and say, I have to draft that guy here. We're the problem.
Right.
We're absolutely the problem.
Where are you taking him?
Najee Harris? Oh, first overall, no question. All right, number 52 selection in the second round. You want to hear me butcher a name, get ready for this one. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, linebacker for Notre Dame. I think I got that one okay.
That's a 10 out of 10.
And if Brady Quinn was here, maybe he would critique me because he's a Notre Dame guy. But you look at this defense for the Browns. Guys spent a lot of time last night talking about their selection of the cornerback. The name escapes me right now, I apologize, but they took cornerback in the first round. This is a defense that Newsome, you're right. This is a defense that has put some nice pieces in place. The secondary, adding Newsome to the guys that they brought in, Troy Hill from the Rams, Greedy Williams, Denzel Ward. We know they have a good secondary to begin with. They add the 2 pass rushers, Takk McKinley and Jadeveon Clowney. Now they add another playmaking linebacker. So, Dave, this is another DST. The Washington DST has really grown on us. The Denver DST has grown on us. Does the Browns DST become a starting fantasy unit in 2020?
I mean, when you think about the great DSTs in the history of fantasy football, you immediately think of the Cleveland Browns. Now, I know I'm making a joke on that because they usually aren't that good, but you think about the talent that they've had, and you think about the talent that they've got and that they're adding in the draft, and there's a chance. The first thing I do when I look at a DST is, what's the pass rush like? Well, they've got Myles Garrett. They added Jadeveon Clowney. They've got some interesting pieces. That's a good pass rush. Then I think about the division that they're in. Well, I'm not sure the Pittsburgh Steelers offense is going in this direction. At best, they might be in this direction. And the Bengals offense, I think they're going in this direction, but I think they still have some weaknesses. That Ravens offense, though, scares me a little bit. I wouldn't feel comfortable starting pretty much any DST against that Ravens offense the way that they're going to be able to run the football. What's their schedule like to begin the year? Do they have an easy schedule? If they do, I'll draft them. If they're opening the season with Ravens, Steelers, Bengals, I'm going to be nervous to take them as a DST.
Well, a guy who knows about the Cleveland Browns, a guy who knows about Notre Dame joining us back on the show, Fantasy Football Today Watch Party, along with Pete Prisco, is Brady Quinn. So Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, linebacker for Notre Dame, goes to the Browns. You said on night one of the NFL draft that they didn't have many needs to fill. How does this pick fit with the Browns defense and what they're building on that side of the ball?
Yeah, no, I think when you look at the roster as a whole, it's one of the better in the NFL. And, Newsome was a player that next to Denzel Ward, Greedy Williams, and Pete kind of talked about this, is just having 3 solid cover players. I think that's what they were going for in round 1. And so they accomplished that. Now you look at other areas of their defense that could use improvement. Pete will talk about edge. This is a player that kind of doesn't necessarily play on the edge, but I think can impact the edge, blitzing, but also covering. Tight ends, running backs, that's always the mismatch you're trying to figure out. I think you also look at his impact on running quarterbacks. That was something that you're going to see Baltimore twice a year. You need an athletic player who can cover, but also be able to stop the run. He checks off a lot of those boxes. And so the biggest thing here is, I think when you look at what the Browns have done, they realize if they want to take that next step, it's not so much about the offense, it's about their defense. It's about getting as many fast, athletic players as possible to be able to match up with opponents so they're not having to win in shootouts. Because I don't know that's necessarily how they're built or how they're best served, but you got to love the way this young man plays. I mean, you hear the term firing your gun. He plays with reckless abandon. He plays without any hesitation. He is long. He's got good ball skills. And when he hits, he absolutely brings it. So I love everything about this young man. I'm excited to see how the Browns are going to be able to utilize him, Pete.
He's a good football player. It's just, again, you have a lot of linebackers that you've drafted over the last couple of years who can run.
Mac Wilson's there as well.
Yeah, they can run, and a lot of those guys can fly to the football. So when I look at this pick, I'm like, okay.
But they're not what he is. No, they can't drop in coverage, and they can't cover the way he can. But that's why he plays like a safety.
He's a hybrid. I get it. I understand that. But they've used a lot at this position. I would have found an edge rusher in this spot. I've been saying that all along. But
here's what you're missing out on. He could cover a wide receiver. Like, I kind of said this to you, and you kind of go, okay. Like, most base defenses now play nickel to match up to sub personnel.
No, I get it.
They can play base defense with him because he can drop into zone coverage like a safety or like a defensive back, and he can even match up from time to time on some of these wide receivers. Like, they will mix that in to mix up some of their looks.
But I don't think
that's a rarity.
I don't think he can put his hand on the ground and rush the passer.
He can blitz.
Yeah, he can blitz, but he's not an edge rusher.
And he'll get the better of a lot of those running backs.
They need an edge rusher.
What do they need, Pete?
They need an edge rusher. I keep
Look into the
saying
camera and say that.
I think said it over and over and over again. Get him a damn edge rusher.
Let me ask you guys a question, because there are some really good to great defenses, obviously, in that division with Baltimore and Pittsburgh and now Cleveland. If things come together for the Browns, could they be the best defense in the AFC North?
I mean, I don't see them being better in Pittsburgh. But
Baltimore has lost edge guys.
They could maybe be second. I mean, they're obviously going to be better than Cincinnati. I think they're already there. I think Baltimore, if they can have more consistency, if they can consistently get after the opposing quarterback, which I think Garrett's showed a propensity to do, but I'm not sure anyone else really is going to, at least what they signed, right?
Then you're agreeing with me.
Well, the interior guys are the ones that, like, I thought Barmore would have made some sense there.
Barmore would have made some sense.
Because if you have Garrett on one side, you put Barmore opposite, or at least on the interior, you're going to be able to move the quarterback off the spot, and you're going to be able to push them some direction. And they don't have that yet. So I'm a little bit surprised that they haven't gone that direction on defense. I really thought if it was an interior player in a guy like Barmore, that would have made some sense. But
they drafted two good. You can't dispute this. They've drafted two good football players. The question becomes: are either one of them going to be on the field?
But I challenged you with this. I don't know that they're going to find an edge rusher that's going to be able to come in right away and be better than what Clowney or Takk McKinley is. And you can say, well, they didn't have any sacks, whatever else. You and I both know they're experienced veteran players. And I think they're looking at where they were drafting and saying, we don't really believe in any of these guys being able to come in and have that impact right away. So why are we going to waste a pick on that? We can get Greg Newsome to start right away.
Give me an over-under on the number of sacks combined between McKinley and Clowney next year.
I will say over-under. I'll set it at 8.5.
I'll take the under.
Okay.
I'll take the under.
Okay.
Since McKinley's what he had 3.5 in the last 2 years, I think it is, and
something like that.
And Clowney had none. I'll take the under.
But here's what you're missing out on. They're not going to find the guy who's going to be able to have more than that in this draft at this point in time.
You can almost
this isn't the draft.
Let's
for
put it
that.
this way: you could fall into more than none. I mean, you could trip and get
That's
more
on
than
the
none.
Clowney signing, which you were so apt about them doing.
No,
I'm
I
just saying they're not going to find that guy in this draft at this point in time.
Okay.
You know
So
what
they're taking players who will start.
the best thing about the two of you guys is that we could tell you that the camera's off, and that conversation will continue about the Browns and the sacks and how Clowney will do it, how McKinley will do it. They talk about this all the time. It's great if you love the NFL, but they don't stop talking ever.
We're trying to give
about
you a
the
break,
Browns.
Jamey.
Yeah,
We're trying to
Jamey.
give you a bit of a break.
They're not allowing me to
voice.
move, so I'm stuck here no matter I got to listen to you guys talk about it or not listen to it. It's a fascinating conversation, believe me, I love it, but we got to move on, unfortunately, and talk about some of these other picks. We'll get back to the Browns and their pass rush in a little bit. John Berger joins us again here on the Fantasy Football Today Watch Party. Tell us about another name I'm sure I'm going to butcher, Dylan Raduns, offensive lineman going to the Tennessee Titans. I'm sure I butchered that one, so I apologize, but John, set me straight and tell us how he'll do helping out that offense at Tennessee.
Hey, man, I just don't want to get in the way. These guys are having fun. I'm just enjoying watching the show here. I will say this. I'm gonna be bold. I think Brady will like this pick. I'm going to take the over next year, and so maybe Clowney can get. I'm going to take the over at 0, so maybe he can get 1 sack and actually step up and get something done. I love the pick, Owusu-Koramoah. The flexibility that he give you, and Brady hit on all the different angles of it, matching up with the wide receivers, being able to get pressure on the quarterback. They can move him around, give him flexibility. Radden's out of North Dakota State. This guy's just a traditional mauler. I mean, he's one of these guys when you watch him play, and there's not a lot of tape coming out of North Dakota State. I've seen him play twice in Prisco. This is a guy that's got a very, very nasty disposition. And despite being 300 pounds, you can see his footwork. This guy can move up and down the line of scrimmage. He's a very smart football player. And when you talk to the various coaches and coordinators around the league, there's a lot of people that think he can put another 15 to 20 pounds of muscle on that frame. So I think it's a great position to pick him up. I was surprised he didn't go earlier in the second, but I think it's a phenomenal pick if you're looking for a 10-year guy up front at the point of attack. The other thing is you can move him around. I mean, this is not a guy that has to play his position in college. And again, at 300 pounds, if he continues to get better, faster, stronger, and playing as an elite left tackle in the league, I think this is a great pick, and it's certainly a great value for them right here.
All right, so the Titans helping their offensive line. We know that they had a bad selection last year, unfortunately for them, with Isaiah Wilson, how that worked out for that offensive line there last season. But hopefully this pick is a little bit better and can solidify what the offensive line could look like, protecting for Ryan Tannehill, protecting for Derrick Henry, and make that offense continue to pop for what we like to talk about from a fantasy football perspective. John, great breakdown there. We'll come back to you in a little bit when we get to some of these other selections. And you think I butchered some names so far. Get ready for this one. Here we go. Number 54 selection from Vanderbilt to the Indianapolis Colts edge rusher, Dayo Odeyingbo?
Oh, I can't wait to see the reel of it.
No, I think it was right except for the question mark at the end. There's no question mark. Besides that, it's you nailed it.
Dayo Odeyingbo? All right, well, see.
Odangbo.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what? Let's ask a guy who probably knows how to say it right. Let's bring on Chris Trapasso here, who gave this grade a C+ as Indy adds to their defense. So, Chris, tell me how to pronounce his name, and then give us a breakdown of the young man from Vanderbilt.
It's Dayo Odeyingbo. So you were pretty close, and I think Heath's right. If you didn't have the question mark, the Ron Burgundy question mark at the end, you probably would have had it perfect. I like this pick for the Colts, but I don't like it because, like, for a certain way, because they picked Kwity Paye in the first round. Really like that selection. They need an offensive tackle to protect Carson Wentz. So I like the player. I don't know if I like the position, and he is coming off an Achilles tendon tear during the pre-draft process. But on the field, this is a heavy-handed rusher, wreaks havoc with suddenness. He's heavier. He can play inside, outside. So the Colts seemingly have a type. And we know that Chris Ballard there loves athleticism, especially in his defensive linemen. So with this star from Vanderbilt, and I'm not going to try to say his name, I'm going to say it as little as possible. He's a long-term projection. I'm just a little surprised they didn't try to protect the quarterback that they traded for this offseason.
Very good point there. Also could have gone wide receiver as well, looking at what this receiving core looks like. T.Y. Hilton, not the long-term answer, even though he comes back to the Colts. Michael Pittman, they could use some help in that position as well. So, but hard to argue what Chris Ballard has done. So we'll see what the Colts do to fill out the rest of their draft. Chris, thank you for breaking it down and the correct pronunciation of Dayo O's name with the 54 selection for the Colts edge rusher from Vanderbilt. Number 55, the Steelers don't address their offensive line. They take the number 2 tight end prospect on many people's draft boards, Pat Freiermuth from Penn State. And he's not Kyle Pitts. He's not going to play over Eric Ebron, but he might be the long-term answer at tight end because Ebron not the long-term solution there for Pittsburgh based on what his contract situation is.
I wonder if they see him as not exactly Heath Miller. I don't think he's quite the same type of tight end as Heath Miller, but I do think they see him as someone that can be a good complementary piece in this offense for a while. Don't necessarily view him as a big-time fantasy option, not someone that would get taken until the back half of round 2 in rookie-only drafts at the absolute earliest. But he's interesting, a little lean for a tight end, but someone who can catch passes. Had a bunch of tight ends last year at Ohio State, or Penn State rather. I think he can be pretty good.
Now we're back to the don't count on rookie tight ends portion of the program. We got through the Kyle Pitts thing. We can just go back. Like I think of when I look at him for dynasty purposes, I've got Harrison Bryant right around 20, and Harrison Bryant's probably not going to be someone that even this year, in his second year in the league, is going to have a fantasy impact. But he showed just a little bit in his first year, and he does have the potential to have one of the he could have an Eric Ebron type season at some point in his career, and I think Freiermuth will fall somewhere in that range. But again, you said last part of the round 2. I think more likely he'll be in the third round, but somewhere right in that range.
I hate this. I hate this because I was hoping to see him go someplace where he could play. You know, again, not to be a rookie sensation, but to at least have the chance. Look, we don't know what Pittsburgh's quarterback situation is going to look like. They have still Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool at the very least for the future if they don't decide to give Juju Smith-Schuster a long-term contract if things can get worked out in that regard. And so this could be 2 years down the road, 3 years down the road. Who knows until we start to see the best of what Freiermuth can do.
Well, and it's not just that, but they have, we've talked all night last night about the only risk for the running back selection was their offensive line.
Yeah.
And they still haven't taken an offensive lineman.
Yeah, this is kind of a double whammy because they're taking a player that can't necessarily block as well as like a Heath Miller could back in the day, can contribute in the passing game a little bit, but they need help making lanes for Najee Harris. They could have done that. There's some offensive linemen left on the board. The one from Michigan, Mayfield, I don't think he's been taken yet. That's someone who they really could have drafted and given some depth to their O-line. They didn't do that. They must have really liked Freiermuth.
Unless they feel like, again, that they said last night, depth at the offensive line. If they feel like there's some guys that they could get in round 3, in round 4, 5, 6, the rest of the draft. We'll see how things unfold for the Steelers. But a questionable pick, knowing what some of the needs they have for their offensive line to help out their aging quarterback and now their rookie running back. All right, so last night we had a special guest join us, and he's back again tonight. It's our buddy Fitz Edwards to break down the NFL draft, an aspiring sports journalist, sports broadcaster, and he was awesome last night. Fitz, I got to tell you, we got rave reviews for your appearance here on our Fantasy Football Today watch party. So we're bringing you back, and we're bringing you back for a special reason, not only because we enjoy talking to you, but we know you're a Seahawks guy, and they had their selection, number 56 overall, Dwayne Eskridge, wide receiver from Western Michigan. We'll give you a chance to talk about that in a second, but just give us your overall take on round 2 and how things have unfolded so far with the NFL draft.
It's gone a lot faster than round 1, which is nice. And a lot of more trades, which has been surprising. The Browns, I think, getting a real steal with that linebacker who somehow fell down to them. And yeah, the Steelers picking a tight end over O-line for Harris, as you said, or with their quarterback situation.
Well, Fitz, you were great last night in predicting that Travis Etienne would end up with the Jaguars, and our buddy Pete Prisco is a little bit concerned that you might have some better NFL connections that he has, especially with the Jaguars, that you may have had some insight onto Jacksonville making that selection. So were you happy to see Travis Etienne end up in Jacksonville getting paired with his buddy in Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, it's going to be a great dynamic duo for the Jaguars. Familiar faces do help rookies a lot, especially moving away with a lot of new teammates. For Lawrence to have Etienne in the backfield right next to him is a really good opportunity for the Jags to win a few games, and especially with James Robinson beside Etienne, it's going to be really great to see how they can utilize 2 running backs in the same formation.
It is going to be interesting, and certainly for what we talk about here from a fantasy football perspective. And speaking of which, Your team, Seattle, they took a guy that could maybe be a little bit frustrating for two of the top targets there, DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. What do you think about them adding another wide receiver, helping Russell Wilson? We know last year it was let Russ cook, and for the beginning of the season that was the case, and then things went back to kind of what Seattle does best, and it helped their team as they ran the ball a little bit more. But adding a wide receiver in round 2 after not having a first-round selection, what do you think this means for the Seattle offense?
Speed. Dwayne Eskridge brings speed. He's a deep ball threat like DK Metcalf, like Tyler Lockett. And Russell Wilson is the best deep ball thrower in the game, and it's just another weapon for Russell to hit on his rainbow balls 60 yards down the field. And he's also an electric kick returner, which would be great to give Tyler Lockett some rest. And he's also quite small and shifty, so I could see him on a few screen passes as well.
Do you think this is going to negatively impact, and again, we're talking fantasy football because it's never a bad thing to add speed and a talented playmaker to an offense, but just some of the production that we get from DK Metcalf and get from Tyler Lockett with a third receiver of his upside now joining the roster?
Well, I don't really see a negative impact. I do feel like the Seahawks are great at utilizing their receivers equally, and Metcalf and Lockett are so good that this won't really negatively affect them.
All right, so we'll see how Eskridge does joining Seattle. Fitz-Edwards breaking down the pick for us. Fantastic job once again. You got another prediction of a player who's going to be selected in the second or third round that's going to go tonight that you think is going to end up on a certain team?
I could see the Chiefs drafting Jalen Mayfield.
Okay, so another bold prediction here from our young NFL correspondent. We appreciate your time here as always on Fantasy Football Today Watch Party, and I'm sure we'll talk to you again throughout the weekend. Enjoy the rest of the night and enjoy that new player for your team up in Seattle.
Thank you, will do.
All right, guys. Well, Fitz loves the pick, and he nailed Travis Etienne going to the Jaguars, so he seems to know what he's talking about. But again, we're looking at DK Metcalf and how good he was last year. Tyler Lockett, how good he was over the course of the season. There was a lot of highs and lows for Tyler Lockett in the 2020 campaign. They add a talented playmaker, to this offense. And does this speak to letting Russell Wilson get what he wants, or is this going to be more of just a little more frustrating situation for fantasy purposes?
This is another situation where a team had a bunch of holes to fill, and they instead go and add another receiver. They've already got a nice stockpile of receivers, and they go and they add another one. I don't love it. I wonder if they're getting Eskridge to come in and immediately pay off dividends in the return game. That would take Tyler Lockett out of there. I think they needed some help there. So he can do that. But as fast as he is, he's also undersized and he's got small hands. It's always something that I worry about with receivers. And I think, again, just like we were saying about Freiermuth in Pittsburgh, this is a complimentary player. They had needs at other positions. They must have really liked him. I don't know if they see a huge role for him in the offense, but a guy who might be able to get 3 touches per week to start, I don't think that's a lot for fantasy. So this is someone I'm not going to be excited about.
Well, Heath, what we've seen from Seattle's receiving core, they lose David Moore, who was their third receiver last year and had some decent moments. Not a great fantasy asset, obviously, but helped their team. And they had Josh Gordon on the roster. We know that didn't work out. They flirted with Antonio Brown last season. Who knows if they had any conversations again this season. Same question. Does this hurt Metcalf and hurt Lockett enough that you're going to change the rankings at all?
I'm not going to change their rankings at all. It does, and I mostly agree with Dave that I don't think Eskridge is going to have a fantasy impact this year, and I'm not sure that he's going to have a fantasy impact in the long term. But it's weird because they had 4 picks in this draft entirely, and they do have a lot of holes. And we've spent the past couple of months talking about how they're fighting in Seattle because they're going to go back to the run-first offense, and the only pick they have in the first 60 picks, they take a wide receiver when they have Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf. So this actually makes me feel a little bit better about Russell Wilson.
It has to. It has to because, unlike the Packers,
right.
Seattle's going out and saying, okay, we're going to give you another playmaker just to see if you can continue to be that MVP type quarterback that we saw at the beginning of the season. And then they just sort of changed back to their old mantra of run the ball when the defense got better. But it also kind of played into the opponents that they were facing, where the offenses that defense was facing at times did not perform up to the same level that the offenses that they faced at the beginning of the season. So we actually have a run on wide receivers, which is fun from a fantasy perspective, but we're going to let our quarterback room talk about the next selection as well and bring in Dwayne Eskridge also. But the Rams at number 57 take Tutu Atwell, wide receiver from Louisville, another small guy at 5'9", 165, and the 5'9" might be generous. So guys, when you look at Tutu Atwell to the Rams and Dwayne Eskridge to Seattle, what do you think about those two selections to the NFC West?
I want to start off with the Rams quickly, just because I was there with them in 2013, and I remember they drafted Tavon Austin, and this is Les Snead's like 2.0, like, hey, that should have worked, but I wasn't with the right offensive mind at the time. I think he's betting on Sean McVay being able to use that type of skill set, which is similar to what you have in Tutu Atwell, and be able to make it work amongst what they have. So I can see it working. I think he's a little bit more polished, too, than Tavon Austin was coming out from West Virginia. The question is the size. I mean, not only is it about the height, it's the weight. I mean, he is tiny.
He's like, what, 160 or something?
And so it begs the question, how many touches ultimately is he really going to get you a game? I mean, you're saying 6, 7, maybe 8 at most. One, because of how many of the productive players they have, but also, two, I think that over the course of a 17-game season, you're saying, like, would he even be able to stay healthy at that size? I mean, he weighed in at, what, sub 150 on the Indianapolis medical checkups?
On the second
one. That's concerning because you're not doing anything. Like the hay's in the barn, you should be drinking as much water as humanly possible just so that you weigh more and eating peanut butter sandwiches or whatever at night, just so you look a little heavier. So that was a bit surprising, but I do think that's what this is. That is Les Snead going back and saying, I can make this type of player work. I have the right guy for it now. We've got a quarterback, too. It's going to be able to utilize him as well.
It's interesting because when you watch the Louisville tape, he is tiny, and he looks tiny. He looks like a high school kid that snuck onto the field. Now, he can run, and he's electrifying at times, but he is really little. And, we talked about Devontae Smith being small. But Devontae Smith has height, and he will fill out. I don't know if this guy's ever going to fill out to the point where it's going to be an impact on his career. And remember, Tyreek Hill's a short guy, but he's thick.
Well, Rondale Moore,
thick.
I mean, he's built.
This is a small, frail guy. And I had a conversation with a couple receiver coaches who said, I can't pick Tutu Atwell. He's just too little.
Right.
And they're concerned about it.
Well, so the other pick is Eskridge to Seattle, which I think you and I are both kind of scratching our heads going, okay, this is Seattle's first pick of this draft.
Yeah, I don't like it.
We thought maybe they go offensive lineman. You got Wyatt Davis there. I think he's one of my top guys still available at this point in time. Jalen Mayfield as well, potentially a tackle spot. We've heard Russell Wilson voice his concerns over the course of the offseason. I was surprised by it. I think it kind of could fit in, though, to that role of provide outside of Tyler Lockett, another kind of fast, shifty guy that can do some of the football in his hands. Metcalf's kind of more of a...
But isn't Swain there, and maybe they like him a little bit?
I don't see Swain being quite as twitchy,
he's
quite
not
as fast
twitchy,
in and out of it.
Again,
he's another option,
you
but
could
he's
play
not
with
that.
him or get one later on and draft an offensive lineman.
I don't disagree. I think offensive lineman should have been the play there. I'm a bit surprised they went that direction.
Yeah, I didn't like this pick at all.
And the problem is, as a quarterback, though, as much as you want the protection, it's also nice to have different guys to throw to. Like you have more of a variety of guys, so he can't be that upset because it is a pick that's ultimately going to help benefit him. It's just not the one that's going to maybe protect him.
I just hate to say I hate any of their picks because I once panned them for their Russell Wilson draft, and they had a great draft that year. Not just for him, just the entire draft. It was fantastic.
You hating on Russell Wilson? That's
No,
never happened.
I didn't like the draft. Remember, they had paid Matt Flynn that summer, remember? Which was the worst move.
Everybody makes mistakes, Pete.
Yeah, once in a while.
Once in a while.
Well,
like
we
you
watched
said.
Pat Fryermuth.
Did I butcher that one too?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, listen, I'm not Chris Hassel. All right, so Tutu Atwell goes to the Rams, as Brady Quinn said. Feels like Tavon Austin a little bit, and I think a lot of fantasy managers will remember Tavon Austin as not the best fantasy asset over the course of his career. So they have a very good duo at wide receiver, and they bring in Deshaun Jackson to be the third guy. They still have Van Jefferson, who they drafted last year. Is this a gadget player?
I think it's Deshaun Jackson insurance. And the reason why they brought in Deshaun Jackson is because when you look at Robert...
You never
Woods,
need Deshaun Jackson insurance.
Never, especially now that he's like almost 35 years old. They've got this strong-arm quarterback now. They want to attack downfield. Robert Woods can do it. Cooper Kupp can do it. Van Jefferson, They need speed. So this is them adding speed. It's almost the exact same thing that I said about DeAndre Eskridge. This is somebody who could go, or Dwayne Eskridge, I'm sorry. This is somebody who can work on special teams.
I'm the only one that's allowed to butcher names.
My bad. Atwell can work on special teams if he's so good at it. We'll see in training camp if he can. And he can be a deep ball guy to catch some passes from Stafford over the course of the year, along with a couple of other gadget plays. I don't think he's going to really matter much for fantasy.
Any downgrade coming for Woods or Kupp or even Deshaun Jackson if you were considering him?
No, but and I think a lot of people are still stashing Van Jefferson, and this is just a very discouraging offseason if that was the case, because we saw them bring in Jackson, we've now seen them bring in a wide receiver.
But they lose Josh Reynolds.
They did lose Josh Reynolds.
They did lose a guy.
Yeah, they lost one, they added two, and they still have Woods and Kupp. So I'm discouraged about Jefferson. Atwell, now the only player that I have below Pat Freiermuth.
All right, so we'll see what happens there with Eskridge going to Seattle and Tutu Atwell going to the Rams in terms of what their long-term fantasy appeal could be. But it doesn't seem as if we're going to be excited about those guys, and we're going to recommend drafting them very highly. But they could be impact players for their respective quarterbacks. Certainly Dwayne Eskridge helping Russell Wilson and the offensive approach for Seattle there with Russell Wilson. All right, Debo, you got a question for us from Ask FFT on social media?
Of course, and this one is from Andrew Courtney, who is a loyal listener of the Fantasy Football Today podcast and also the Pick 6 podcast. I want to share this, that last year Andrew challenged me for a friendly wager for charity. He said in May of last year that the Giants would have a better record than the Eagles. I took that on. I thought there was no chance that the Eagles wouldn't have a better record. You saw what happened there. I was wrong. The Eagles have gotten the Giants back in Week 17 and last night. I say that to say I know your projections for Andrew will be much better here. He asks, so he breaks down the scenario. Keeper league, 2 players, 1 point PPR. He asks, keep one of Justin Jefferson, Antonio Gibson, Brandon Ayuk, Keenan Allen, or Clyde Edwards-Helaire. And then he also adds, I can't keep CMC anymore, but can trade for any other top player. Should I target Saquon, Kamara, or a top wide receiver?
All right, Debo, before we get to the second part of that, give me the names again. Jefferson, Ayuk.
Antonio Gibson, Keenan Allen, or Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Allen or Edwards-Helaire, and he can't keep Christian
Can't
McCaffrey.
keep Christian
Yep.
anymore.
All right. So 1 point
Wait,
PPR.
he can keep Christian McCaffrey, but he can trade him?
You can trade him for another elite player. He was asking which
What
was.
a-
I like
kind
it.
of a
No,
league is
it
that?
makes it a lot of fun. You get to keep a guy for 3 years, and then you get to 2.5 years into the deal, you can trade him for somebody else that you can keep. It keeps the trading going in the league.
The team that gets McCaffrey,
They can keep him then.
Keep him for
Yeah.
3 more years?
For sure.
Someone's going to give this guy $20 and say, I'll give you Saquon.
They may give him Saquon Barkley and Alvin Kamara, or one of the two.
Right, but it's such a sweet deal for him because he can't do anything with McCaffrey anyway. And now he's got Saquon Barkley for theoretically the next 3 years. Just seems a little unfair. Seems a little weird for fantasy.
So of those two, you're keeping Barkley over Kamara?
I think if we're talking about the next 3 years, I'd feel a little bit more comfortable with Barkley over Kamara.
Yes,
with you?
I am too.
All right, well, hopefully Barkley is back at 100%.
And then how many keepers are we keeping from the list with Jefferson?
I think it was just one, right?
So 1 out of Justin Jefferson, Brandon Ayuk, Antonio Gibson, Keenan Allen, or Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Oh, it's Jefferson.
I think so.
Yeah.
Especially if it's 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he could be a superstar based on what he showed us in his rookie campaign, a guy that we were kind of overlooking after round 1 of the NFL draft, and he proved to be the best rookie wide receiver despite going after Henry Ruggs, CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jeudy, and Jalen Reagor in the first round of the 2020 NFL draft. In the 2021 NFL draft, pick number 58 overall, Nick Bolton, thankfully an easy name to say, linebacker out of Missouri, goes to the Kansas City Chiefs. Chris Rapasso joining us now to break it down. Chris, you gave him a B- for this selection. Tell us what you think about Bolton and the fit with the Chiefs.
Well, he's kind of a throwback middle linebacker type, although he is a little bit smaller. I just like that the Chiefs seemingly understand that they need to get more athletic at linebacker. Last year, they picked Willie Gay in the 2nd round out of Mississippi State. He's the playmaker. Once he's fully healthy, he'll be the guy ranging from sideline to sideline. Watching Bolton on film, he has tremendous instincts. He can shed blocks really well. He's just a little bit smaller and is not the longest linebacker, but 12 pass breakups over the past 2 years and pretty much averaged 100 tackles in his last 2 seasons at Missouri. Wherever the football is, Nick Bolton typically finds it. And for a team in the Chiefs that doesn't have a lot of holes at this point, especially after the Orlando Brown trade, this makes sense to add a really veteran-type presence, even though he'll be a rookie, to that defense at the linebacker spot.
All right, so we'll see how Nick Bolton does, joining the favorites to win the Super Bowl according to the Vegas odds, the Kansas City Chiefs. Nick Bolton, linebacker from Missouri, the 58th overall selection, going to Kansas City. As a Chiefs guy, you happy about that?
They didn't take a running back, so it's a step in the right direction from last year. Listen, the Chiefs already won the first round with the trade for the Orlando Brown. They need help on the defense as well. It's a good pick.
All right, so we'll see how Nick Bolton impacts that defense that could not stop the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the 2020 Super Bowl. Terrace Marshall, the pick for the Carolina Panthers, number 59 overall. So we know they lose a wide receiver in Curtis Samuel. They add Terrace Marshall from LSU, who can join and hopefully produce with DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson, and with the new quarterback in Sam Darnold. So, Dave, what do you think about this selection for the Carolina Panthers?
I think this is an excellent pick for the Carolina Panthers for a lot of reasons. Number one, they need to improve the depth of wide receiver because of what you said, Curtis Samuel not there anymore. They've got a physical outside type of receiver who does have experience playing in the slot, so he can play anywhere on the field. And where did he go to college again? Oh, yeah, LSU. Who was his play caller 2 years ago? That's right, it's Joe Brady, who's now the offensive coordinator in Carolina. Boom, learning curve gone in the NFL for him. He just has to stay healthy. I think that's an issue. I think that's why he fell so far toward the end of the second round. This was someone who was being talked about as being a late first-round pick. So something's up with him. He can ease his way into the offense in 2021, but by 2022, might be the number one receiver on this team. This is somebody who should be a late first-round pick in rookie only.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that, Heath. So we had at the end of the first round and into the second round, we had Tony go to the Giants. We had Bateman go to the Ravens. You had Elijah Moore to the Jets, Rondale Moore to the Cardinals, Dwayne Eskridge to the Seahawks, Tutu Atwell to the Rams. Is Terrace Marshall better than all these guys?
I think he has a real chance to be. I had Moore, Marshall, Tony, both Moores, and Bateman all basically in the same tier. And I actually had Marshall second in that group, just behind Rondale Moore. He will either be first or second in that group. And I definitely like him more than Tony, Moore, and Bateman. A great situation in that there's the target opportunity immediately that Curtis Samuel leaves. He's not going to do the things of the rusher that Samuel does, and he's probably not going to get enough targets with Moore and Anderson there to be a top 40 wide receiver in 2021. But we saw what that connection with Robbie Anderson did for him moving to the Panthers, and now we got a similar situation with Marshall. I think he's an easy first-round pick in rookie-only drafts.
All right, and then in terms of the seasonal factor here, in terms of comparing him to the other two receivers on the team with DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson. Now, you mentioned Robbie Anderson getting to Carolina. He's being reunited with a quarterback who knows him, so there's that relationship that those two guys have, Robbie Anderson, Sam Darnold. DJ Moore still projects to be the best wide receiver on this team. But Marshall now, is he better than Anderson? Would you draft Marshall over Anderson?
I'm not there yet because I don't know how healthy he is, but the fact that we can probably see him adapt to this offense a lot quicker than other rookies in the NFL, and especially the ones that you brought up in Seattle and LA. Yeah, he's going to be better than them. He will contribute sooner than them in his respective offense. I think it hurts them a little bit. I think it does ding them, provided that he's healthy and participating in training camp in July.
Now, to be fair, those three receivers, what they did last year, and they were all very good, top 30 wide receivers, depending on the format you looked at. Christian McCaffrey played 3 games.
Right.
He's now back, hopefully, for 17 games. How much does that change all these guys?
It will have an impact, but Mike Davis was on a 100-target pace for most of that time. So I think it's probably like 20 to 30 more targets going to running backs than last year, not 120 like McCaffrey gets. And we talked about it with the guys last night, that they were finally going to say, they're giving Daniel Jones the chance. Like, we're going to find out if Daniel Jones is any good. Well, we're giving Sam Darnold a chance. You put him with DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson, and Terrace Marshall. If he's any good at all, he's going to look good in this offense.
And McCaffrey, and don't forget about the great Dan Arnold. They signed him as a tight end as well.
Gives him size.
So, a guy who's been probably, relaxing tonight, watching our show. I'm sure keep an eye on the NFL draft. He's one of the hardest working guys in the business. He hosts our Fantasy Football Today podcast. Adam Azer joining us here on the Fantasy Football Today watch party. Adam, I know that Terrace Marshall was a guy that you're very fond of coming into the draft process. What do you think about this landing spot for him? Go to Carolina, joining Sam Darnold, playing with DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson. Is this a good spot for him?
Not really. I think that he's potentially awesome and fell because of medical issues. You guys talked all about him, and people are really excited about him, but I really wanted him to go to the Saints or the Packers. That seems so much more exciting to be the number 2 wide receiver on the Saints or the Packers rather than the number 2. I think he'll end up being the number 2 wide receiver on the Carolina Panthers. This is really making Sam Darnold interesting in a 2-quarterback league. You're not going to draft him in a 1 QB league, but this is by far the most talent. I mean, he gets to play with Robbie Anderson. He never got, oh, well, he played Robbie Anderson. But no, this is a big upgrade for Sam Darnold, and I think he will overtake Robbie Anderson at some point this year. He's got Justin Jefferson potential, not superstar 1,400-yard best rookie receiver ever potential, because who has that really? But to be a bigger guy who can play in the slot. It's really hard to cover with good speed. I know they played at LSU, but that's really not the big thing for me. It's the size, speed, and slot combination that's really exciting. And I think he's going to be the second best receiver on the team. I'm very high on DJ Moore. And I think it's going to take a little time. But I'm excited about this pick. I just wish he had gone to the Saints or the Packers.
All right, Saints, Packers, teams that have bigger needs at wide receiver than Carolina does. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Heath. So at the end of the first round into the second round, you got guys like Tony and Bateman and the destinations that they ended up. Tony to the Giants, Bateman to the Ravens. You got Elijah Moore to the Jets, Rondale Moore to the Cardinals, and then the other two guys that feel more like gadget players with Haskins and Atwell. Is Terrence Marshall a better fantasy option than those guys?
He's number 4 right now among the rookies. He might be number 3 in PPR, because I don't think Jalen Waddle is going to be a guy who catches a lot of balls, but I don't see how you can rank Terrace Marshall ahead of Jalen Waddle. Yes, he is, in my opinion, easily better than them. Now, if De'Ami Brown ends up going to the Packers or the Saints, my initial reaction would probably be to make De'Ami Brown number 4 and Marshall number 5. But yeah, easily for me, he's the 4th most exciting wide receiver for fantasy purposes right now.
All right, Adam, let's circle back to something that happened earlier in round 2, and that was the Broncos trading up to get Javonte Williams. And, you know, their running back situation, looking at it in the way that it unfolded this offseason with Phillip Lindsay being allowed to walk away, he ends up going to Houston. Melvin Gordon looked like he was in a great spot. Now the Broncos clearly telling you that maybe he's not in a great spot. So what do you think about Denver's backfield and Javonte Williams ending up in the orange for the Broncos?
Not going to lie, this is one that I think is going to change a lot from now until August. We got to see how it plays out. We got to see what the coaches are saying. But I think this puts Melvin Gordon on notice. I expect right now Melvin Gordon has the starting job. And if Williams is just kind of the complimentary piece, then really neither of them is going to be that good, because there were only 9 games that Gordon and Lindsay played together. Or maybe it was 10 games that they both played. And Melvin Gordon averaged 12 carries per game. It was a little bit more later on in the season. They kind of featured him a little bit more, but I expect Javonte Williams to be better than Phillip Lindsay. I think they both could play a little bit in the passing game. Williams had 25 catches, same as Michael Carter last year, but I would expect Gordon to get more there. But the second Melvin Gordon starts struggling, I think Williams has the better chance, and maybe the only chance, to be a real feature back in this offense. So I don't know that I want to draft either of them in the first 5 rounds, but I kind of think that Gordon might have a slightly better chance of having a better year. But if one of them has a chance for a great year without an injury, it's Javonte Williams, and I would prefer to draft him.
And then you're looking at it with the Giants. I know you were thrilled that they didn't get Devontae Smith. You didn't want Devontae Smith on the Giants. You were happier that they ended up trading down first time for Dave Gettleman and getting Kadarius Toney. I'm clearly kidding, because Adam was hoping to get Devontae Smith, who he's already anointed as a person who will be in the Hall of Fame, whether as a player or as a visitor. But the Giants in round 2 at the 50th selection, they take an edge rusher, Azeez Ojulari. What do you think about that, adding to their defense?
Yeah, I think their defense was really, really good last year, but they stayed very healthy, and they probably got a little bit lucky. But now they've added Adoree Jackson at number 2 corner. And number 2 corner was a disaster for the Giants last year. They cycled through 3 or 4 players, and they were all pretty bad. Teaming him with Bradbury is great. Logan Ryan, Jabril Peppers, they've got a really good secondary, and they have some other young players in the secondary. What they were really missing was the edge rusher. This is a player that a lot of people think was a steal with this pick. I can't really say I scouted him or anything like that, but it's the right position. It was the right position to take there. So I think it was a really good pick. It was a smart pick. They've been able to trade down. They're going to have a lot of picks next year, which is great. So far, I think people think that Dave Gettleman's done a really good job. I think that it was weak that they didn't get Devontae Smith, and you have to do whatever it takes to get him. But considering that option wasn't on the table, they've done a good job with their 2 picks. And the Giants DST, actually, Leonard Williams was a sack machine last year for an interior player. If you can get a pass rush from the edge, the Giants DST could be really, really good. And the NFC East actually could have two great defenses in Washington and the Giants and a solid one in Philadelphia.
Yep, we'll see how things unfold for the rest of the draft. Adam, hang tight. We'll get your opinions on some of the offensive players once they're picked going into round 3 as we're wrapping up round 2. Last 5 selections here off the board. 57, as we told you, Tutu Atwell to the Rams. Nick Bolton goes to the Chiefs, linebacker out of Missouri. Terrence Marshall, wide receiver from LSU, goes to the Carolina Panthers to help them replace departed Curtis Samuel. And a couple picks we'll catch you up on. The Saints at number 60 take linebacker Pete Werner from Ohio State. And the Bills get another edge rusher. They took one in the first round with Russo from Miami. Get Carlos Basham Jr., edge rusher from Wake Forest. To tell us about those picks, Warner and Basham, our buddy John Berger joins us again here on the Fantasy Football Today watch party. So, John, tell us about Werner and Basham. Start with Werner going to the Saints, linebacker out of Ohio State.
It's interesting watching the Saints in this draft, what they're doing. You know, in the first round, they picked up Peyton Turner, their defensive end out of Houston, and then they go to Pete Werner. So it's almost, you can tell kind of the profile of athlete they're trying to build this defensive round. If you were to ask me coming into this draft, what do the Saints need? And my answer would be pretty much everything. I mean, it was a disaster in terms of what they had available to salary cap. There's nothing that this team doesn't need. Obviously, they're going to start defensively and build from the inside out. Pete Werner is one of these guys from Ohio State. He looks the part at 6'3", 242. He looks like the NFL linebacker. I think he's best suited for a defense that plans on not only running but staying in the 4-3 and allows him the flexibility to move up and down the line of scrimmage. Little bit unknown in terms of him coming into the draft. There was a lot of people that thought he was going to be up in the high first, low second round. There were some scouts that I talked to and GMs that had him as low as 4th to the 5th round. A little bit surprised he went in this spot. Certainly looks the bill, certainly has all the speed and athleticism. He's been a mainstay of that defense. He's been very consistent, and I think that's what you're seeing the Saints do with the type of people that they're bringing into this draft. As I mentioned before, Turner out of Houston, now Pete Werner. They're clearly looking for a certain profile for these defenders, and a lot of this is about flexibility and character and leadership skills. I think it's a good pickup in this spot.
And then tell us about Basham going to the Bills, the edge rusher from Wake Forest.
Big kid, close to 280 pounds at 6'3". You look at his build and coming off the edge, he's one of the better guys coming off the edge of the simple bull rush. I mean, he's a big, thick, strong defender, not as flexible as you'll see some of the edge rushers that we've seen go early in the draft, for instance, Azeez Ojulari. But this is a big-time player in terms of his ability to get to the quarterback, and he can just muscle you. And that's what he did the best. I a little bit surprised he went in this spot. I thought he was going to drop down to the 3rd, maybe the 4th round. But he's got a great reputation in the league. The offensive coordinators had a lot of great things to say about him. And he's more of a muscle type defensive end edge rusher coming off. Not a great deal of skill in terms of his portfolio of moves, if you will, coming off the edge, but very productive at Wake and is highly respected in terms of the offensive coordinators in that league.
Well, the Bills certainly trying to add to their defense. We saw what they did at the end of the first round last night, taking Gregory Rousseau, another edge rusher out of Miami. So trying to get some more pressure on the opposing quarterbacks, maybe gearing up for another matchup with Patrick Mahomes in the AFC Championship game after losing to the Chiefs last season. John, thank you for breaking down those two guys. I'm sure we'll be back talking to you as the 3rd round is about to get started here with the NFL draft, but still wrapping up the 2nd round. And the Packers taking another offensive lineman, and I say another offensive lineman because that's really the first offensive lineman that they've taken, and it's a piece to help Aaron Rodgers. Finally, they lose Corey Linsley in free agency. They take a center, seems to be ready to play center right away. That's according to Chris Trapasso. Josh Myers out of Ohio State. I'm just trying to catch up here because I'm all over the place. But yeah, Josh Myers, offensive lineman from Ohio State, as Chris Trapasso writes, ready to go center who recognizes stunts and blitzes and can get there because of his first step quickness. So again, losing Corey Linsley, he goes and signs with the Chargers. How do you think Myers helps this Packers offense?
He could end up being pretty good. I think there's some technique issues that he has to work out. This is a coaching staff that has developed some pretty good offensive linemen, especially interior linemen. So I like his chances to actually go in there and do that. This is a step in the right direction. It's funny that you bring it up, that it took them only 2 years to get a piece for Aaron Rodgers here on this offense. and it could be a pretty good one. He was one of the best centers in the class. I don't know if I'm ready to say he's going to be a starter by week 1, but he's got the chance to be there. That's a good thing for the Green Bay Packers.
Heath, we know that they lose Lindsley and David Bakhtiari, their star tackle, coming off a knee injury. So now addressing the center position, and reports are Bakhtiari will be ready for week 1. Make you feel a little bit better about Aaron Rodgers, maybe repeating as the number 1 fantasy quarterback?
I want to know how it makes him feel. I mean, does this make him want to stay in Green Bay? It doesn't seem like the type of move that's going to want to make him stay in Green Bay. Yeah, I mean, it's important to protect him. This should help, if nothing else, provide a little bit of depth in case they suffer injuries at the offensive line. He's right now somebody you draft as a low-end number 1 quarterback, and I think you probably don't let all the news of the last 2 days affect you too much. He's not really going to retire, right?
I don't think so. The reports are if he does retire, he has to give back $11.5 million each season based on his signing bonus, but he seems to have a job potentially ready for him if he wants to go host Jeopardy. I doubt he wants to quit playing. He's playing at a very high level, winning the MVP and getting close to a Super Bowl once again. So we'll see what happens with the Packers. But you say low-end number 1 quarterback. We've talked a lot about, some of the changes that have happened to the quarterback position. Joe Burrow getting a weapon in Jamar Chase. Tom Brady bringing back all of his guys with Antonio Brown and Rob Gronkowski and keeping Chris Godwin. You have Justin Herbert getting help with an offensive lineman last night. You have Jalen Hurts getting another piece. Where does Rodgers stack up for you? And then Dave, you can follow.
I mean, for me, I would actually put him right behind Brady right now. I think they're in very similar situations.
At what number?
At 12.
Oh, wow.
At 12.
Okay.
So, yeah, I mean, it literally is the back end, and it's so difficult. You talked about the changes at quarterback. Well, the change at quarterback is that if you don't run for 400 yards, it's really hard to be a top 10 guy. Now, we saw Rodgers do that last year, but we saw him do that with a touchdown rate that was 50% higher than his career average, and his career average is the second best number ever. So I think if everything goes exactly the same for Aaron Rodgers next year, you should expect him to throw 10 to 15 fewer touchdown passes. He's not going to repeat that type of production, and since he doesn't run, that likely means he's not going to be a top 7 or 8 quarterback.
It's hard to be the league MVP, and it's even harder to play at an MVP level the second year in a row. Exhibit A is Patrick Mahomes after he won the MVP. Exhibit B is Lamar Jackson after he won the MVP. And there were things involved that weren't necessarily about play declining or talent declining. Rodgers is old on top of everything else. And don't forget about what he was like in 2019. He wasn't that great in fantasy. There was a reason why he was a late round pick in our 2020 mocks. And then he goes out there and he crushes it. And we can talk about how, Green Bay did something nice. They gave Aaron Rodgers something. He still doesn't have a great second receiver yet. He's had to kind of cultivate Robert Tonyan and Marquez Valdez-Scantling, and he's been through a bunch of other wide receivers to try and be that number 2 guy. And he still found a way to get it done with one really good wide receiver.
The best.
I've got him ranked 7th, and it feels too high for me. He's going to move down.
Okay, you bring up the rushing. Burrow's not going to run. I don't know where you have him ranked in comparison.
Brady's run more than Rodgers.
Brady's not going to run.
That's true.
Herbert's not going to run.
No.
Oh, yeah, he will.
A little. He'll run more. I would guess
more than Rodgers.
He'll run for touchdowns. I don't think you're going to see him.
But he's not going to run more than Rodgers. You can't bank on touchdowns. Hurts is going to run.
Yeah.
But is Jalen Hurts going to be better than Aaron Rodgers? That's
as a passer,
a huge question. And again, we'll see what Green Bay does. There are still some pretty nice wide receivers that are still available, and we know that their running game, their running backs are a big part of what they do in the passing game. So Rodgers could still surprise some people. And I think the one thing, just to kind of piggyback on what you said, when Mahomes won the MVP, he was drafted as number 1 quarterback. When Jackson won the MVP, he was drafted as number 1 quarterback. We're not ranking Rodgers as the number 1 quarterback despite winning the MVP and being number 1. You have him 12, you have him 7, I have him in the same range. So he's toward the back end of the number 1 quarterbacks, whether it's the top end of the back half or in your case, Heath, the back end. He could still be a very good number 1 fantasy quarterback without the expectation of being the number 1 guy once again. Speaking of the number 1 quarterback going into the season, Patrick Mahomes, what did he get? He got another offensive lineman. Creed Humphrey is the selection for the Packers. Our lovely site here on CBS Sports has flipped the draft tracker on me, so I got to go back and look and see a little bit more about Creed Humphrey and our buddy Chris Trapasso giving him a B+, the offensive lineman from Oklahoma. So you mentioned that they didn't have the first-round pick. They got Orlando Brown in trade from Baltimore. Now they add another offensive lineman to this mix. They're getting the doctor back. We know that they added other pieces as well. So you feeling pretty good about Patrick Mahomes in this offense right now?
Well, I think you look what happened in the Super Bowl last year, and the Chiefs saw that, no, Patrick Mahomes is not magic. He cannot play without an offensive line. Half their offensive, 3/5 their offensive line got hurt. and it wasn't good enough. Well, now they've got Kyle Long as a swing tackle, and they've got now a backup center they just drafted in the second round. That things are looking much, much better, even if they have injuries on the offensive line.
They drafted the better center than Green Bay. Creed Humphrey is a better center than Josh Myers, one man's opinion. So this is just Andy Reid continuing to stockpile offensive linemen, realizing his huge mistake from the Super Bowl. I still can't believe it. And they're going to have a strength with that front five. He's going to be a starter for them for a while.
Quickly, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, number 1 running back again, number 2?
Right on that fence. Number 2 more than number 1.
Low end number 2.
Low end number 2.
Low end number. I don't feel confident they're going to throw the ball to him very much. They threw it more to Darrell Williams last year. They just added Jerick McKinnon as a depth piece. I worry about his reception total. Mahomes doesn't throw to his running backs as much as Alex Smith did.
And what do they do when they get inside the 5-yard line?
They jet sweeps to Tyreek Hill.
And Patrick Mahomes running in, or Mahomes finding Travis Kelce.
Right.
This isn't a team that just likes to hammer it in with its running back.
It's going to be interesting to see how he does. A lot of people expecting him to bounce back. And look, he had a good first half of his rookie campaign. Then Le'Veon Bell came in, and we'll see what the Chiefs do. Like you said, they had Jerick McKinnon to enhance their backfield, but there is no Damien Williams, so people are getting a little bit more excited about Clyde Edwards-Helaire in year 2. All right, the final selection of the second round of the NFL draft goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and they draft a quarterback, maybe the heir apparent to Tom Brady. So
another one?
Danny Cannell is joining us here on the Fantasy Football Today watch party. You said that Kyle Trask might be a 6th round pick. I kind of joked, maybe he doesn't go drafted. But here we are, another Gator going in the NFL draft in round 2. Kyle Trask goes to the Bucs. Danny, what do you think about this pick for Tampa Bay, maybe finding the heir apparent to Tom Brady?
I actually like it. I do. And I think he'll do a fantastic job of holding Tom Brady up at the next boat parade when he's had too much avocado tequila. Like, he'll be that guy for a year. But in all seriousness, like, when you think about Kyle Trask, he doesn't have the blazing speed. He doesn't have the cannon for an arm. So that's why he wasn't talked about in the top 5 quarterbacks. So he's kind of been disrespected somewhat. Needs to develop something, needs talent around him. Like, you could see a connection kind of into a Tom Brady-like dismissal of him at the college level. I thought he was outstanding. I thought you noticed when he took over, it was against Kentucky, had an opportunity to come into play, and he just starts making plays. And he's not the fastest, but I think he's got pretty good mobility for somebody who doesn't run faster than a 4.9 40. He just has a pretty good feel for where to get around. He's big, he's physical. He doesn't have a cannon for an arm, but in Dan Mullen's system, working with, Kyle Pitts and Kadarius Toney and some of the weapons he had, he put up prolific numbers against a lot of these defensive backs that we've seen go off in the first round and before him. So I think this is a flyer pick for the Bucs to say, you know what? Tom Brady can't play forever. Let's see what we got. And again, just like I don't think I don't think Trey Lance or Zach Wilson would have been drafted 2 and 3 7 or 8 years ago. I don't think Kyle Trask would have been taken in the second round 7 or 8 years ago, but everyone is overdrafted. And so the Bucs are looking at the future and they're saying, well, maybe we'll give Kyle Trask a chance. I think he fits the system. And I think it's a pretty good fit. Like, I love it for Kyle Trask because his story is phenomenal. He waited, he stuck it out, waited in high school behind Derek King, then didn't transfer out of Florida and waited for his opportunity. I mean, I love the intangibles of him. I have a little bit concerned about the upside. Like, has he maxed out in Gainesville is kind of what it feels like. But put him in the right system, let him learn behind the GOAT, and maybe he'll get an opportunity to be that heir apparent.
Danny Cannell loves the Kyle Pitts selection, loves Kyle Trask selection. Just take that Seminoles helmet behind you, move it out of the way.
I'm just like this. I'm just doing this stuff.
You love the SEC. We know how you are. All right, Danny, thanks for the breakdown of Kyle Trask going to Tampa Bay here on the Fantasy Football Today watch party. So, guys, we saw 5 quarterbacks go in the first round. Kyle Trask goes in the second round. The fantasy aspect of Kyle Trask is what long-term?
I don't know if he's even going to get the chance to be the heir apparent to Tom Brady because I don't know when Tom Brady's hanging it up. He can just keep on playing until he's 45 or 48 years old. Why not, man? He's been great and he's continuing to play great. But I get what Danny's saying and I agree with it because we're talking about a quarterback that's not necessarily cannon armed or pinpoint precise, but he's smart. He's a good pocket passer, and there's a lot that he can learn from Tom Brady. And in a pinch, if Brady misses a game, this is someone who should be serviceable for fantasy. He should be able to at least distribute the football to Evans and Godwin and Antonio Brown. In the deepest of 2 quarterback leagues, if I draft Tom Brady, my last pick will be Kyle Trask.
Okay, so if you have a roster spot to carry, and probably 4 quarterbacks at that point because you're going to need a third, so Kyle Trask could be a 4th option just in case. Let's look long-term here because rookie-only drafts, dynasty leagues, he's probably not playing very much, if at all, barring an injury in 2021. But let's just say the Bucs decide to move on from Brady, or Brady retires after winning another Super Bowl. They're the 2nd favorite, according to Las Vegas, based on the odds. If he does take over and has Godwin and Evans and whoever's the 3rd guy, whether it's Tyler Johnson or Scott Miller or whatever they decide to do, because Gronk is probably gone as well, and Bruce Arians is still there, does this guy have maybe more appeal than anyone drafted in the first round?
Unless you're going to Kansas City and for some reason Patrick Mahomes doesn't exist anymore, you'd be hard pressed to find a better combination of talent around you and the head coach. So yeah, if he ends up in a situation magically somehow where he's going to be the starter, then he is more interesting than I thought he was going to be. I would have preferred Davis Mills if I was in this situation. I had him before Trask, but you'll have to really consider it now because Trask is in a situation with a quarterback who, while he might play until he's 50, he is one of the more likely quarterbacks to retire in the next couple of years. And he's in a situation with a great head coach and great weapons all the way around him. So it's an outstanding landing spot for that purpose, but not somebody that's probably going to do anything at all with his legs. And so his ceiling is going to be capped to probably, at the very best, he sneaks into the top 12 conversation at some point.
And it could be everybody leaves. Brady goes, Arians retires again for the 2nd time, Gronk is gone, Antonio Brown's gone, Godwin's on a different team. I mean, everything could be totally different for Kyle Trask when he eventually does start for Tampa Bay, if in fact he ever does start for Tampa Bay. So that's the final selection of the 2nd round, Kyle Trask going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We start the 3rd round with the Jaguars taking a safety in Andre Sisco from Syracuse, and then the Minnesota Vikings make things a little bit interesting by taking Kellen Mond, quarterback from Texas A&M. So Davis Mills still on the board with the Vikings going with Kellen Mond. So we're going to bring back Danny Cannell here to break down this selection. So Danny, Kellen Mond, I don't know if he's going to play right away because Kirk Cousins still should be the quarterback for the Minnesota Vikings. But unless you're asking Pete Prisco, he thinks they maybe should move on from Kirk Cousins at some point. What do you think about Mond going to Minnesota and maybe becoming the heir apparent there to Kirk Cousins if eventually he does move on at some point in the future, 2022 and beyond?
I think a lot of this has to do with Kirk Cousins' contractual situation, where this is kind of a make or break season for Kirk Cousins if he gets another deal with the Minnesota Vikings. So the Vikings are probably trying to gain some leverage. And it almost, I don't know about how you guys felt, but it just felt like some of the kind of things you heard coming out of Minnesota, there might have been a little bit of buyer's remorse, like they want just a little bit more out of Kirk Cousins, and in those primetime situations, they need him to step up. So it does 2 things. One, it lights a fire under Kirk Cousins' butt if he needs it, kind of say, hey, we need you to take that next step. But it also gives you some leverage if they do want to go in a different direction. If they decide, you know what, like a lot of teams are deciding, good isn't good enough. You have to be great. I mean, that's why the Rams moved on from Jared Goff. I mean, you can go on just a run of teams that are looking at pretty good quarterbacks, and they're moving on from them. And I think the Vikings are saying, man, this is an opportunity to get a young, talented quarterback, who I think I had him rated ahead of Kyle Trask because I think the upside is more. There's more potential there, and he fits today's game a little bit better too. And I actually think there's some value here. And I know Brady Quinn was high on Kellen Mond too. And you look at his completion percentage and it doesn't blow you away, 63%. And you're like, well, wait a second. All these college kids are, completing 70+% of their passes. Well, Kellen Mond, playing for Jimbo Fisher, was in a system where they had him do a lot of NFL-style schemes, play action pass, forcing the ball downfield. You didn't see a lot of little bubble screens and underneath high percentage throws. And he puts a lot on your plate at the line of scrimmage and as a quarterback, and he coaches you hard. There's a lot of pressure on you playing for Jimbo Fisher, and Kellen Mond excelled in that situation. So I think Kirk Cousins will be pushed, and if Kirk Cousins doesn't elevate his play, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, this one to me feels more similar to the Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes situation, because I think Kirk Cousins could be good, just like Alex Smith was kind of good, got them to the playoffs, and they said, you know what, we're going to bet on the young, talented guy. That's where I think this situation could go. You could see the Vikings say, yeah, you were good, but we're going to try to get a little bit better, and that's a tremendous opportunity for Kellen Mond.
Could you see, Danny, at some point, because we know Minnesota, and it wasn't the offense's fault, it was really the defense and the injuries and the guys who opted out and everything that happened to the Vikings. But if they get off to a slow start again, could you see maybe a change coming because Mike Zimmer may feel a little bit of heat and his job could be in jeopardy if he doesn't get some wins and maybe a long playoff push that they could make a switch during the season this year? Forget about the contract, just in terms of play, moving on from Kirk Cousins.
I could. I mean, it's always kind of a what-if situation. How do things unfold? I mean, they're trying to shore up the offensive line. You know, you try to get Dalvin Cook going. That offense is going to be driven around Dalvin Cook. But when I think of what that offense could be, Kirk Cousins is limited in some of the play-action pass that they could do. Some of the rollouts and boots and RPOs and things that the way the game is evolving, Kellen Mond could flourish in there. So, and you've got a younger mind in Clint Kubiak taking over as the play caller. So maybe he wants to get a little bit more innovative, and you get somebody who's more athletic in there who can throw it really well. Maybe that is the opportunity there. But I think it always, of course, it's going to see how the season unfolds. If they're, 4-0 or 6-2, you're not going to see a move made. But if they're around 500 and it's just not kind of elevating like I was talking about, then yeah, I could see a change being made.
All right, Danny, great breakdown of Kellen Mond and the Vikings hangout, because we could start to see a quarterback run happening here with Trask and Mond coming off the board. So we may see Davis Mills coming off the board relatively soon. Let's talk about Kellen Mond and his fantasy aspects. And again, Heath, I'll start with you from the Dynasty perspective, because that's really what the bigger conversation is. Trask eventually replacing Tom Brady, Mond eventually replacing Kirk Cousins. Who do you like better?
I like Trask slightly better. Now, that was the way it was before the draft as well. Again, it is a situation where Mond could have an opportunity if Kirk Cousins leaves, and he does have great weapons, at least one, with Justin Jefferson that will be there in 2 years, but it's not...
Probably Irv Smith, too.
Right, possibly Irv Smith as well. It's not quite the same situation with Bruce Arians. In fact, if Kirk Cousins is gone, it might be likely that Mike Zimmer is gone, and he's learning a second system in 2 years, taking over as a starting quarterback. So I don't really think either of these two are very likely to be fantasy starters, but if something happened to Tom Brady midseason, we're picking up and starting Kyle Trask in 2 QB because of his situation, I think. If something happens to Kirk Cousins, it might take a little longer with Mond, especially since right now in the situation the Vikings have, it's going to be a low-volume pass attack.
And it could be a low-volume pass attack if Mond does take over, if something happens to Kirk Cousins this season, but I see it a little bit differently. I think Mond does have potential to put up some decent fantasy numbers if he gets the opportunity in Minnesota with Kirk Cousins sideline. And Cousins is under contract for 2 more years. They can't cut him. The dead cap money is ridiculous.
But we've seen, with
they can
Goff
trade him and get away
with Wentz.
maybe
those
the
things
Vikings
happen.
eat it. Maybe they eat a lot of money if they move on from Kirk Cousins after this year, but that's when it's going to happen. It's not going to happen before this year. I think Mond does have some potential because of the way fantasy is these days, where you like to have a quarterback who can run a little bit. Mond did that. I love his throwing motion. He's got this effortless throwing motion, but he's inconsistent as a passer. He does have a strong arm. He could be interesting if he had an opportunity to play 3, 4, 5 games in Minnesota.
The one thing I'll just disagree on, Heath, about in terms of this season, I would not be surprised just knowing Bruce Arians if he sticks with Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah.
If over a rookie, just knowing what this roster looks like and what they have. While Trask may be better than Gabbert right now, and I don't know if he is. We'll find out. But I could see that move happening. Whereas the Vikings, if they need a spark, it would probably be going to the young guy and maybe giving him an opportunity to have some success there. So Mond goes 66 to the Minnesota Vikings quarterback out of Texas A&M. Following that pick, we got number 67, a very interesting selection. The Houston Texans take Davis Mills, quarterback from Stanford. So we know what's going on. There's some off-field issues with Deshaun Watson. We don't need to get into it here, but clearly a lot of speculation about will he start for Houston in the 2021 campaign. They bring in Tyrod Taylor to be the veteran presence in case Deshaun Watson's not there because of a potential suspension, and maybe now Davis Mills could be the quarterback of the future if Watson does stay in the NFL and play in 2021 and maybe gets traded, and Davis Mills could become the quarterback there for the Houston Texans. So I think we have Danny Cannell back once again to talk about Davis Mills. So obviously a lot of play here, Danny, with the Houston Texans not knowing whether Deshaun Watson's going to play, going to be suspended, given some of the off-field issues there. But what do you think about Davis Mills going to Houston?
So, remember when we first started talking QBs at the beginning of the night, I said I'll give you better takes on the quarterbacks depending on where they land. Man, if Davis Mills was in Tampa, like where Kyle Trask is, I'd be like, oh, this is a great spot for him. Hasn't played a lot of football. You know, he's athletic, he's tall, the scouts salivate at just the raw potential there. Now he's in Houston. I'm like, yeesh. Like, it's just, there's a lot going on with the franchise. A lot of the free agents they signed were one-year deals that guys took the deal because they couldn't get longer-term deals anywhere else. And they're like, well, I got to get paid this year, so I'm going to go there. And no one really wants to go to this franchise. It's a journeyman head coach. Like, it's a mess. So I worry about that for Davis Mills. But the quarterback, like, I think this is could be the sleepers of the draft because his career at Stanford was sleepy. I mean, he didn't get much playing time, but this is a player who was rated higher than Tua Tagovailoa, than a lot of these other quarterbacks. Kellen Mond, he was rated higher than Kellen Mond coming out of high school. Of this draft class, he was one of the top quarterbacks, if not the top quarterback coming out of high school. Goes to Stanford, and David Shaw's had a little bit of a rough patch there. But the end of last year and a shortened COVID year, he showed flashes of brilliance. His pro day, which was, I actually think benefited him because it was cold, it was rainy, it was like 50 degrees, but he went out and completed like 50 of 54 of his passes and didn't let it bother him. I think that kind of showed some people, oh, this is somebody who can handle an NFL type schedule, NFL weather. Not that that's going to impact him in Houston now, but it did, it was something that just kind of flashed. Again, it concerns me somewhat. Somebody who flashes that much, was a little bit inconsistent as a passer in college, but he really flashes in shorts and a t-shirt. But the raw potential is there, which I think is what the Texans are taking a shot at him.
Danny, 3 years from now, the best quarterback of Kyle Trask, Mond, and Davis Mills will be who?
Kellen Mond. I mean, I think Kellen Mond has a legitimate chance, especially if Kirk Cousins stumbles at all. And you get Dalvin Cook, and you get an offensive line that's improving, and and of course this is assuming Justin Jefferson is a wide receiver. Like, you got some talent there, young talent to build around you. You would think the defense would get better. I think it'd be Kellen Mond because the situation could be the best. And with Kyle Trask, I just don't know if he gets that opportunity in 2 or 3 years. I mean, we're sitting here, maybe it's in 1 year, and if it is, then he's got some talent, but he's going to be able to keep the band together again. So I almost feel like Kellen Mond, combination of athleticism and potential combined with the situation, I think it's a pretty good fit.
All right, Danny. 3 quarterbacks, 1 to end the second round with Kyle Trask, 2 to start the third round. Kellen Mond going to the Vikings at 66th overall. Davis Mills going to the Texans at 67 overall. Thank you for the great breakdown there of those 3 quarterbacks. Guys, let's talk about it from a fantasy perspective because now we have the second group of quarterbacks. We saw the first 5 that went in the first round. Trask again ends the second round, and then these 2 guys, Mond and Davis Mills. We spoke about Trask, we spoke about Mond. Davis Mills could be the starting quarterback for the Texans. I don't think it will be 2021 week 1 because that could be Tyrod Taylor if Deshaun Watson's not there. But if in fact he does get that job, what do you think?
I think it could be a disaster, honestly. I think that offense could be in big trouble because Mills wasn't a complete quarterback, in my opinion, at Stanford. He missed a lot of throws. He's a good anticipatory thrower. He's a smooth passer. I think he's got a good enough arm strength, but I'm not sure how perfect he is at reading defenses. He's good at it. Is he great at it? Is his footwork great, or is it just okay? What's his health like? He had a knee issue. So there are things about Davis Mills that make me nervous, and then you're putting him, you're throwing him right to the Lions behind a bad offensive line and an incomplete receiving core. This could be a disaster if he ended up having to play for the Texans this year.
Yeah, it's interesting because I did actually like him the most of the 3 quarterbacks before that. And I do think that there is a chance, with Watson could be gone and there's an opportunity, but you don't want him starting this year in Houston. It's just an awful situation. So it would be much better if he sat for a year behind Tyrod Taylor. On the other hand, it's been a pretty good gig to be a rookie quarterback starting out the year behind Tyrod Taylor. We had Baker Mayfield throw 30 touchdown passes, and Justin Herbert was even better. So maybe that's all you need is just to spend a summer under Taylor.
And I get the pick. I mean, this is the Texans' first pick in the draft. They're just going to take the best available player. Not only did they probably do that, maybe there are a couple other players at other positions that might be better overall, but it's probably a need for them to get a quarterback and someone to develop and move forward.
And again, we're not going to get into the Deshaun Watson situation. He's being accused of some things, with his off-the-field issues, and so we don't know if he's going to be suspended. We don't know if he's going to be eligible to play and still a trade comes into play for Houston. So they are doing their due diligence to shore up the most important position if, in fact, Deshaun Watson is no longer a member of the Texans or isn't allowed to play in the 2021 campaign and beyond. With the number 68 selection, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Mayfield, offensive lineman from Michigan. Adam Major is going to join us again, our podcast host here. And we're not going to talk about the offensive line per se for the Falcons. We're going to look at really what the offense is looking like for Atlanta, specifically this backfield, because we know they drafted Kyle Pitts in the first round. They select the safety to start the second round, and now they go offensive lineman in the third round. And with each selection, Mike Davis is looking more and more attractive. Adam, what do you think about Mike Davis if he's the starting running back for Atlanta in 2021?
It's kind of weird. I think I would have no choice but to like him. I think, we just talked about, last time I was on, we talked about Javonte Williams. Who would you rather have, Javonte Williams or Melvin Gordon or Mike Davis? I think a lot of people would go with Mike Davis. I would probably go with Javonte Williams. So the thing with Mike Davis is he had a good opportunity last year, right? He was on a team that threw to him a ton, gave him a lot of work, and at the beginning he was great. And then toward the end of the season, he looked like a backup running back. So I don't really believe in his talent. I don't think the Falcons are going to have a very good run game this year. I'll just go ahead and say that. And I think he's a fifth-round pick, something like that. People might get excited about the opportunity and take him a little bit earlier, but I don't think he's a top 50 pick right now in a redraft league.
All right, so we've been saying it. Myles Gaskin dodging pick after pick. Mike Davis dodging pick after pick. He's looking more and more attractive.
He's looking like a number 2 fantasy running back is what it's looking like, and he's going to have an opportunity to lead the Falcons in touches in that backfield as long as he stays healthy. But I still believe that this Atlanta offense will continue to run through Matt Ryan, continue to run through the wide receivers and tight ends that they have, and that means that he won't have necessarily the same type of workload that Derrick Henry had once upon a time when Arthur Smith was calling plays for him.
All right, so and Adam, you could chime in on this. So he posed the question, one of the Broncos running backs or Mike Davis, if Davis escapes the NFL draft process as the lead running back?
Oh, I think it's Mike Davis. He won't have probably 250 touches is what you're looking at for Mike Davis, but I think that's more than you're going to get from Melvin Gordon. I think maybe it's not a good run offense for the Falcons. I don't think it's going to be bad though. How do you put 6 in the box? You got Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, and Kyle Pitts running down the field. So and you can't leave anybody to cover the running back in the passing game.
Imagine the screen game. And Mike Davis can catch the football.
And he's sharing with Cordero Patterson, who has been really, really bad almost all the time that he's played running back. He's maybe the best return man ever, and he's going to help the Falcons. And Kadri Allison, who couldn't get on the field with Ito Smith. So, if this is their running back room, Adam said he's not a top 50 pick now, and maybe he's not. Maybe we need to wait 1 or 2 more rounds. But if this is their running back room in August, he's an easy 4th-round pick.
Adam?
Oh. I just don't think he will be. That's the thing. Okay, maybe I agree with you there. He's a 4th-round pick if this is their room, but somebody's going to get cut during the preseason, and the Falcons are going to sign some veteran. I just don't see them going with Mike Davis as their lead back, their workhorse back, and not giving him some competition. Jordan Howard gets cut or something like that. He ends up on the Falcons. I just don't think Mike Davis is that kind of player, and they have to address it. And there have been hardly any running backs selected in this draft. So there's still time for them to take someone. Usually day 3 picks are not very good. I'll say that. But it could be a player like Josh Kelly who just has a role, and Mike Davis would have to be as good as Austin. He won't be as good as Austin Eckler, but he'd have to be really efficient. I just don't believe in Mike Davis, and I don't believe that this is their running back room in week 1.
So we don't talk about this a lot, and Adam, you stay part of this as well. Trading during the NFL draft in the Dynasty League. So Mike Davis' stock is rising as each day passes. Myles Gaskin's stock is rising as each pick passes. Are you actively shopping those guys, knowing that there's still potential for a Michael Carter, a Trey Sermon, a Chuba Hubbard to join one of those teams to maximize the value right now? Because once one of those players are selected, that value goes almost straight down.
And in a Dynasty League, how did you acquire Mike Davis or Myles Gaskin? You didn't spend a big draft pick on them when you began the league,
right,
and you didn't spend a big draft pick in a rookie draft on them. You picked them up off the waiver wire. So there's a decent chance that the people who have those 2 running backs on their Dynasty roster are good at running back. That's depth. There's always somebody in a Dynasty League that needs running back help. Now is absolutely the time where you can try and sell high.
It's a much easier question to answer with Mike Davis, who's going to be 28 this year, than it is with Myles Gaskin, Because like Myles Gaskin might just be a number 2 running back for the next 5 years. And if you're trading him right now to sell high, what are you getting for Myles Gaskin? I don't think you're getting that kind of value.
I think at best you're getting a 3rd-round pick from Mike Davis. At best you're getting a 2nd-round pick from Myles Gaskin.
You might be able to do a little better than that.
I doubt
Depends
it.
how desperate somebody is.
I doubt it. I doubt it. Adam, one last point on that. Would you be looking to trade those 2 running backs in particular, like you said, knowing that the running backs are still going to come off the board in the day 3 range or still tonight as well?
Yeah, it's just a weird NFL draft right now. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we've had 3 running backs selected. That's just very strange through 2 rounds. So these guys, obviously, it's not that great of a class, right? So we'll be honest about that, or it's not that great, or they would have gone a little bit earlier. But the names you mentioned, Carter, Sermon, Khalil Herbert, somebody I kind of like. Someone's going to be there. So yes, I think you make a trade right now. I believe more in Gaskin than I do in Mike Davis personally. But it's not a bad time. These are not great players, and we don't know exactly what the split would be in Miami because there weren't that many games where both Savon Ahmed and Myles Gaskin were both healthy and ready to go. So we don't know exactly how that split would turn out. You think Myles Gaskin would be the lead guy, but to what extent? So sure, there's a lot of uncertainty in those running back situations. If you could turn that into a draft pick, especially if you don't need a running back, I think you do it.
All right, so we'll see if these teams that we're talking about, Atlanta, Miami, add a running back, and we'll bring Adam back later on in the show to break those down. So we want to recap what's happened so far in the 3rd round. Here are the picks to start round. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. We're going to go to our social media guy, our social media executive, Debo. Sorry. What do you got for us from Ask FFT?
No worries, Jamie. It's good to see Adam Azer doing okay. I think I'm going to send him a Devontae Smith Eagles jersey. I really do feel bad for Adam. But this question from Jamal Johnson is a tie-in to the Falcons conversation that you guys were just having and what they did at the top of the draft with Kyle Pitts. So Jamal asks, I have the 1st pick and the 9th pick in the rookie draft, PPR, tight end premium, 1 quarterback. Should I take Pitts at 1 and whatever wide receiver is available at 9, or Jamar Chase at 1 and the best available at 9?
All right, so tight end premium league, what that means is you get a bonus for catches or whatever tight ends produce. Typically, you get like 1.5 points for catches in a PPR league, whereas everybody else is getting just the 1 point for PPR. So Heath, he's got the 1st selection, he's got the 9th selection. Is Kyle Pitts the easy choice?
Kyle Pitts is the easy choice. I think as long as it's a 1.5, even in 1.25, you probably are. It's close enough between those first 6 that boost for Pitts makes him number 1.
That question was the Pitts. Yeah, it's Pitts. Easy. No question. And then what type of a receiver can you get at 9? Do you think Rondale more or less? How long do you think Jarvis Marshall?
It'd be one of those 2.
That's what I would expect.
Or it could be one of the running backs that still haven't come off the board yet, or depending on what else he decides, what Jamal decides to do. But I think you get Kyle Pitts, you lock that up, you get the best rookie tight end, maybe the best rookie player overall in this class. So it could be fun to have Kyle Pitts, especially in a tight end premium league. All right, now let's recap the picks for round 3 as we take a look at some of the players who have come off the board in the 3rd round of the NFL draft. As we take a look here with the 1st pick, Andre Sisco, safety from Syracuse, going to Jacksonville. Kellen Mond and Davis Mills, the quarterbacks, go back-to-back. 66 for Mond to the Minnesota Vikings. 67 for Davis Mills, going to the Houston Texans. The Falcons, as we told you, take offensive lineman from Michigan, Jalen Mayfield. And then at 69, Joseph Osai. I'm sure I'm going to get critique today. Okay, Joseph Osai, edge rusher from Texas. 2 of my favorite people back with us on the show, Fantasy Football Today Watch Party. Pete Prisco and Brady Quinn going to break down these picks, starting with Andre Sisco. Going to the Jaguars. Guys, what do you think about that selection?
First off, Jamie, you're doing a good job with the pronunciations, man. You got it right.
That was right.
It doesn't have to be Osai with a question mark, as Heath was joking with you about earlier. You got it right.
What is he, 2 for 20?
No, he's batting a little better than that, right? It's above Tebow's batting average when he was playing.
And above his completion percentage.
So back to Andre Sisco. I loved watching him on film. He is the type of player that I think has big-time ability to make it in the NFL because he's instinctual and he really tries to gamble. Now, that being said, if I was going up against him, and I told him this when I talked to him, I said I would run a hitch on you or a comeback, whatever else, and I'd come right back with a double move the next play because he will get beat on a lot of double moves or if quarterbacks can manipulate him. However, again, that pays off in the NFL. Ask any of these guys. Like, a guy who doesn't have a lot of stats and all that, a cornerback, that's great if he's able to disrupt it or break up some passes. But guys who get interceptions, get you some of those turnovers, those are game changers. He's got the ability to do that. So again, this has been a solid draft for the Jacksonville Jaguars, what they've done.
I agree. And he's one of those guys that has the range. And you want that guy. And Rashawn Jenkins, who they signed in free agency, isn't one of the rangier defensive backs. He's a good player who can play like they used him as a box linebacker with the Chargers at times. And so you have a nice pair now. And they do have Daniel Thomas, who they drafted last year out of Auburn. So you have a couple guys in there. I think it gives them flexibility on the back end. I like this pick. I think – and he missed time with injury, but again, he's one of those guys that has the range you need on the back end.
Yep.
What about Osai? Tell us about that selection.
Well, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Pete's not wild about it. I like it as far as just overall for a defense that never really lived up to expectations in Austin. He was a guy that stood out. And I actually like him more off the ball. Like he's the size of your traditional old school middle linebacker at 250 pounds, but he's twitchy enough off of the edge to rush a little bit. The concern is I don't know that he's great at either one thing. And that's why I would maybe want to look at putting him back more as an inside backer. And if I do put him on the edge, I'm trying to match him up in situations where he's rushing against either a tight end or a running back where I think he can win consistently. I think if you ask him to do it at the NFL level against a tackle, he's probably not going to win with his speed or twitch. It's going to be more effort. But bottom line is he's a versatile player. He's the type of guy that you watch, man. He's playing 110% every single play. And so I think from that standpoint, he'll at least be on special teams and contribute on defense. It depends on what position they kind of find for him. But that's the side of the ball that needs the most help. Offensively, I think they can do some things. Their defense was atrocious last year.
Yeah, and one thing that the Bengals have done a good job is finding edge rushers after the first round. Carlos Dunlap and guys like that, and Lawson, they were not first-round picks, and they were productive players. So
the Ohio State kid, too.
Yeah, the history is there for them to be able to find these kind of players. So I like when teams kind of follow in that trend a little bit. And I'll be honest, Duke Dobin does a good job for the Bengals. He doesn't get enough credit. Everybody critiques the Bengals staff. It's not big. They don't have a ton of scouts like a lot of teams. But I think he does a pretty good job. And this kid, he's a productive player. I just think they had some other needs they could have addressed as well. Again, I would have gone back to the offensive line. You address it again.
You got a lot of guards there. We talked about Wyatt Davis.
Yep.
He's still on the board. Surprised by that. One of my Notre Dame guys, Robert Hainsey. I don't know if he goes today. He played tackle, but Senior Bowl moved down inside to his center. I think he could, very well impact
big guard at Alabama that weighs about 380. Deontay Brown, the big kid. I mean, there are guards there. I probably would have addressed offensive line again.
All right, so the Bengals at 69 take Joseph Osai. Then we go now for the next 5 selections, starting with the Carolina Panthers at number 70, catching you up on some of the picks in the 3rd round. Brady Christensen, offensive lineman from BYU. Aaron Robinson, cornerback from UCF, goes to the Giants at 71. Aleem McNeil goes to the Lions at number 72, defensive lineman from NC State. Milton Williams, defensive lineman from Louisiana Tech, goes to the Eagles. And then Benjamin St. Juste goes to Washington from Minnesota. So, guys, take your pick. Who do you want to talk about of that group, and which team you think did well with these 5 selections?
Look, I think Carolina need to address the offensive line at some point. The tough evaluation for Brady Christensen was they played such a kind of poor schedule when you look at really who he went up against this year. I don't know that they were ever really challenged outside of maybe Houston at one point and the pressure that Coastal Carolina brought. But Brady Christensen's a player who had a great season, and I think he's a guy that could help and contribute to him. You think he might be a guard, though, Pete?
I think he would be a really good guard. I'm not saying they're going to move him there, but I think he could be. He looks more like a guard to me. At times his athleticism has problems with some guys, and Peyton Turner got him a couple times, or at least once in the game when you watched him against Houston. So yeah. I would probably play him at guard.
Aleem McNeil, too, for Detroit. I think when you look at what the Detroit Lions have done so far, it's building from the inside out. We keep talking about over time and time again. I'm sure the guys in the fantasy room hate us, but the reality is you've now found that 1 technique, a 3 technique with Onwuzurike, and now you've got McNeil. Those 2 big war daddies are going to be sitting in there stuffing the run and trying to get penetration in the passing game. And so I think there's a very clear, definitive manner in which the Detroit Lions have gone about building this roster right now. And again, I don't know if you ever want to call it a rebuild in the NFL because the expectations are so high, but clearly they're building from inside out.
And you look at two teams that needed corner help, and they addressed it. You look at the Washington football team. They get St. Juice, the cornerback from Minnesota, a long kid. He's 6'3.5".
He could be one of those guys that converts into a safety if things don't work out at corner.
Correct, but he's long and athletic, and he can turn and run. I think he's going to end up being a pretty good corner. And then you look at Adebo from
Paulson Adebo, yeah.
Adebo, from Stanford, and that's a good pick by the Saints. They need corner. Remember, there was talk that they were going to go up and try and get some corners as well. They need more corners. This is a team that when you play in a division with Tom Brady in that passing game, and now you have Matt Ryan adding Kyle Pitts to his passing game, you better be able to defend on the corner.
Adebo would have been a first-round pick if he continued on the track record that he had early in his career. He's got all the immeasurables. He's got all the speed. He has the skill set, but kind of lost his way a little bit. However, good value there in my opinion. I think one of my favorite players that the Dallas Cowboys took at number 75 is Osa Odigizua. When you're looking at tape and you're watching this, in particular interior defensive lineman, you'd be hard-pressed to find a guy that didn't impact games more so than he did. Great one-gap penetrator. Not the biggest guy, so he's going to have to rely on his quickness. He'll probably play that 3 technique. But he's a guy that I think, they signed Gerald McCoy, never really kind of worked out. I'm not saying he's going to play to that extent, but he's got some of that quickness, some of the ability to disrupt in the backfield. So I'm excited about how I think he can help out their defense. When you look at the Dallas Cowboys now with Micah Parsons, they had a player like this on the interior. They're taking the steps in the right direction of, I think, how they can help out that football team at least give them a shot at getting in the playoffs and doing something.
By the way, Jamey, it was stopped, but we had a run of 6 defensive players taken there from pick 71 to pick 76. And me and Brady were talking during the break. There had been such a big slant toward the offense, and it's kind of now starting to even out a little bit. But an offensive guy just went, by the way, and I love this kid.
Me too.
He's one of my guys. Josh Palmer, he was on my Better Than team. The Chargers get a big, physical, tough receiver, and I'm telling you, that kid had to throw up in his mouth every single Saturday playing with that quarterback at Tennessee. That kid was awful. Palmer was terrible, Brady. For a major college program, he was awful. And they put a couple of them in, and they were awful.
I'm not going to name names just because he's a college kid. Let's not do that disrespect. Palmer, though, has all that big playability that you're looking for down the field. I like this pick. It almost reminds me of kind of going back in the day. It was a Malcolm Floyd back when they had him and Vincent Jackson, R.I.P. Vincent Jackson, but he's got that sort of skill set. I can almost picture Phillip Rivers coming out of retirement to come back to the Chargers, even though obviously they wouldn't want to do that with Justin Herbert. I'm just saying, but chucking up some of those moon balls to Josh Palmer down the field. He's got that sort of skill set and ability.
Garatano, wasn't that his name, the quarterback at Tennessee?
You're unbelievable, man. He's in college. All right,
he's not very good.
Give the kid a break.
What, we can't criticize college quarterbacks
you know what?
anymore?
Palmer made him look good.
Palmer was wide open half the time, and he never threw the ball to him.
I mean, you guys just keep going, keep announcing the picks. I love this. Give us a little bit of a break here. Talking about the defensive guys, great job. I was going to butcher the hell out of the Dallas Cowboys guy. I'm not even going to try now. Brady, thank you for saving me on that one on Osa there. I don't even have to try. Jack Capitorto, our producer, said you're going to have to say his name. No, now I don't have to. Let's talk about Josh Palmer. Good breakdown there from the guys in the quarterback room. So Palmer goes to the Chargers. They had some nice young receivers behind the top 2 guys of Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. Mike Williams not the long-term answer there, clearly, with what they decided to do with his 5th-year option. But now Josh Palmer could eventually be the number 2 wide receiver opposite Keenan Allen, maybe even the number 1 guy eventually if things work out for him, knowing that Allen's in his early 30s. What do you think about Josh Palmer's selection?
More importantly, he can be their number 3 receiver right now. And this is also a team that lost Hunter Henry. They've got Jared Cook, but I don't know if that's even close to a long-term answer. I don't know what Jared Cook has left, especially if Drew Brees isn't the one throwing him passes anymore. There's some intrigue here, and I don't know if he's the most explosive guy. Obviously, he's not. He would have gone sooner in the draft if he were, but he's got good footwork. He's got good size. There's potential here for him to be what Mike Williams never was. So right now, he could be their number 3 receiver, and in time, Jamey, you said it, he could end up being a regular every-down player for the Chargers. This is going to be a good second-round pick in rookie-only drafts.
It seems like a weird pick, though, because they're going to throw 300 passes to Keenan Allen and Austin Eckler, and when they threw to Mike Williams last year, the results were fantastic. 9 yards per target, always has been. He's just never earned enough targets. But anytime they throw it, they want somebody to go downfield to. Mike Williams has been great at it. Tyron Johnson and Jalen Guyton picked up like 950 yards on 60 targets last year. Every time Justin Herbert looked deep for them, they connected for a 55-yard touchdown pass, it seemed like. And I just don't know that Palmer is better than any of those guys right now.
But long term.
Right.
Again, long term. Mike Williams may not be on the team.
That's true.
And the other two guys may not be the long-term solution. So, you're giving your young quarterback some weapons. Josh Palmer's a guy who trained at XPE down here in South Florida. So hopefully he has a chance to, take some of the lessons that he learned.
That trainer improves the speed of a lot of players around the league.
Carrying it over to the NFL in a good situation. He doesn't have to play right away. But like you said, Dave, might be a sneaky selection. I don't think he's going to be a round 2 rookie-only selection. But round 3, he may be one of the best picks in round 3. Depending on how things shake out. Remember, we still haven't seen all these running backs come off the board. That's going to change some of these rookie-only selections. All right. At number 78, the Minnesota Vikings had a linebacker, Chaz Surratt from Carolina. Let's go back to our quarterback room here for Pete and Brady. So what do you think about the Vikings adding to this defense after it really fell apart last season due to injury?
Pete, I'll let you speak more on Chaz Surratt. Obviously, brother of Sage Surratt, the wide receiver. He hasn't been taken yet, but at some point, Sage will get drafted as well. I'll just give the background. Chaz originally was a quarterback, then transitioned over to linebacker, and has put himself in the position to be drafted in the 3rd round. We had a chance to talk with him at the workout, but you're really high on this guy.
I am. Look, I think he's going to be a special teams player early in his career, but he has the speed and the ability to chase down plays. And we know what Mike Zimmer likes in his defense and his linebackers. He wants them to be able to run. And so I think this makes sense for them. They picked a kid last year, Troy Dye from Oregon, who I thought would end up being one of those linebackers and kind of didn't really get on the field that much. Remember, they had injuries there at that spot. He still didn't play that much.
And Mike doesn't like playing rookies on defense.
No, he
often.
doesn't. That's why it's going to take a year or so to get Chaz Surratt on the field. But, look, Anthony Barr is there. Eric Kendricks had a great year last year.
Yeah.
So you look at that group, and they have players.
Yeah.
So these guys can learn and become special teams guys and then get on the field in a couple years.
The thing that I liked about him watching the most is he was really quick to diagnose. Like, you see the athleticism, but I think that quarterback background kind of helped him then identifying, hey, this is where they're trying to go, or this is the misdirection, and finding his way to the football. The physicality, I think, is the thing he kind of lacks. Like I said this to you when the pick was made, he kind of plays linebacker like a safety. And there's good and bad to that, because I do think, to your point, like, he can be good in coverage. He can drop back in his own coverage and play the eyes of a quarterback well. But when it comes to the physicality of things, like, that's a little bit different. It's a different mindset. I don't know if he's developed into that yet, but again, he's early on at the position.
I sent out. I was watching tape the other day, and I took a little not a screenshot, but I actually filmed it of Christian Darrisaw pulling, and he just sent him into tomorrow. It was unbelievable. I mean, he just destroyed him. And it was, I almost felt bad for Chaz Surratt because, when they get under the helmet and they go flying a little bit.
So here's what you learn as a quarterback, okay? Don't get me wrong. The hits, the blindside ones, the ones you don't see coming, those hurt. But it's not as big of an impact, right? It's easy math. When you've got two objects moving towards one another, it's usually a much greater collision when you have that happening. And that's why you get those big collisions when you're a linebacker.
Oh, my gosh.
And you go to meet that offensive tackle or guard that's pulling.
What was more, he was playing on the edge, and he came down the line and pulled, and he didn't see him, I don't think, and he just blasted him. And he sent him, and I sent it out, so Chaz probably doesn't like me either.
It's pretty remarkable that you watched Darrisaw on a run blocking play.
Good point, Jamey.
True.
Very good.
I watched Darrisaw on all his plays. He's outstanding in pass protection, too.
Well, there weren't many pass plays you had to watch him, though.
200, not only about
269.
No, 40 less than what Rashawn Slater had at Northwestern.
I'm not going to sit here and say I've watched anywhere close to the amount of tape that you watched, but I watched a lot of highlights of Darrisaw, and every one of them he was
it's funny.
run blocking.
I've looked at other highlights on some other places, and they had some pass protection highlights. We must have just cut the wrong ones or something.
I don't know. I would never question our production
staff. A lot of running plays in there, Pete. I'm just telling you.
Never, ever question our production staff. Thanks, guys. Great breakdown there of Chaz Surratt, linebacker, going to the Minnesota Vikings. All right, we've got a question from our social media guy. Debo, what do you got for us with Ask FFT?
Yeah, Jamey, I'm not going to be like Pete Prisco and take any shots here, and I want to kind of commend the effort you're making with these pronunciations. I've dealt with it my whole life. There's a reason you're not calling me by my full name, so I think you just need some nicknames for these guys. But good effort tonight. We're going to ask this question, though, from Eric Lopez, who wants to know, who would you take in a Superflex Dynasty rookie draft, Fields or Lance?
It's going to be probably the toughest question for a lot of fantasy managers in rookie-only drafts. So you got Superflex for those of you that are not familiar with the the language, that means you can play a quarterback in a flex position, so it gives you essentially a 2-quarterback format and 2-quarterback lineup, which is a huge edge to play a second quarterback in those type of leagues. So Fields or Lance, who are you going to take in a rookie-only draft?
How patient are you? If you're willing to be even a little bit patient, you take Trey Lance because he's got a little bit more upside. But let's just say your quarterback core is just decimated by off-field incidents or injuries. You just played it really poorly. You need a quarterback right now. I know Justin Fields isn't locked into starting week 1, but I think he's got the better chance right now to be a week 1 starter. You take him ahead of Lance. But if you like upside and you've got time on your side, Lance is the pick.
I thought Justin Fields was the second best quarterback in this draft, and I kind of thought he was in a different tier as the second best quarterback, so I'm taking Fields.
The only thing is just the destination is so good for Trey Lance. Now, what if I told you, how much would this change if they trade Garoppolo before the weekend's out?
And who they replace him with whom? Nobody? Or Nick Mullins is the only guy there? Then it's easy to take Lance.
Is it better for Lance if he plays this year? Or does he need to sit for a year? Or a half a year?
It means he wouldn't have played for 2 years, though.
Yeah, that's true. That's also true.
Yeah, he needs to get out there. You know, I think even if Garoppolo's there, he'll play a little bit. Like they'll sprinkle him in, like the Eagles did with Hurts before Hurts took over, just to get his feet wet. Yeah, I think if he's playing, I'd want to draft him because, again, the upside, I think it's higher.
I do think that, if you were to put them in swap their situations, it's Fields easy because it's the 49ers. You're looking at what the coaching staff is, what the talent is, all the things that go into it. And then, the quarterbacks, we don't know what Trey Lance can become. I agree with you. I think the ceiling could be a little bit higher, but the floor is lower. And so Justin Fields in that situation, the ceiling would be higher because of what the situation is in San Francisco.
And that's a good point for Superflex and 2-quarterback leagues. In a 1-quarterback league, you get past the top 9 or 10 quarterbacks, I don't care at all what the floor is. In a 2-quarterback league, it matters a lot.
Especially the way you build your team.
Right.
Right. If you don't go heavy on quarterbacks, you want a guy that has a steady floor to sort of support the rest of what hopefully is a good roster. All right, Debo, you got another question for us on Ask FFT?
Yeah, from quarterbacks to wide receivers, Aaron Rusnak asks, who is the top wide receiver now that the landing spots have been decided? And he adds, I don't want to draft a single one of them. So Aaron, a little skeptical.
Totally get it. I mean, we may have said some of the same things last season with, CeeDee Lamb going to a crowded Cowboys receiving core, with Jerry Jeudy going to, a Denver receiving core that had Cortland Sutton healthy and Noah Fant hoping to, take that second-year leap. But Justin Jefferson went to a situation where there was an open opportunity, and he really thrived in that situation. So looking at the top 3 guys, you have Jamar Chase going to Cincinnati, where he's being reunited with Joe Burrow. You have Jalen Waddle going to Miami, where he's reunited with Tua Tagovailoa. Both those receiving cores are crowded, with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd in Cincinnati, and then the Dolphins with Will Fuller and Devontae Parker. And then Devontae Smith goes to Philadelphia, where there's not a crowded receiving core, but the quarterback situation from a passing standpoint is a little bit questionable. So is there one to gravitate toward?
I think so. I think it's Jamar Chase being in Cincinnati. I think he's locked into being the number 1 guy there already. Love that he already knows what Joe Burrow is like as a quarterback. They combined for 20 touchdowns at LSU in 2019, and I think he's going to be a stud receiver for a long time in Cincinnati. He's my 1. Devontae is number 2. Waddle's number 3. That's in seasonal.
Yeah, I would go that same order. I think there's a bigger gap between Chase and Devontae Smith than there is between any other wide receivers on down to number 5. I just think you can look at Smith and Waddle and there's questions about, are Hurts and Tua good yet? You can look at the situation in Miami and you can say, is Waddle the best wide receiver, or is it Fuller, or is it Parker? I just don't think there's any questions with Jamar Chase, especially when he's paired up with Joe Burrow. You get the best quarterback of the group. He's maybe in a team that's going to throw the ball 650 times. He's the best this year. He's the best long term. He's a top 12 dynasty wide receiver right now.
All right, so we'll see how those guys end up playing, because again, we said last year going into it, do you remember what your rankings were of Ruggs?
I believe it was Jeudy and Lamb were 1 and 2.
Right.
But Jefferson would have been like 4. So yeah.
Right. And I know you were high on Rager, for example.
I was all about Justin Jefferson,
Yeah.
Jamie. No, I love Jalen Rager because I thought he had an opportunity to be the number 1 guy right away, and I was impatient. I didn't want to wait for CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy or Justin Jefferson to have their moment, but it was Jefferson who got it.
And again, it was an opportunity that we didn't know he would step into. It took a couple weeks, but eventually Vikings doing the right thing and making him the Stephon Diggs replacement. So we got the Raiders on the clock for 2 picks. They're going to be up for 79 and 80. Let's talk about the Raiders and, not just what they've done in the draft, but what their offseason has looked like so far and what their fantasy outlook looks like for the 2021 campaign. So they take an offensive lineman surprise with Leatherwood from Alabama in the first round. They take a safety with Moehrig in the second round. But what they've done this offseason so far, they moved on from Nelson Aguilar. He leaves, he goes to the Patriots, and they replace him with John Brown. And we know the big move that they made with their running backs by adding Kenyon Drake, which was kind of a huge surprise knowing that they had Josh Jacobs. So when you look at the running backs in the backfield right now, Jacobs, Drake, can they coexist? Can Jacobs still be that future star that we hoped he was going to be? And can Drake be enough of a problem that it's going to make it uncomfortable for Jacobs, but also Drake can still have some fantasy relevance of his own?
I think it's bad for Josh Jacobs. I really do. I think that this is how they see Kenyon Drake. I think they look at what he did last year as far as a north-south runner, physical presence at the goal line, able to convert short yardage situations. He did it 10% better than Josh Jacobs.
Better pass catcher too than Josh Jacobs.
That's the other thing I was going to say, is that you go back and you look at how Kenyon Drake did catching the football at Miami. He was a 50-catch guy.
And the end of his first tenure with Arizona. When
He did have a lot of catches. The pace was probably toward 50 catches, if not more than that. But the Raiders have been hesitant to trust Josh Jacobs in that role for more than like a game or two at a time. And they've redone their offensive line this offseason as well.
In a bad way.
Yeah, I'm nervous about what this run game is going to look like. Josh Jacobs is somebody I'm not excited to draft at all. And I'm actually kind of warming up to the idea of drafting Kenyon Drake as like a round 8 or 9 guy, as people kind of forget about him and they say, well, he's not the starter anymore. I don't want him on my team. I kind of do, because I think the first or maybe second time that Josh Jacobs messes up, or if he gets hurt, Drake's going in.
Oh, I think Drake's going in. I mean, Devontae Booker touched the ball way too much last year. And 2 years ago, Jalen Richard and DeAndre, this is nothing new for Josh Jacobs. This is a problem for Josh Jacobs being a top 12 running back. I don't think it's a problem at all for Josh Jacobs being a top 15, top 18 running back. So I'm perfectly happy drafting him at the end of the third round. If you've got a pick at the back of the first round and you want to go wide receiver, and you're telling me my running backs are now going to be David Montgomery and Josh Jacobs, but I've got Devontae Adams and Tyreek Hill, I absolutely love that start. Would
you rather have Josh Jacobs or Najee Harris?
I will take Josh Jacobs, I believe. Man, that's going to be close. I think I'll take Jacobs, though. They're really close. And I don't know about how much teams throw to guys is the most important thing. And Kenyon Drake's been thrown to a lot more than Josh Jacobs. But as an average for running back, 6.0 yards per target is kind of considered the norm. Kenyon Drake's been well below that number. He's at 4.4 last year, well below that number every year but one of his career. So I don't know if he's a very good pass catcher or not.
You?
Harris, and it's an instant fist pump, yes.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's Harris in a big way.
How far do you have Jacobs in your rankings? I've got him at the end of round 3. You like him as a round 3
I wouldn't
pick.
take him until round 4.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Jacobs is closer to Travis Etienne than he is to Najee Harris. I just think Harris, given his workload, even if you tell me both offensive lines are suspect, I'll trust Pittsburgh and what they've done and the workload, especially with the competition, as opposed to what Josh Jacobs is going to face. So I love Josh Jacobs. I think he's a star running back, but I just don't love the situation for him. I hated Kenyon Drake going to the Raiders. Well, the Raiders didn't just add Kenyon Drake this offseason. They added a couple players in the NFL draft in the third round. They had back-to-back picks again, number 79, number 80. And joining us to break that down, it's our buddy Chris Trapasso. So at number 79, they take an edge rusher out of Buffalo, Malcolm Kuntz, and then a safety out of Virginia Tech, Divine Diablo. We'll see if I pronounced that one right as well. So tell me about those two players. And you were very high on these grades. You gave Kuntz a B+, and you gave Diablo an A-.
Yeah, I really like what the Raiders are doing, because that's what really held back this team last year. The defense was really porous at all 3 levels. And with Malcolm Kuntz, and me being a Buffalo guy, I've seen Malcolm Kuntz play live. And he is a very bendy, flexible rusher around the corner, has very long arms. In the MAC, he had 13 sacks over the past 2 years, almost 20 tackles for loss. So he's just going to win around the corner with his speed and his bend. He definitely needs to get a little bit stronger, but most edge rushers do. And then with Divine Diablo, he, to me, after Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, was the best linebacker safety hybrid in this draft class. 4 interceptions, this past year at Virginia Tech, was a 5-year player there. Kind of famously had an interception of Trevor Lawrence in the end zone in that Virginia Tech Clemson game. They needed more playmakers on the defensive side, and I think they've done a good job doing that. I know the Alex Leatherwood pick was a little surprising, but what they've done since then, I think, has been really smart to add more pieces on defense.
Needed to add pieces on defense, and offensive line was a concern for them. So they like Leatherwood. According to the reports, Tom Cable, offensive line coach there, was very high on Leatherwood, and it's never a bad idea to take Alabama players because coming from that program, hopefully the success carries over to the pro level. Dolphins on the clock at 81. They take a tight end, Hunter Long, out of Boston College. What do you think about that selection, adding to another offensive piece to help Tua Tagovailoa in the offense in Miami?
Well, there's certainly a lot of targets to go around now in Miami. There with Jalen Waddle, with Mike Gesicki, with Devontae Parker. They certainly have the weapons to see if Tua Tagovailoa is the guy or not. Hunter Long brings more 3-down versatility than Mike Gesicki. He's not going to be as much of a fantasy guy, but it is worth noting, 2 years ago in that run-heavy A.J. Dillon offense at Boston College, he caught 28 passes, and then last year he almost caught 60 passes in an offense that really wanted to run the football. So he does have good seam stretching ability. Maybe won't separate a ton. He reminds me a lot of Ian Thomas of the Carolina Panthers. So I think in the third round to get someone that gives you a little bit of a compliment to Mike Gesicki, that's a smart decision for the Miami Dolphins.
All right, so Miami adding another weapon to their stable of pass catchers with Jalen Waddle and Will Fuller joining them. Waddle in the draft at number 6 overall, Fuller as a free agent joining Mike Gesicki and Devontae Parker helping Tua Tagovailoa. Chris, great job breaking down the Raiders picks and the Dolphins selecting Hunter Long. Guys, let's talk about the Dolphins and Hunter Long joining this tight end group. Look, Mike Gesicki is going to have a contract, I think, is up after next season, but rumors were that they were going to take Kyle Pitts if he was available to them. We know Pitts went at 4, so at 6 they settled for Jalen Waddle. When I say settle, that's a pretty good consolation prize.
Good way to settle.
Does Hunter Long have any long-term appeal, no pun intended, to help Tua and be a part of this offense once maybe Gesicki leaves, if in fact that does happen?
I don't see it. I think he's one of those tight ends that's okay as a pass catcher, okay as a blocker, not necessarily better in one area or the other. And we saw the Dolphins use a lot of tight ends last year. Not only was it Gesicki, but Adam Shaheen was involved, Jeremy Smith was involved. There's guys there that were contributors other than Gesicki, and that's probably what Long's going to be. So someone that I'm not particularly interested in.
So we had Pitts, we had Freiermuth, excuse me, another name.
One of those.
Freiermuth.
Yep, Freiermuth.
Muth.
And Hunter Long. Deep teardrop.
Yes, like we're taking. It's not just like we're taking a slide, one of those slides that goes around in circles. It starts up here at Kyle Pitts, and I think there's maybe that big a drop from Freiermuth on down. So the main thing this pick, it was already a small downgrade, maybe a big downgrade for Mike Gesicki when Jalen Waddle joined the Dolphins. And now the fact they're drafting a tight end, I'm not very excited to have Mike Gesicki on a redraft or a dynasty roster right now.
Interesting.
You have him as a top 12 tight end?
I do not.
Gesicki's out of your top 12?
Yes.
Interesting.
I don't know how there's going to be enough
That's what I'm worried about too, but I still feel like he's someone you can begin the season with as a starter. There's not a lot of tight ends that I love after you get past.
Durham Smythe's going to steal 2 or 3 touchdowns from him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the guy who's going to steal touchdowns from him is going to be Waddle.
The thing is again, Gesicki was great at the end of the season. His final 4 games.
Whenever Preston Williams got hurt, both years, as soon as Williams was not there, Gesicki went off.
And I mean, they've got Will Fuller now, and they've got Jalen Waddle now.
But he should be open. I mean, he's not
that's for sure.
any level of.
He'll be open.
You're not focusing on him, and Tua needs guys that get open. So I think Gesicki still has top 12 appeal, but he definitely is a loser from the fantasy perspective based on what's happened so far in the NFL draft. It really is not Hunter Long. It's more about the addition of Jalen Waddle and clearly Will Fuller as a free agent also. All right, at number 82, the Washington football team takes a player I was excited about. I think you guys probably share the same sentiment. Diami Brown, wide receiver out of Carolina. So stocking this wide receiver core, helping their quarterback of the future, and Ryan Fitzpatrick. So they add Curtis Samuel this offseason to Terry McLaurin. They still have Logan Thomas. Last year they drafted a couple of wide receivers. Antonio Gandy-Golden was the one I think that people looked at least I did, a guy that they took on day 3 that had maybe a chance to be a contributor. That probably is no longer the case. But Dyami Brown, what does this mean for Ryan Fitzpatrick? What does this mean for the other 2 guys there in terms of Samuel and McLaurin?
This is kind of a Ryan Fitzpatrick kind of guy, like more than Curtis Samuel is. He can go down the field and go get it. I don't think he's probably going to have a huge impact this year. I think he does help Fitzpatrick a little bit. I think he helps Terry McLaurin a little bit. But it's more of a long-term thing, and you hope that he develops into probably a back at the 2nd round, early 3rd round rookie-only pick.
I think speed is the name to his game. I don't see him as necessarily a strong guy. He's under 200 pounds, for example. But when I was watching UNC play, because I'm looking at those running backs, they throw a lot. They've got a nice quarterback there. And this guy flashed a little bit. And when we talk about wide receivers that fit into Ryan Fitzpatrick, it's those downfield type guys. That's where Fitzmagic likes to go with the football, whereas Samuel, a little bit more of a gadget type of wide receiver, guy that can take a handoff as well. You know this. I think Brown's going to be interesting. He's going to obviously get drafted in rookie-only leagues. If there's some buzz about him coming out of training camp, he could work his way toward the end of seasonal drafts too.
All right, so we'll see how Dyami Brown does with the Washington football team. I know Pete Prisco very high on Dyami Brown, captain of his better than team. A very good read if you take a look at it prior to the NFL draft. And
How are you saying it, Jamie? How are you pronouncing that?
Dyami Brown.
Dyami? Dyami? How are you saying that?
Dyami.
Okay.
How do you say it? How do you say it?
Dyami.
Dyami.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
he
talk
said it
about
right.
Just
Brady
talk.
said it right. I mean,
just talk
Jamie said it right. He got it right.
Let's go. Just talk about it.
Jamie, I'll give you credit for that one. You got that one right. So,
Thank you.
And I love this kid. He was the captain of my better than team. You put on the tape, and all he does is run by people, and he scares the daylights out of defenses. And that's what you need this league. And you know what? He's a better route runner than people give him credit for. Everybody thinks he's a one-trick pony. No, he's not. He's a better route runner than that. And I think there's times where Sam Howell, who some people think could be the first quarterback taken in the draft next year, actually underthrew this kid a bunch of times. And so I really like him. I think he's going to be a star. And Washington needed another speed receiver.
100%.
This is a great pick for them. That team is talented. The Washington football team is talented.
They've got some talent there, and now they've got some speed, some playmakers to take pressure off of Terry McLaurin. Well, it is on Ryan Fitzpatrick, but this is a team that, as much as I love this pick, because I do think they needed to address this, I'm still kind of looking at them thinking, are they going to go with a quarterback at some point? I mean, you can't think that. I mean, what's the long-term plan there?
Go back into next year's draft and get one, or try and find one.
Well, but then you're going to stink if you're going to be able to grab one.
Okay, but going into this year, nobody thought Zach Wilson would be a high draft pick. Somebody's going to emerge next year. You're
No,
gonna find
and
guys.
Sam Howell, who you don't like. But
No, I like him. I just don't love him like everybody else does.
We're not there yet. Let's talk about
Right.
this year's draft. The reality is, though, is when you're looking at building this team right now, this is a pick they drastically needed. When you look at their offense, I still think they could continue to build with the wide receiver position, because outside of McLaurin, I don't really know you have anyone else that's truly proven that you feel that confident in. But as far as skill set goes, you talked about his speed.
Well, Samuel they added too.
Yeah,
that's a good pick.
He's a hybrid though,
right?
He's a guy that I'm not so sure how sold I am on his as wide receiver, more than just trying to get him touches. But the one thing I like about Brown too is he's got a good knack for filling the soft spot in zone coverages. And that's something that you don't see always a ton for a lot of college players. It takes some time because they just want to play fast, and sometimes you got to be able to tempo that down. He's a player who, like, watching him, I was kind of impressed with just some savviness for a young player. But both Brown and Daz Newsome, who eventually will get his name's going to be called at some point too, both those guys were phenomenal for North Carolina this year.
It's early, really early, but I think Washington's going to win the division next year.
I don't think so. If Dak's healthy, Dallas wins. I
think that defensive front.
Philly's got an uphill battle.
I think the defensive front's going to be even better because Chase Young's going to be even better. Sweat's going to be even better. The down guys are good.
So you're betting on Ryan Fitzpatrick then winning the division.
And it's hard for me to believe that I'm saying that, but I am.
I'm not. I'm picking Dallas.
Okay.
I think if Dak comes back healthy.
I think that defense is going to be nasty for the
Well, I think Dallas' defense is going to be improved.
But not nasty.
Well, it might not be. No, you're right. It's not going to be as good as the front is for the Washington football team. But I can't think that they're going to outproduce what the Cowboys can do. And I think they'll be able to run the football, throw the football, and with the improvements on defense, I have a hard time believing that.
The health of that
Washington's
offensive line is big for the Cowboys, though. Yeah. Let's be real. They got to stay healthy or else it doesn't really matter.
Well, Dak needs to stay healthy. We witnessed that.
Well, but also you need the line to stay healthy.
Right.
All right, let's move on from the Washington football team selection of Jamey Brown at number 82 to the Washington football team to number 83. And Tommy Tremble, the tight end out of Notre Dame, goes to the Panthers. So Brady, obviously a guy you know very well. How do you think he'll fit in Carolina's offense?
He's perfect. You know, this is the type of player that's going to have a better NFL career than what he did at Notre Dame. You go back a couple of years ago, played more of the traditional wide tight end position. I thought really was I don't want to say underutilized in the passing game because they've got an outstanding freshman that's probably going to be talked about as a first-round pick here in a couple of years in Michael Mayer. But what he demonstrated was toughness. I mean, his off-the-ball blocking was unbelievable.
Nasty.
I mean, it was honestly fun to watch. Like you don't go into it saying, I can't wait to watch this tight end block, but he was tenacious. He was getting after guys. And when you look at his build, he can be a traditional wide tight end where he's going to put his hand in the ground and be on the front side at the point of attack and blocking plays. You can't say that for a lot of these tight ends. I would say Freiermuth, Hunter Long, who we saw go to the Miami Dolphins from Boston College, and Tremble, but he's got the versatility to play off the ball too and do some things in the passing game. So I love this pick. I'm excited to see what he does. He's a good young man because they came to him before this season and they basically said, look, trust us. This is our role for you this year. We feel like we want to put Michael Mayer in this other spot. We want you to do this. And he did it. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And he executed and did his job every single week. So I'm excited for this young man.
I'm with you. He was on my better than team. He's going to have a better NFL career than he did at Notre Dame, and his blocking is a treat to watch. When he's moving, he destroys guys. And you're right. He's going to be able to put his hand down and play a regular tight end and block. But I think he's going to be a better receiver in the NFL than he showed at Notre Dame.
The one thing is a little inconsistent hands.
Yeah.
But you know who should be really excited right now? Christian McCaffrey. Because that's going to be a guy that's going to help lead you up to that second level and take off some hits from you, whether it's a linebacker or safety. He's going to be going helmet to helmet with those guys, helping out Christian McCaffrey.
It's interesting because Ian Thomas was a guy who was on my better than team a couple years ago, and I really thought he had a chance to be a productive player. And then he got the opportunity last year to be the starter, and it didn't work out for him. And there's some reasons from what I hear, but this kid will play, and he's going to be a productive player for the Carolina Panthers.
Yep.
Interesting selection for a team, that's clearly trying to build around their new quarterback in Sam Darnold. And so we'll see how the Panthers do, adding Terrace Marshall as well. So two weapons to the offensive side of the ball. Great breakdown there, guys, of Tommy Tremble, tight end out of Notre Dame, going to the Panthers. Any fantasy appeal for him? Again, we're looking at these tight ends now starting to come off the board a little bit. It's Pitts, and then it feels like it's just everybody else.
Yeah, I don't see it for Tremble. I don't think he can consistently get 4, 5, 6 catches per game for fantasy football managers. I just don't see that happening. He is a hell of a blocker, though. A lot of fun to watch.
They were the Carolina Panthers, one of two teams that threw the ball to their tight end less than 10% of their pass attempts last year. They just went and got Terrace Marshall to replace the Curtis Samuel targets. They got Christian McCaffrey coming back. They only threw the ball 41 times to the tight end. He'll be awesome for Christian McCaffrey. And they may throw it to him a little more than they did Ian Thomas, but not enough to matter for fantasy, I don't think.
And again, Dan Arnold joined the team. Not that he's going to be a big factor in the passing game or even keep Tremble off the field, but another piece to add to this offense as well. We'll see how he does coming over from the Arizona Cardinals. At 84, the Dallas Cowboys take Chauncey Golston, edge rusher out of Iowa. And then finally, the Packers give Aaron Rodgers a weapon with the same initials. Amari Rodgers at number 85. Packers trading up to that selection to take the wide receiver from Clemson. So you're looking at this receiving core. We talked about this a little bit tonight. You got Davante Adams and then a bunch of guys. Marquez Valdez-Scantling has a hard time holding on to the ball. Alan Lazard has done well in his role, but a guy that they picked up off the scrap heap. Robert Tonyan, same situation. Scored double-digit touchdowns last year, but he plays a different spot. Can Amari Rodgers make Aaron Rodgers happy, and can he be a difference maker for fantasy?
I think he can be a day one slot receiver starter for this Green Bay Packers offense, giving them something they haven't really had.
But Adams plays in the slot too, though. So
he does, but they can move him outside and use this guy a little bit more because he can be what Randall Cobb once was for them. Not saying he's going to be as productive as Randall Cobb was as a rookie, but I'm excited about this guy. This was part of the reason why Trevor Lawrence is great just to begin with, but he helped Trevor Lawrence out. He was his top target for a while at Clemson. I think they can plug him right into the offense, and it pushes Lazard or MVS off the field a little bit more in Green Bay.
Yeah, it's probably Lazard, right? And we're probably going to see MVS still running 60 yards down the field and dropping every third pass that gets thrown to him. But no, I like this a lot. He definitely has more upside than Lazard or MVS. I don't know how much of an impact he'll make in redraft in 2021, but I liked him more before the draft than a handful of receivers that have already been taken. I think he'll slide in as a pretty easy round 2 pick in rookie-only drafts.
Especially PPR.
How does he compare to a couple other receivers that were drafted in this round in terms of Josh Palmer going to the Chargers and Dyami Brown going to the Washington football team? Long term, who do you like the best?
I think a lot more PPR potential. It's hard to imagine Brown.
For Rodgers.
Yes, it's hard to imagine Brown or Palmer earning 120, 125 targets. You could see that legitimately at some point in Rodgers' career. So I do think there's more potential in PPR, not the big play potential for him probably that those guys have.
You could see it with Palmer in LA with Justin Herbert. What happens, it might be a month from now, if Aaron Rodgers isn't with Green Bay and it's Jordan
Love to Amari Rodgers? They have this, I'm telling you, the only reason they drafted him is to keep the Rodgers name in the family.
It might be, just so they could still say that there's a Rodgers.
There's an
They
A-Rod.
can take all those Aaron Rodgers jerseys,
Still an
just
A-Rod.
change the number on the back and still sell them because they've got Rodgers. He would be an easy target for Jordan Love. That's something that would help him out. I think there might be a little more long-term upside with Palmer.
Taking a center, taking a wide receiver, RELAX, trying to make things all good in Green Bay
Just
with
give
Aaron
him money.
Rodgers.
Just give him the money he wants, and
He's going to get, he'll get his, I mean, he just got a contract extension. It's not about money. It's about having more control on the offense.
Jared Goff makes more than him. Goff has more guaranteed dollars than Aaron Rodgers. Pretty sure Aaron Rodgers would like to fix that.
All right, let's circle back to the Cowboys selection at number 84, Chauncey Golston, edge rusher out of Iowa. Chris Trapasso joining us now on the Fantasy Football Today watch party. Chris, you gave this grade a C+. Tell us why.
I'm just a little bit concerned about Golston's overall athleticism, although in round 3, you know you're going to be picking someone that has some type of deficiency, and that's what it is with Golston. He's almost 6'5", 270 pounds, so he looks like an NFL defensive end right now. Not a lot of bend, a little bit stiff around the corner, but like most Iowa defensive players, and really their offensive players too, they're all very well coached. He uses his hands very well. He kind of reminds me of Bradley and I, who they picked in the 5th round last year. They like those technicians on their defensive line in Dallas. That's what they get with Golston. I just don't know if he has the athletic juice to be a consistent pass rusher in the NFL.
Chris, real quick, you gave the Amari Rodgers pick an A-. You like the fit in Green Bay for the wide receiver out of Clemson?
I really like it because he showed at the Senior Bowl that he has just enough athleticism to get open underneath, and the real luxury to his game, where he thrives, is after the catch. And he's not a crazy athlete, but his contact balance kind of reminds me of this new trend that we're seeing at wide receiver with the A.J. Brown and the Deebo Samuel types. He's not to that level of talent, but his contact balance is fantastic. So you can throw him a 5-yard drag route, and he can make 2 or 3 defenders just glance off him because he's built so low to the ground like a running back. So even on those high percentage throws, without crazy speed down the field, Amari Rodgers can be kind of a chain mover and could probably garner more targets than I think it might seem right now being a rookie in that offense.
All right, so Amari Rodgers goes number 85 to the Packers. Thank you, Chris, for that breakdown of Rodgers and Chauncey Golston going to the Cowboys, number 84. And number 86, the Minnesota Vikings, they select an offensive lineman in Wyatt Davis out of Ohio State. So, Pete, Brady, you're looking at this Vikings draft. It seems like they're doing a great job adding another piece to this offensive line. Darisaw in the 1st round, and now Wyatt Davis in round 3.
The one thing that the Vikings have had problems with over the years is being little on the offensive line. Tiny.
Yeah.
You know, the center's not a big guy, Bradbury. You know, when
Ezra
Pat
Cleveland's not very big.
was there,
Cleveland's not big, though.
Eiflin was there. He was a little guy. Cleveland's not a big guy. Well, they got bigger. And they got really big. Because Darisaw's a big left tackle, and Wyatt Davis is probably going to be the starting left guard. And that gets you bigger, and you're more physical. And I think that's something that they really lacked at times. Even going back a couple years ago when they played the 49ers in the playoffs, I mean, they didn't look physical. Now they look physical. And I know that whole offensive system is predicated on the move, Brady, and Wyatt Davis is a big guy. Can he move in that zone scheme? Is he capable of doing that?
Yeah, I think so. I think you saw them run a fair amount of zone during his time at Ohio State. A little bit of gap scheme as well, but I think he can. He's athletic enough, and he's.
You like the pick.
I do. I love the pick, and I think when you look at this group now, it's a really young offensive line, but I mean, you could very easily see it being Christian Darrisaw at left tackle, Wyatt Davis at left guard, Bradbury, who was drafted in the first round a couple years ago, in 2019. Ezra Cleveland was a second-round pick at right guard last year, and then you've got Brian O'Neill, who was a second-round pick in 2018.
Yeah.
Think about how young that group is and how they can all grow together. Now, the question is is it going to be Kirk Cousins that's continuing to play behind them? But Dalvin Cook should feel really good about this group because I think they got better in helping him not take as many hits behind the line of scrimmage or at the line of scrimmage. And then for Kirk Cousins, the one area where I feel like he's most bothered in the pocket is when he gets a lot of that interior push. He hates guys being close to him and feeling like he's kind of suffocating in there. And obviously, we've seen it off the edge. We've witnessed that before versus a team like the 49ers. But in this case, that helps prevent some of that. Wyatt Davis is strong. He's stout at the point of attack, and he'll hold his ground. So to your point, I think they got bigger, they got stronger, but they also got more stout up front. And that's going to benefit everyone who's playing in the backfield.
And Kellen Mond can move away from that pressure when he's in there.
Yeah. No, he can. Well, he's gonna get the arithmetic down, right? Where he now makes defenses have to account for him.
Couple years. That's a couple years down the line.
Right. But yeah, it's we'll see how things go.
Yeah.
We'll see how things
It'll be
go.
interesting.
Yeah.
Pete, is Wyatt Davis a better pass blocker or run blocker?
He didn't give up a sack. And Brady, you know what? Brady knew how many passes.
I did point this out. I don't think he gave up a sack. I think it was 2 years ago in 2019. It was 419 pass snaps as opposed to 269 for Christian Darrisaw. But Wyatt Davis didn't give up. He gave up zero over 419 passing snaps.
I know that stat is out there, but if I'm not mistaken, Barmore got him in the playoff game.
Well, this is 2 years ago.
Oh, that was 2 years ago that he didn't give up a sack.
Right.
But he gave up a sack.
But I think the thing we're trying to point out here, Pete, is one was 419 reps versus 269. The whole point
They're going to be playing next to each other. We'll see which one's a better pass protection.
As long as they keep Dalvin Cook clean and the passing game flourishing, we're going to be happy about both those guys, Darrisaw and Davis, playing on that Minnesota offensive line. Speaking of offensive line, the Steelers finally go out and get an offensive lineman, number 87, Kendrick Green, offensive lineman from Illinois. Looks like he could be maybe the starting center, could play guard. What do you guys think of this pick?
It's a need. I mean, I know it's that much. It was a need. I don't know that would be my first pick at this spot. I'm sure they would have loved Wyatt Davis if they could have.
No, I like this pick, and I'm going to tell you why. If you go back through the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers, the center position has been outstanding. Mike Webster, Hall of Famer. DeMonte Dawson, Hall of Famer. I mean, you go through the center position, Pouncey when he was there. You go all the way through the history of the Steelers. They've only had 3 coaches. They haven't had a ton of centers either.
Right.
And I think this kid's a center. He played guard at Illinois. I think he's going to be their starting center, and I think he should be their starting center.
Okay. I mean, I'm not going to argue against that. I think a lot of the more true centers that we've seen, they're already off the board, right? Your Landon Dickerson, who I think projects to be
Creed
that.
Humphrey.
Creed Humphrey's already gone.
Myers from Ohio State.
As well from Ohio State. Hainsey's the guy that, he's Notre Dame guy, so I'm biased, but when he switched to it during the Senior Bowl, he looked great.
As a guard.
And I've talked to as a guard but center.
Yeah.
And I've talked to a number of offensive line coaches that say, we're hoping he gets to us. We don't have him rated as high, but if he falls to us at a certain point, we'd love to have him at that spot.
Based on history of the center position, if he plays center for the Steelers,
he'll be a Hall of Famer.
When I'm 71, I'll be in here telling you how great a career he had. And he's another one in a long line of Steelers
and Mike
centers.
Tomlin will still be head coach.
Probably, because they don't fire their coaches.
That's right. That's right.
When I can only imagine you at 71, what you'll be like, just based on how you are right now.
Same as I am now. Same as I was 20 years ago. I don't change.
Please don't ever change. We
No,
love you
I would
just
never change.
the way you are. All right, great breakdown of the 2 offensive linemen there. And so the Vikings take a player that makes some sense, Wyatt Davis going at number 86. The Steelers definitely take a player that makes some sense with Kendrick Green at number 87. The 49ers at number 88, what are they doing taking another running back? Trey Sermon out of Ohio State. Now, maybe long-term this makes some sense because Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson, may not be the answers to that backfield. But for 2021, they just added Wayne Gallman. Forget about that. That's not really relevant. But now you have 3 power backs in your backfield, and it's going to be messy for what we like to talk about here fantasy-wise. So I know you were very high on Jeff Wilson. That can't be the case anymore.
Can't be, because this guy is a lot like Jeff Wilson. In fact, he's probably a little bit better. He's really a great fit for that offense because of his cutting skills, his change of direction. He's a physical running back as well, doesn't have breakaway speed. Again, you would think that I'm describing Jeff Wilson, but it's somebody that comes in with a little bit more pedigree, now somebody who's a little bit younger. It puts Wilson on notice. I think it puts Gallman on notice too. This is somebody who could end up being the best back in San Francisco as soon as this year. You just have to see how it shakes out there. It's a good pick for San Francisco. It sucks for fantasy.
This was a guy you liked as well as a prospect coming out of Ohio State, and he's big, 6'1", 215. We've had 2 running backs drafted tonight. Javonte Williams going to the Broncos, making it a messy backfield. Trey Sermon going to San Francisco, making it a messy backfield. This hasn't been fun.
No, but the nice thing is on the 49ers, you know at some point, whether you're the second running back, the third running back, the fourth running back, you're going to get a shot, because what they do is they run a guy and he gets hurt and misses 3 weeks, and they run another guy. It's Matt Breida, it's Jeff Wilson, it's Raheem Mostert, it's Jerick McKinnon, now it's Trey Sermon. I agree with Dave. I think he has a very good chance to be better than Jeff Wilson. I think he has a chance to make an impact. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to week 7 or week 8 and Trey Sermon has an 18-carry, 140-yard game where he scores 2 touchdowns.
And then the next week he has 10 carries for 25 yards, and we go, what the hell happened? There's 2 other things I want to say. Number one, he's a good receiver too. So that gives them a little bit more something. And Wilson had some nice pass-catching moments last year.
So was Raheem Mostert. He'll have a 91-yard reception at some point, probably.
Right, probably, but he's not known for being a good pass catcher.
Like,
I think there's some appeal to him. Of course, he's going to get drafted in seasonal leagues. This might be the type of guy. We've talked about this a lot tonight. A player that you can be patient with when you draft him in round 9, round 10, round 11, somewhere in there. The other thing I want to say, at least it's not Atlanta, and at least it's not Miami. Those 2 spots.
But
I would like it a lot more for
if it was
him.
Atlanta and Miami.
Well, no, because you know in San Francisco you're still going to have a bunch of running backs mixing.
They have a bunch of running backs already.
Man, if Trey Sermon had gone to Atlanta,
Yes, that would have been a
so
dream.
excited.
Not for Mike Davis. It would
Well,
have
no, I'd
sucked
be
for him.
much more excited for Trey Sermon.
Yes, I'd much rather see Trey Sermon in Atlanta than in San Francisco. This is terrible. This is absolutely terrible. All right, the Texans come back at number 89. They take a wide receiver, Nico Collins, and this is an interesting selection because we know that they don't have Will Fuller anymore. They have Kiki QT. They've brought in some guys to help at the wide receiver position to play opposite Brandon Cooks, but this could just be a messy offense because we don't know, again, if Deshaun Watson's going to play. It could be Tyrod Taylor. It could be Davis Mills, who they drafted in the 3rd round as well. So, Heath, long-term, Nico Collins, anybody you're interested in?
I didn't love Nico Collins, but there's opportunity. Like, let's just imagine a world where everything's fine and Deshaun Watson plays 17 games for the Houston Texans. Nico Collins could be the 2nd best wide receiver on the Texans. I don't know for sure who definitely is the 2nd best wide receiver on the Texans. So there's opportunity, and fantasy football is about opportunity versus talent. I think there were more talented wide receivers I would have liked to see and get this opportunity, but it's something.
You know how Kyle Pitts is a tight end, but he's in like a big wide receiver's body? Nico Collins is a wide receiver in like a leaner tight end's body. Reminds me of Devin Funchess, who also went to Michigan once upon a time. Physical presence, big red zone target. Could end up being something if he gets some playing time in Houston.
The receiving core in Houston right now, not including Nico Collins. Brandon Cooks, we know. A lot of names you're going to know. They're not very good. Andre Roberts is more of a special teams guy. Yeah. Isaiah Coulter. Kiki QT, who had a good, strong finish last year, but quarterback situation doesn't matter. Chris Conley, Dante Moncrief. Those guys, if they make the team, going to be.
Moncrief is still in the league, huh?
Moncrief is not only still in the league, he was in the league last year too, and we'll see if he is still in the league once again. But it's a mess. It's a little bit of a messy situation.
And don't forget Alex Erickson and Chris. I don't understand how the Texans have so many players. Like, you look at their depth
probably
chart,
give the Falcons
and it's 7 more rows than every other team. They've got 6 tight ends right now, 14 wide receivers,
end well.
9 running backs. It's
and Deshaun.
It's a mess.
Deshaun doesn't want to play for them.
He may not have a choice. All right, so the Texans take Nico Collins, number 89. At number 90, the Vikings are on the board again, and they select edge rusher out of Pittsburgh, Patrick Jones II. Our buddy Chris Trapasso gives this grade a B-, and Chris is joining us now to break down this pick on our Fantasy Football Today watch party. So, Chris, you don't love the selection of Patrick Jones going to Minnesota.
Yeah, I think he has a chance to be a little bit better in the NFL than he was at Pittsburgh, although he was very productive. I mean, a lot of tackles for loss over the past 2 seasons, playing there with some really good defensive linemen, Jalen Twyman, Rashad Weaver. I like how he uses his hands, and we know how important that is. once you go from college to the NFL. I don't know if he necessarily has a plan as he's rushing the quarterback on every snap. A lot of hustle. There's some speed to power conversion that he shows on film. And we know that the Vikings needed to add more to that defensive line. And we knew that Mike Zimmer was going to prioritize the defensive line throughout the early stages of this draft. So this isn't a home run pick. He's not a crazy athlete, but I think he's relatively high floor because of his hustle and how he can really push the pocket coming around the corner.
Well, Minnesota having a good draft so far, maybe having one of the better drafts as well. So adding another piece to their defense, Patrick Jones, edge rusher out of Pittsburgh, going to the Vikings at pick number 90. Thank you, Chris, for that breakdown of Patrick Jones. Anthony Schwartz goes to the Browns at number 91. We'll see how the speedster does fitting in there, the wide receiver from Auburn. Reading some tweets about him. Ran a 4.26 40-yard dash, so could be one of the fastest players entering the NFL right now. And this is a receiving core that, could use some depth. We know about the guys at the top. Odell Beckham, hopefully, if he's healthy. Jarvis Landry, those are the top two guys. And Rashard Higgins coming back as well to be the third guy there. Does Schwartz have any opportunity to play in his rookie season?
As a return man, sure. I think he can do that. And, they'll use him once in a while as a deep threat. But I don't think he's going to see much playing time.
No, but if you're talking about a place for a fast wide receiver that maybe needs to improve some things and learn the NFL game to go, there's definitely some long-term possibilities in Cleveland. We don't know how long Odell Beckham's going to be there. Jarvis Landry is moving towards the tail end of his prime, so they don't have a lot of youth at wide receiver that's exciting. It could be a place for potential in the next 2 or 3 years.
Did draft Donovan Peoples-Jones last year as well, so he had some plays at the end of the season, and we'll see how Anthony Schwartz does. Like you said, Dave could be more of a return guy, but Pete Prisco, you were high on Anthony Schwartz coming out of Auburn on your better than team, and he goes to Cleveland, a team obviously you know very well, Brady. So guys, talk about the selection of Anthony Schwartz at number 91 going to the Browns.
I love their draft so far. I'll just say that. This guy is a toy within
course you do.
No, come on. I mean, in all seriousness, I think they've gotten better in every spot. This is a roster, as we talked about, you try to joke with, but they didn't have really many holes. There's areas they could improve or add depth. This is a way of adding depth, but also a different element to their offense. This guy has world-class speed. He can take the top off of any defense he's on the field on, reverse, help out in the return game, fly sweeps, any of that stuff. So he adds a different element compared to what they have. They've got stud wide receivers, tight ends, running backs, and now they've got a guy that scares the bejesus out of any defense. So it's going to be fun to watch.
I think he was used poorly at Auburn.
Underutilized.
I mean, it was terrible the way they used him. I love him. He was on my better than team. He's a South Florida kid. He played on the same high school team with Patrick Surtain and Tyson Campbell at American Heritage. Can you imagine those workouts and those drills, watching those guys go against each other?
4x100 team. They had to have won states in that.
And
at least.
he is a track guy who can fly, and I think he's a better football player than he gets credit for. I love this pick for the Cleveland Browns. Baker Mayfield's going to love being able to have that speed. And even when he's not developed into a great wide receiver yet, just putting him on the field will scare the daylights out of a defense.
Think about how easy he'll be to clear things out for Jarvis Landry underneath, right? Or Odell Beckham when he comes back underneath. I mean, they've got some legitimate threats and weapons. This is going to be a fun team to watch. They were last year. I think they build off of that offensively. Their defense improves. Look out, right? I said they were 10-6 last year. They ended up.
Go ahead.
They ended up being a little better.
Here we go.
Oh, I might pick them to win the division this year. I don't know if I'm there yet.
I might too.
There you go.
I might too.
Now you're on my side on this thing.
No,
Brady,
I was on your side to begin with.
Brady, to be bold about this, you got to call them a Super Bowl team. 1-9. Let's go. 1 in 9 years. Let's see if the
That's
Browns.
right. Well, I'm not going to go that far yet, but
If
give
they
me
had
another
Joe
year of
Burrow
what we
or
saw
Justin
last
Herbert,
year.
you probably would.
Browns have no needs, as far as I was told. No needs going into the NFL
Jamey,
draft.
if Justin Herbert or Joe Burrow were there or Trevor Lawrence were in Cleveland, he'd say they'd get 1 in 9 years.
I'm not
So
you,
would you.
Pete. I don't make those declarations like you do.
That's true.
Well,
All right,
I
Brady
put my
going on
neck
the
on the
limb
line.
and saying they might be the best team in the division. All right, so we got Mon-Fri Rice going after Anthony Schwartz, 92 overall, to the Tennessee Titans linebacker out of Georgia. Guys, what do you think about that one?
You like that pick.
I'm a big fan of Mon-Fri Rice. He was a guy to me that really popped, kind of that underrated sideline-to-sideline player. Not necessarily the best in coverage, but I think a very underrated player in this year's draft. Coming into the season, I really thought Mon-Fri Rice, Dylan Moses, those are going to be the two guys I was going to keep an eye on as far as the inside backers, how they would grow and evolve over the part of the year. Moses kind of started to fade away. I think he'll go at some point in this draft, but Monty Rice to me is, I don't want to say an upgrade considering what they have, but definitely helps a defense that was just woeful last year.
You know, it's interesting you mentioned Dylan Moses because he was considered a first-round pick before the season. And usually when you're in Alabama and you're considered a first-round pick, you go in the first round. This pick is a good pick because, look, you look at their linebacker group. Evans is a heck of a player. Brown is okay. But you never can have enough speed and depth at a linebacker position. So I think this is actually a good, solid pick for a team whose defense, let's be honest, they were terrible at times.
They were terrible.
And 19 sacks, too, by the way. 19 on the season last year, which is one of the lowest for a playoff team ever.
Yeah.
And they've done that. You got Bud Dupree to improve it, Danico Autry to help improve the pass rush, and getting another guy who can play linebacker and thumper in there, I think it's a good move.
Let's not forget, too, this always gets caught in the wayside, but there is importance to this, right? He's also going to help on special teams. Like he'll immediately go in day one and be a special teams contributor, and people at home don't care, but that's largely how some of these guys, when you start talking third round and beyond, end up making the roster. They end up making their way into the league, and whether he starts right away or not, as far as a linebacker, he will on special teams, and then they find their way onto the field. Corey Littleton is like case in point for that.
Yep.
Found his way from special teteams to end up becoming a solidified starter as an inside backer, and I'm not saying that's going to be Monty Rice's path, but that is something that he'll help. He'll help that in that area as well.
Josie Jewell, who's a good special teams player. Now he's a starter. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, guys, we have a little fun right now. The court jester of the haha yuck yuck club, Will Brinson, tweeted, "You can pick one celebrity to announce your draft pick. Who would it be?" NFL Network analyst Mike Garofalo replied, "Pete Prisco. And I take a running back in the first round." So, Pete, think that would ever happen? You ever take a running back in the first round?
No, I would not, unless it was
Herschel Walker.
No, I wouldn't take Herschel Walker.
And by the way, Jamie, notice how I picked a dated running back, because if you don't pick anyone like that's dated, like Herschel Walker or someone older, he's not. I mean, Dan Marino.
OJ.
Dan Marino's the standard at quarterback.
OJ.
No one else matters.
I take OJ Simpson in the first round.
There you go.
I would absolutely. He's one of the most. I think he's one of the most underrated players who ever played in the NFL. Doesn't get the due he deserves for being a great running back.
Case in point, it had to be a dated player.
Yeah, well, you ran the ball.
No one that's been born in the new millennium is worth it.
You don't run the ball anymore. The running back has been devalued. He doesn't mean that much anymore.
Adrian Peterson. You want to take Adrian Peterson in the first round?
No. I'm not taking a running back in the first round. They don't win titles.
Is Leonard Fournette the worst draft pick you've ever seen?
It's up there. It's close. I mean, think about it. They pick Leonard. Think about how that franchise has changed. They picked Leonard Fournette with Patrick Mahomes on the board. And they had just extended Blake Bortles. Talk about a bunch of missteps.
Pete, I have heard you say, though, that Leonard Fournette did lead them to an AFC Championship game. You did say that once.
No, I said the defense led them to an AFC Championship game.
Yeah, Heath brought up a good point. They just took Travis Etienne in the first round, too. So
I don't like that pick. I'll be honest with you. I don't like it.
Well aware you don't like that pick. All right, let's stay with you guys here. The Bills on the clock, number 93 overall. They take Spencer Brown, offensive lineman from Northern Iowa, adding to a pretty good group up front there, protecting Josh Allen. Can they find a way to run the ball better, though?
Well, he plays high. I mean, he's 6'8". He's tall.
6'8", 6'9".
He's a big tackle, and
I don't know how much you put on that frame. So I think he's kind of maxed out.
He needs to put on some weight, though. He's only about 310, 315. He's
like 320.
He needs to get up to about 335 because he's lean. But he's a future player. That's what they drafted him for. He's not going to start. But look, you got to address your offensive line. I think you should always draft in every draft. Try and draft or bring in a quarterback every year. Whether you need one or, a backup quarterback, a young quarterback. And you always need to draft offensive linemen and defensive linemen.
I'll agree with you on the second part. I don't know about the first part. It depends if there's a need for...
No, not a need. I'm talking about like in the 7th round, you take a flyer on a guy.
But even then, there's no need to waste that pick because you could find someone else who actually does contribute, maybe on the offensive line. I'm with you, though. I do think this is a good pick for the future and really to add some depth there. My concern is when you got a guy who's 6'9", okay, when you drop back as a quarterback, there's a good chance you're gonna hit one right in the back of his helmet at some point. I mean, you do not see tackles.
Well, Villanueva's about
tall.
6'8", isn't he?
I don't think he's that tall, man.
I think he is.
I think Spencer Brown's going to be up there for one of the tallest offensive linemen in the league at 6'9".
And for a long time, they were scared to take tall offensive linemen.
You can't see over the guy.
Can't bend.
You drop back there, you're looking.
Plus, they don't bend that well.
Brady.
Well, that too.
Brady, let me ask you a question. As a quarterback, knowing that, and I don't know if most people aware of this, that Pete Prisco was an offensive lineman in high school.
Dirty, too.
As a quarterback, you'd rather have Pete blocking for you or a guy who's 6'9"?
I don't know. I mean, look, vision's not a problem. Obviously, if Pete's blocking for me, but whether or not he's going to bite off someone's kneecaps is, right? He can be penalized for that. And then you got a 6'9" guy. He's going to cover someone up, but you might be throwing an out route blind. You can't see over the guy. It's a tough call, Pete.
Is it hard playing quarterback when the tackle's that big? Like, what was the tallest tackle you played with?
Sam Young. Sam Young actually
From
in
St.
college.
Thomas.
Yeah, it's from St. Thomas and Notre Dame. He was every bit of, I want to say 6'5", 6'6", maybe 6'7". And I literally remember at one point we had 3-step drop under center, and he started his freshman year. And I go, nope, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to have to go out of shotgun because I need to be further away from the line of scrimmage so I can get the ball to the tight end, a little Y hook, right over the top of him.
By the way, Villanueva?
Yeah.
6'9".
He is 6'9".
Yeah.
It's a tough guy to throw over top. You got to be shotgun more often.
Ben Roethlisberger's what, 6'5"?
He's almost 6'6". I think 6'5".
So
plus,
it's okay.
So he's like 2 inches taller than I am.
Yeah.
But I'm telling you, he want to be in shotgun more with that.
Okay, because the Ravens are considering signing Villanueva. Would that be a problem for Lamar Jackson?
I mean, they're running RPOs anyway.
I know,
but
but
he's going to run blocking while he's throwing something.
That would be a problem. That would be a problem.
He's in shotgun more often than it is.
Yeah.
It's only more of an issue when you have to be under center because then your footwork and your depth becomes paramount. You've got to be able to get to a certain depth, and it's hard to do that sometimes depending on the timing and the rhythm of the play. So, for example, like an out route, that's usually a 5-plan throw. So when you're doing your drop, you're buzzing those feet pretty quick. You've planned your 5th step. You're throwing. You're probably not going to be at like 6.5 yards back from the center. And so that vantage point of when you're throwing that ball, you're throwing to a spot out in front of the wide receiver at the sideline, and you're going to be buzzing right over the head of that tackle if he's that tall.
Guys, let's stay with the Ravens and their offensive line because the Ravens at number 94, right after the Buffalo Bills select Spencer Brown, they select Ben Cleveland, offensive lineman from Georgia.
Pick.
So
Me too.
6'6". Is that too tall?
335. This guy's a mauler.
He is nasty,
strong.
too. He is nasty. You talk about nasty. He's a nasty,
He's exactly what
player.
they need.
Yes.
He's exactly what they need.
I love that pick. And the Ravens are really good at identifying guys like that, and they put him in there, and they end up playing for 5, 6, 7, 8 years. And then when they start eroding, they let him go, and they pull one off the shelf and let him play. They're great at really replenishing the roster. They do a great job.
No, I think he kind of sets that tone.
Look at that
mentality.
guy.
I mean, one, think about what Georgia's really been. This year they transitioned a little bit off that to become a little more pass-heavy when JT Daniels took over, but this has been a school that's pumped out some solid NFL offensive linemen. They've run the football effectively because they've had the running backs to do so, but it's been in big part the boys up front. Solomon Kinley was a player that came
Just
from
hope
there.
he didn't hang out with Isaiah Wilson too much.
Well, that could be one
You
show.
don't
He's not in Tennessee, okay? I think we're going to be okay. This is Baltimore, different team, but this is a great pick
Isaiah
for
Wilson
what they want to do.
was a Georgia player.
I understand there's been
Okay.
some other Andrew Thomas was a
I
Georgia player.
understand that
He came
too.
on as a season wore on. He didn't have an
Okay,
issue off the
okay.
field. He's okay.
By the way, remember that kid said he would break the record for 225 at the if there was a combine.
many times did he do it,
He didn't
though?
do it. He only did it like 35 or something. He didn't get the record.
Well, that's disappointing.
Yeah,
All
it
right,
is.
so run on offensive lineman here continues. So Ravens taking Ben Cleveland, offensive lineman from Georgia, after Spencer Brown goes to the Buffalo Bills, and another Notre Dame player
right,
off the
baby.
board. Robert Hainsey goes to
Your guy.
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 95 overall. Brady, what are the Bucs getting?
They're getting a very versatile offensive lineman, a guy who was largely viewed as the leader on that of that team, of that group up front. You talk to the staff there; they love him. I mean, now he doesn't have that perfect build you're looking for, but he's a guy who can play tackle, he can play guard.
He played tackle mostly.
He played tackle mostly, but again, you can move him down inside. He can play guard. He can play center. He showcased that at the Senior Bowl. So he's the type of guy that will do everything they're going to ask him to do. I think he's going to have a long, successful career, and it helps going to a place like Tampa. And he's going to get to play on a successful team, but he'll add depth and he adds versatility.
He's
right away.
feisty too. You talk about a guy who's feisty. So here's when you look at the Bucs. The right tackle's Wirfs. The left tackle is going to be there for a couple more years, even though I don't think he's a great player. But the interior, you're going to have some decisions to make there. Ryan Jensen on last year of his deal, getting up in the years. You have to decide.
And
if you
that could be what this is. That could be eventually sliding him in there.
Or do you want to pay Alex Kappa? Because you can't pay all those guards. So I think this is depth this year, and then next year he might take over for one of those guys as a starter.
I mean, they've pumped out guys that haven't necessarily been drafted. I mean, Alex Bars, who when he got his opportunity last year in Chicago, has done a tremendous job. He's a guy that could end up, evolving into a starter. So this has been a school that I think has really kind of made its hay. I gave you a stat about the tight ends at Notre Dame, but also offensive linemen. I mean, right now they're pumping them out at a ridiculous clip. That's 3 so far just in this draft. When you think about some of the other guys they've sent on the league, it's been really impressive.
Brady, we have a tweet from Will Brinson that we can't show you, but I'm just going to read it. He wants to know if there's any Notre Dame prospect coming into the NFL that you'd like to do a walk and talk with. Who would it be for the 2021 season?
That's a great question. Man, a current player on Notre Dame's roster, is that what you're asking right now? I mean, what exactly is the question?
In the draft.
In the
One
draft.
of these guys.
Any of these guys that have gone to the NFL?
There's been some candid cameras that have caught me talking to Ian Book probably on campus a couple times.
We've seen that one. We've seen that one.
Is that okay? Yeah.
The walk and talk.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's
Mr. Media was in full force. Are you kidding me? It was great. It wasn't just a conversation.
There's 2 Notre Dame quarterbacks hanging out talking a little bit.
No, it was one's in the media and one was playing. You're the media and he's the player.
I would love it if Ian Book said, Brady, have you ever been in the locker room before?
And Brady would have said yes.
I said yes. In fact, I've been in your locker room.
All right, guys, great job there breaking down the offensive linemen. Guys, let's circle back here, talk about some of the fantasy angles with how these offensive lines could change some of these teams. Specifically, I want to go to the Buffalo Bills because, like the guy said, Spencer Brown more of a project, so it doesn't really matter. But an opportunity to take a running back. There's some guys on the board there that could have helped that backfield, and we know that they've taken some swings at some guys in round 3 over the last couple of seasons. Devin Singletary 2 years ago, Zach Moss last year. Both guys haven't materialized to be good fantasy running back. Singletary had some moments, Moss not so much. Can one of those 2 guys step forward if, in fact, they come out of the draft as the 2 running backs in Buffalo's backfield?
It's funny because when the offseason began, they said, we want to fix our running game. They made it a priority.
So they did bring in Matt Breida.
Oh, well, that's going to fix everything. It's Matt Breida. No, it's interesting that they didn't really address it in the draft or really in free agency, other than Breida. Yeah, of course. There could still be a player out there that can go there, and it would mess things up. But I think you've got to start considering one of these running backs in that same mix.
Which one?
I think it's Moss over Singletary as the guy that could be someone that you draft to begin the season as a number 2 fantasy running back.
Feel the same?
Now, I'm still going with Singletary. They still used him more last year. They threw it to him a lot more, 50 targets for Singletary, just 18 for Moss. And so I thought Singletary was the better back going into last year. So I don't really think either of these guys is going to crack the top 25. I think it seems most likely they're going to share, and Josh Allen's going to steal a handful of touchdowns each year. And so I don't know that I'm going to get too excited about either. If I'm choosing one, I'm still choosing Singletary.
It does feel like this is the hole in Buffalo's offense. Now, obviously, Stephon Diggs went there last year, was a superstar, and Cole Beasley's been a very good slot receiver. And, they're going to replace John Brown with a combination of Gabriel Davis, which is the guy we like to see, or Emmanuel Sanders, who they brought in. But they just can't run the ball successfully enough. Didn't slow them down last year by any stretch, but it's something that could maybe enhance their offense and hopefully maybe help fantasy managers also.
And the thing is, they weren't bad running the ball. Devin Singletary averaged 4.4 yards per carry. Zach Moss was right behind him at 4.3. If you just combine their numbers, they run 270 times for 1,100 yards. It's not a bad year at all.
It did feel, though, like they were starting to transition to Moss before he got hurt at the end of the season, and we'll see how that goes. Most of Singletary's best numbers came in the 3 games that Zach Moss did miss time last year, so we'll see how that goes for Buffalo. For the Ravens, I don't know if Ben Cleveland changes anything. Like the guy said, he's a nasty offensive lineman, but J.K. Dobbins, what do you think about his outlook for this upcoming season?
I love the talent. I am worried about him not getting, speaking of workload, I'm worried about him not getting the workload that we want him to have. We want to see J.K. Dobbins top 250 touches. He could do it if Gus Edwards wasn't around. He could do it if Lamar Jackson
I don't know if he needs to do that, though. I mean, 200 seems like a good number. Well, I mean, Mark Ingram is the one you're going to look at and say, okay, can he be Mark Ingram? Now, Mark Ingram had 5 receiving touchdowns in Lamar Jackson's MVP campaign. I don't know if J.K. Dobbins does that.
Yeah.
But Mark Ingram also did that at 29. And so J.K. Dobbins at 23, I don't know how old he is exactly, 22,
he's
23.
young. He's young.
He's obviously
still 22.
He's at the start of his career as opposed to Mark Ingram being toward the end of his career. And Mark Ingram was great. He was a Pro Bowl running back that season. Dobbins should have a higher ceiling. So we'll see. You're right. Gus Edwards is there, but can Dobbins take advantage of an offensive line that seems to be headed in the right direction once again, even though losing Orlando Brown? Still, great opportunity for Dobbins to come in and be good, better in non-PPR than PPR.
Yeah, I love the talent. It's like a poor man's Nick Chubb, because Nick Chubb never quite ranks as high as he should because he's going to share a little bit with Kareem Hunt. He's not going to catch the passes. I put him right in that 18-ish range with those backs. I mean, I've got him ahead of David Montgomery, but he's right in that Josh Jacobs, David Montgomery range where he's not going to get the full workload. He should be more efficient. He's not going to be likely as efficient as he was last year, but he's going to be over 5 yards per carry. He's going to score more touchdowns than we think he should. But in PPR, it's just really hard when you catch 15, 20 passes.
Right. I've said this a lot in our podcast. There's Derrick Henry, there's Nick Chubb, there's J.K. Dobbins. It's a sliding scale.
Yep.
And the two guys at the top are closer, obviously, because of what they do as rushers in their respective offenses. If Dobbins can take that next step, he'll be closer to those two guys. But I do think, though, if you end up with him round 3 in non-PPR, round 4 probably in PPR, you're going to be pretty happy about what J.K. Dobbins gives you as a number 2 fantasy running back going into the season. All right, let's go catch you up on some of the picks. Number 96 overall, Ronnie Perkins, edge rusher from Oklahoma, goes to the New England Patriots. Let's throw it back out to the quarterback room with Pete Prisco and Brady Quinn. It seems as if the Patriots just loading up on defense once again, getting another piece to what could be a good unit again this season.
I love this kid. This is a vintage New England Patriots pick. He's the guy, when you put on a tape, he's not big. He's only 260, but he plays hard. He plays tough. He will play the run. And when he puts his hand on the ground and he goes by a tackle, you can see he has the explosive ability. Brady, the New England Patriots know how to find good football players. Now, I haven't hit them all, and let's face it, their draft hasn't always been great. This is a pick that I really like.
No, this is a guy that when he got back off of suspension for Oklahoma this year, you saw an immediate impact on their defense. The way he sets the edge against the run, his effort, the way he is as a leader, the way he was rushing passers. I mean, he had a legitimate impact right away in helping them improve everything this season and kind of getting things back on track again for them. So he's going to come in with that sort of effort and ability, I think, to help out the New England Patriots find a pass rush. When you look at what they've done so far, they haven't had a ton of picks, but Barmore from the interior, Perkins off the edge. They found what maybe is their replacement for Tom Brady, kind of excluding Cam Newton as part of that conversation, and Mac Jones. It'll be interesting to see how all this pans out, because this could be the sort of kind of that next phase of whatever the New England Patriots become. But some solid draft picks so far.
You mean when Belichick is 90 and he wins in about 4 more with this group?
I wasn't necessarily going that direction. But yeah.
He wins 4 more with this group.
Right.
I mean, Barmore is a really good player. Perkins is a really good player. And Mac Jones has a chance to be a really good quarterback. They've done a nice job, and they waited for the board to fall to them with Mac Jones. Now, they went up and got Barmore. They gave away some picks to do that, but they always do that. They always like to see it. If they see a guy, they'll go get him. If not, they move back.
Here's the reality. They spent a ton of money in free agency. And so when you do that, you know those guys are going to be on the roster. You're not spending that money and then cutting them later on once you get to fall camp. And so now when you've got some draft picks, you want to make sure that you draft guys you feel like can actually make the roster and contribute. Otherwise, what's the point, right? You're just kind of out there swinging and missing. So this makes some sense as far as what they've done so far. All these guys are going to contribute in some form or fashion, and I think help improve what the Patriots were from last year to this year. Just aside from their free agent class, what they've done so far in the draft, I think, has helped themselves out big time.
I agree.
Brady, who's going to retire first, Pete Prisco or Bill Belichick?
I don't know about that one.
It won't be me.
You know what? I was going to say I think it's going to be Bill Belichick.
Because I don't want to be like Bear Bryant. When he retired, then I think it was like a week later, and that was.
I mean, why do you have to turn it into that? Why do you have to be
what
so
is
morbid? It's unbelievable.
Because
I mean, we're all trying to have a funny, nice, lighthearted moment,
nice thing.
and then you literally talk about being 6 feet
I like having
under.
something to get up for every day.
I trust me, everyone does, but I mean, you don't have to take it that direction.
I mean.
Hey, Will, are you okay over there?
I'm fine.
Can we get this guy some food or something? He needs to be nourished or have
I'm
something.
Fine.
Are you okay? All right, I'm just making sure.
All right.
I like what I do.
We love what you do as well. All right, let's keep going with the draft and steer away from the Bear Bryant talk and whatever Pete was going with that negative turn there. All right, number 97 overall, the Chargers take tight end Trey McKitty out of Georgia. So, guys, I guess we'll stay with you. What do you think about the Chargers adding another piece to the tight end group? Because we know they lost Hunter Henry. They're bringing Jared Cook, Donald Parham on the roster, XFL star.
Right.
But can McKitty come in and maybe be a playmaker for them?
No, Pete and I were talking about this. I mean, Pete's a little higher on him than I am. I think his hands are a bit inconsistent, but he blocks well. He's a willing blocker, and I think he's actually all right at the point of attack. And look, again, when you're looking at this roster, this is a roster you look at and say, there's not too many holes there. I mean, now you're kind of looking at more depth or guys to eventually replace someone who's there. But this is a position that I think you could say he could develop into, like Tommy Tremble, a better NFL player than what he was at Georgia.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a better NFL player. And again, you mentioned that Jamey, Jared Cook is not a kid. I mean, they need to get a guy for the future, and I think this is that move. I like what they've done.
Yeah.
I think Tom Telesco's had a heck of a draft. Rashawn Slater, Asante Samuel, Josh Palmer, and now McKitty. You're talking about guys that are going to contribute right away and be factors on that football team. And I think he's had a good draft. And you build it around that quarterback.
Yep.
Because you know what it is? The world is here, Brady, and you're one of them. You were one of them. The quarterback's here, and everything you do, you build it right around them. You know, whether it's defense.
Is that how it is here at CBS too? Is that what you're saying?
We're not building. Well, oh no, oh no. Here you're an appendage.
Building around Brady Quinn. I mean, that's the stuff that.
I mean, that's Pete's words, not mine.
On the football field.
That's Pete's words.
Not here.
Oh, okay. I see
Not
what you're
here.
saying. Oh, okay.
stuff that poems are made of. All right, let's talk about Trey McKitty from a fantasy perspective. Thank you guys for the breakdown there of the Chargers pick. So this is a need. It's a need spot for them. Now, I don't know if he's going to be a blocker, if he's going to be a pass catcher, if he's going to do a little bit of both. But you look at what this group is with the loss of Hunter Henry. Again, Donald Parham is the guy that's the in-house candidate, but Jared Cook is the guy that's coming in with the resume and the pedigree and obviously the ability to come in and hopefully help Justin Herbert and maybe help fantasy managers as well. So does McKitty have some long-term appeal, Heath, from a dynasty standpoint? Can you look at him and say maybe 2022 he's one of Justin Herbert's best pass catchers?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you can say maybe 2022 he's one of Justin Herbert's best tight ends, but I wasn't particularly excited. I still think Donald Parham is a better prospect as far as what could be in the future. And so it's a good situation because it's a great quarterback, but we also know that Keenan Allen and Austin Eckler probably aren't going anywhere, and so there's not going to be a huge amount of targets, and he's at best third in line right now.
He's got some good agility. He only caught 56 passes over a 4-year career at Georgia, so I'm not sure if we know enough about him, but he's got monstrous hands, almost 11-inch hands. And he's 6'4". He could probably put on a little bit more weight. I think there's a chance. And at this point in the draft, they're right around pick 100. Why not just throw the dart and see what you got with him over the first 2 or 3 years? Maybe he does develop into something. Could be a late pick in rookie-only drafts for sure.
We've drafted Hunter Henry as a number 1 fantasy tight end the last couple of seasons. We've drafted Jared Cook as a borderline number 1 tight end the last couple of seasons. A lot of it's had to do with where he's played.
Yeah.
Green Bay, New Orleans. With the Saints, he caught touchdowns. He wasn't really doing much else. He battled some injuries. Does he have a chance to still be a number 1 fantasy tight end in 2021?
Cook or Henry?
Cook.
Yeah, he's got a chance because he can accumulate enough numbers as the top tight end in LA to be that guy. He could end up this year with 550 yards and 6 touchdowns pretty easily.
Yeah, the problem is, he definitely has a chance. The problem is if he does it, he's probably going to do it in a way that we wouldn't predict. It's probably going to be because he has 45 targets and scores 7 touchdowns. And we're like, well, he can't keep doing that. And then he does it for 1 more year. Where's Brevin Jordan?
Yeah,
we've seen a lot of tight ends come off the board and not Brevin Jordan yet. I thought he would have been drafted by now.
It's a good call.
Yeah, and again, this could be also more thinking along better blocking, for what the Chargers are thinking of in terms of McKitty, helping their offensive line with a guy that can catch passes. You said he can add some more weight, but clearly he's being brought in to do a little bit more of a blocking situation, unlike a Kyle Pitts if you're just talking about tight ends who's going to be split out wide. So that's the pick for the Chargers at number 97 overall. At number 98 overall, Quinn Miners, offensive lineman, goes to Denver, and this is just fun to watch. I mean, what a workout regimen.
Isn't this what you do?
I did
During
this
the
morning. I did this morning, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Drove out to the woods.
This part scared me where he starts running up the stairs carrying that thing out. It looks like you could get injured easily.
Or blow something up.
So,
whoa,
look at that.
We actually have video somewhere of Pete Prisco doing this workout as well. He puts all this stuff into his cart and he wheels it out to the woods. And he does all these things as well. Hopefully with a shirt on though.
This is like the fat man version of Rocky IV.
First off, I wouldn't be out in the woods, so that isn't me. I'm not getting out in the wild.
But is this not remind you of like Rocky IV when he's out there training and all that? You're missing like the 6-pack and pretty much everything else that came along with that.
Punching meat.
Yeah.
But by the way, when he pushed the tree over, come on, the tree was already dug out a little bit. Give me a break with that.
How many trees have you pushed over, Pete?
None.
Okay.
I haven't.
I guess you don't know how hard
do
it
you
is.
think he really pushed the tree over?
It might have. Yeah, it's like in karate when they break the boards there already kind of pre-cut.
Can we show that again where he pushes the tree, please? Come on. And there's nothing in this.
This is impressive, though.
There's nothing in that. It's empty. It's a canister.
It's still heavy. It's still
That thing
heavy.
weighs like 45 pounds or something.
I don't
That's not,
see you doing this in your workouts.
No, okay. If that thing's empty, you could do that, Brady.
Okay, I'm not saying I can't do
Now
that.
here's the tree. Timber.
He looks like Paul Bunyan there.
The roots are about
Look
an
at those
inch.
2x4s. Look at all
that
those.
that's tough. It's tough to balance those. And do that.
Of course it is.
Okay,
Hey,
but
That's what I'm
Pete,
saying.
Pete,
yes.
don't we have somewhere, I hope production, if they could do this, it'd be amazing, a men's fitness workout video of a certain quarterback?
We do.
We do, right?
This wasn't involving nature as much, though.
No.
It was more like amphibious.
And then they have my video somewhere where I pushed the 500-pound sled with the in Arizona at the offensive line summit a couple years ago.
There's
I wouldn't
that.
push that now,
That's
by the
what we
way.
said. Can we talk about the player, though?
Yes, this is a good pick for the Broncos.
And it makes sense from where he'd fit, I think, up front in their offensive line. But this guy, if not for the Senior Bowl, I don't know that he's getting drafted anywhere close to this. He's a third-round pick. Like, I don't know anyone knew about him before he got to the Senior Bowl and really burst onto the scene. And people are going, he's athletic, he can move well, he had a great personality. Teams loved just his overall demeanor. But Jim Nagy at the Senior Bowl, if he didn't bring in Quinn, I'm not sure he gets drafted this high. I think he's maybe a 6th-round pick at best.
Yeah, he impressed people there. There's no doubt about it. Cushenberry was a weak link last year on their line in Denver, and I thought he would be good. Maybe he still will be, but he didn't play that well. So now you bring another guy in, and you have competition there.
Yep.
And
Competition and depth, but yeah.
Yeah, that offensive line is going to be pretty good next year.
Yeah, well, they've got one of the best offensive line coaches in Mike Munchak, and they've got a running back now that they're going to be able to utilize with. So it's the biggest question is, are they set at quarterback? I mean, clearly they made that decision, right? They decided to pass on what was there with Mac Jones and Justin Fields. It was a bit surprising, but it is what it is. So they're moving on with Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Lock, unless they can make something else happen, which I don't
Are you putting that back out there again?
I'm not putting that back out. I didn't put it back out there in the first place. I'm just saying I don't foresee the Green Bay Packers moving on.
No, they're not.
You did bring up, though, the fact that a post-June 1 trade would make more sense financially if it did happen. And so all I'll say is if it's going to happen, it's not going to happen until after June 1.
Yeah, I don't think it's happening, period.
I don't either. But again, you don't know.
You never say
I'll
never,
tell you this much.
but I'm saying never.
He's not going to the Los Angeles Chargers, okay?
No.
He's not doing that.
No, I don't. Look, the Broncos are going to play with Drew Lock. They're going to try.
He should start and then let Bridgewater come in if he can't.
If Drew Lock isn't good, then Bridgewater will play.
I agree.
But this team has a chance to be a playoff team.
They've got enough talent.
Yeah. If Drew Lock can take a next step, 7-2 in the last 4 games, touchdown passes to interceptions. If he can go to 30-10,
yeah,
are they a playoff team?
It's a big step for him.
Well, he didn't play a lot last year.
Well, one, I think they can be a playoff team because I think that would probably put them as second best in that division. I'm not sure what the Raiders will be this year.
Neither is anybody else.
So I think Kansas City's still the top. You got Chargers and then Denver battling for that. And that may be one of the divisions in the AFC we see 3 teams go from it, especially considering that we now have 7 from each conference.
Yeah.
All right, so Quinn Minor's the pick to the Broncos at number 98 overall. Let's bring on our buddy Chris Trapasso to talk about the workout warrior there. So you gave this grade a B+. What do you think about the fit in Denver?
Well, I think it's good because of a lot of the reasons that Pete and Brady brought up, that they do have some weaknesses on the interior of that offensive line, and it's important if they're going to roll with Drew Lock to have better blocking on the interior. And also, they just drafted Javonte Williams tonight. Miners will certainly help the run game. That's where he really can mash people. I don't know if he's a center or a guard, and I think in pass protection we have to remember he's making a jump from D3 all the way to the NFL, but he does kind of remind me of Ali Marpet, who made that transition. It took a couple years, but a very powerful player and tested very, very well. Looked like one of the more athletic interior offensive linemen in this draft class. So I really like the pick for the Broncos, a team that really should be competing for that second place position in the AFC West this year.
All right, great breakdown there of Quinn Miners, who we're watching work out here. It must be something with the name Quinn about working out. Because Quinn Miners here with this great workout video, and then there's Brady Quinn with this workout video, courtesy of Men's Health.
Yeah.
Oh
First off, look at that hairdo.
Yeah, that's amazing. What happened to that hair?
Pete, I'm just going to let you go.
I actually
have fun
donated,
with this
if
one.
you want to hear the real story.
Right.
I donated to kids who...
No, that was the draft hair. Is this the same draft hair?
Same hair, bud.
Oh, it
Same
is?
here, yeah.
Oh, you
I
filmed
would
this at the
usually
same
grow it
time
out.
as
It
the
took me
draft?
about a year. I'd grow it out, and we cut it off. We donate it to kids who need.
What are you
wigs who are
doing
dealing
here in the
with
pool?
leukemia.
What are you doing here in the pool?
This
That's
was part of the photo shoot. All I know is
this isn't
that
part of the workout.
house. That house was ridiculous. It's on the top of Camelback Mountain there in Scottsdale.
You look much bigger back then.
I know.
Were you
I weigh
juicing?
the exact same. I think it was more muscle, less fat. Now it's a little more fat mixed in.
You look much. You look more like a meathead in that picture than you do now.
I got to work out a little bit more then.
Brady,
I'm chasing around 3 little girls now.
I think Notre Dame.
You think
what you did at Notre Dame.
Hey, what do you think, Pete? I mean, being someone who's taken some PEDs in your time.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, I mean, Brady, very impressive, buddy. Very impressive indeed.
But what was the workout? Where's the workout
Jamey,
video?
we got more.
Thank you for
What?
getting in some
Is there more?
some shirtless videos of me on our broadcast.
No, but we
I
don't.
appreciate
No,
that.
but where's the workout video?
The workout. It's just for a photo
Is there
shoot.
actually? Jamey said there's a workout video.
No, Jamey doesn't know what he's talking about.
Okay.
No,
All right.
it was a photo shoot for a
Okay.
magazine, and then
All right.
they did that stuff.
Well, we got more. Hold on. Let's continue the footage.
This is
Put
a
this
deep
away.
dive.
I can't watch this. I can't watch this. I cannot watch this.
I do look a lot bigger than that.
You look huge.
I mean, Brady, you could be the Incredible Hulk.
The camera adds
It's
a few,
amazing.
a few 20 pounds or so, right?
Brady,
I don't know. The camera adds some weight there.
you look like an offensive lineman.
That
in
was
picture.
before the combine.
You were juicing bad. How did you pass the combine?
You forget. I come from a former Marine. Actually, my mom ran on the men's track team in a small town in Ohio. So I come from some good genetics. I'll just leave it at that.
Brady, when I look at that, I want to know who you got to take your urine sample at the combine. You had to have somebody else do it.
I know it must feel different for you dorks who are in here, in the other room than you guys. I know you don't see that often. That's very common. A lot of athletes look like that.
Well, Brady, we've reached the point where Brady is lashing out, folks.
We got a you dorks from
Where Brady is
I
lashing
don't know
out.
what to tell you. Jamie's calling for shirtless videos of me. It's a
I
little
really
bit weird.
I didn't need
Jack,
to see
our
that.
producer,
I
for
thought
whatever
it was,
reason, wanted to
I
do
thought
it.
it was
Now
actually
it's turned into a weird.
I thought it was actually a workout video. I didn't
No,
think it was you
and that's
posing.
the weird thing is Jamey and Jack London, our producer. You
That
tell
is
me
a little- that
who's
is
in the
a little-
wrong here.
yeah.
I'm
We have
the one
that-
just trying to do a professional
We have
show
that.
here.
We have that bookmarked just to let you know.
Yeah,
Brady,
I'm sure you do. It's
Great.
really weird.
Great job. We'll call for the PED testing later. Pete, good job as well. Thank you for all the breakdowns of the picks. Let's catch you up on some of the selections that have gone on since our hilarity has taken place. So Quinn Miners, the selection to the Broncos at number 98 overall, as we're wrapping up the third round here, and some fun names for me to pronounce. And Nashawn Wright, cornerback from Oregon State, goes to the Cowboys at number 99. Elijah Molden, cornerback from Washington, goes to the Titans at number 100. This is going to be a fun one. Afitu Melifonu, cornerback out of Syracuse, goes to the Lions. And then another cornerback, so run on defensive backs here, Ambry Thomas from Michigan, goes to the 49ers at number 102. Let's talk about San Francisco's defense, guys, because last year really beat up, losing guys left and right, Nick Bosa being the biggest injury, clearly. DST-wise, we've talked about Washington improving, Denver improving, Cleveland improving. San Francisco getting these guys healthy. Can they still be the best of the bunch like we saw 2 years ago?
I don't know about the best of the bunch. I don't even think they're the best in the division, but I think they can still pack a punch as far as pass rush goes. I think their front seven can be really good. I've got questions about the secondary, and it doesn't necessarily have to do with losing Richard Sherman as much as it does not only him, but also Robert Saleh, having him get out of there. I got a couple questions about the safeties, I guess. I mean, they've gotten by with Ward and Tarp for the past couple of years. I think they're a good unit, but it's another one that I would say probably a little bit better than all the DSCs that we've talked about, the Miamis, the Clevelands. I need to see their schedule. With the 49ers, their pass rush, I think, is just good enough where I may not need to see the schedule, and I can draft them with maybe my second to last pick instead of my last pick.
Yeah, definitely a top 12, probably an upper half of the top 12, and maybe even in that tier of defenses where, well, if they happen to score a lot of defensive touchdowns, they end up number one, because a lot of times that's what determines who finishes as the top defense. But yeah, definitely someone you're targeting, but still not until the last 2 rounds of the draft.
All right, so we'll see how San Francisco does bouncing back again. Super Bowl team 2 years ago. Defense was a big reason why. Defense fell apart last year. Reports are Nick Bosa, their star defensive end, pass rusher, back at 100%. Here is the last 5 selections as we kind of told you, and adding in Ernest Jones there at the bottom. So Deshaun Wright, cornerback from Oregon State, goes to the Cowboys. Another defensive back, cornerback Elijah Molden, goes to the Titans out of Washington. Afitu Melifonwu, cornerback from Syracuse, goes to the Lions. Ambry Thomas, cornerback from Michigan, goes to the 49ers. And linebacker Ernest Jones out of South Carolina goes to the Rams. So we had a fun fantasy football conversation about the second and third rounds, and obviously a lot of wide receivers came off the board on Friday night. And so looking at some of these guys here that were selected and some of the picks that happened, starting with Elijah Moore at number 34, Rondale Moore, number 49, going to the Cardinals, Elijah Moore going to the Jets, Dwayne Eskridge going to the Seahawks, number 56, Tutu Atwell going to the Rams at number 57, Terrence Marshall to the Panthers at number 59, Josh Palmer, Diami Brown, Amari Rodgers, Nico Collins. It's been a fun night of wide receivers, some tight ends coming off the board as well. So, Dave, I'll start with you. Who's the most intriguing pass catcher that was selected on day 2 of the NFL draft?
I'm going to take you to Green Bay. Look at Amari Rodgers getting that opportunity in the slot there. I think he's a day 1 slot guy, and if Aaron Rodgers is his quarterback, I think he could look at him as like a low-rent version of Randall Cobb when he had Cobb back in the day. This is somebody who can matter in fantasy leagues as a 50 to 60 catch guy. PPR leagues, maybe come through with as many as 6 touchdowns as a rookie. Accomplished pass catcher at Clemson, worked with Trevor Lawrence there. Now if Aaron Rodgers stays, Amari Rodgers can pick up a lot of catches, and he'll obviously be in single coverage a lot because of Devontae Adams forcing those safeties back.
We saw last year with Robbie Anderson how much familiarity can breed success in Carolina, and it's another familiarity pick with Terrace Marshall. Terrace Marshall is my favorite, and I really like him for the future. This could be Robbie Anderson's last year in Carolina. I think Marshall can fill that Curtis Samuel role minus the rush attempts this year and be maybe a number 4 wide receiver that has some big boom games, and then moving into next year, he could be the number 2 to DJ Moore.
I like how you copied my paper going with Terrence Marshall as well. I think it's a good choice. And the familiarity you're talking about is Joe Brady, the offense coordinator there who had Terrence Marshall at LSU. It could also be for this season too. I mean, look, they lose Curtis Samuel, so we could see him maybe be better than Robbie Anderson, maybe be even better than DJ Moore. And I know that's going to probably scare a lot of fantasy managers who are looking at DJ Moore as a guy that you're taking in the round 4 range. And look, he's been very good each of the last 3 seasons, but touchdowns have escaped him. But there's a fresh start now in Carolina because of the quarterback change. So maybe we get a situation where Sam Darnold, even though he knows Robbie Anderson, he comes in and he connects with Terrence Marshall right away. So we've seen LSU receivers have some success. Everybody's looking at Jamar Chase and saying he's going to be the best one. I hope that's the case because he's going to be drafted first, but maybe Terrence Marshall comes in and makes some plays right away. So it's going to be fun to see how all of these rookie pass catchers perform. Clearly the guys on day 1 are going to be the more exciting of the group with Jamar Chase, Devontae Smith, and Jalen Waddle, but some guys on day 2, Amari Rodgers, Terrence Marshall in particular, guys that we're excited about. All right, let's talk about some winners and losers on day 2 of the NFL draft. Dave, I'll start with you. Who is your winner?
Mike Davis in Atlanta. How about the fact that the Falcons didn't add a running back? Remember all the hubbub about Arthur Smith, and he had Derrick Henry. He's got to find his next Derrick Henry. Well, he found his next stud tight end. That was on day 1. And on day 2, he did not find his next Derrick Henry. And I don't know if he's going to find his next Derrick Henry. It could be Mike Davis, who's the starting running back for the Atlanta Falcons. And if they keep Julio, and they've got Pitts, and they've got Ridley, and they've got Matt Ryan, now all of a sudden you're talking about a running back that's never going to see more than 7 guys in the box. Mike Davis showed us last year that with a big workload, he can be good. He might be able to do it again this year in Atlanta.
I'm going to go with Myles Gaskin, who was Mike Davis, only better and younger. You look at what he did when he got the opportunity last year over a 7-game stretch, 21 touches per game on pace for 1,700 yards. He was just absolutely phenomenal, and there's really nothing stopping him now. So I do think there's a chance we see Myles Gaskin as a top 20, maybe even top 15 running back in PPR.
Going to be fun to see if we get through the entire NFL draft process and Mike Davis and Myles Gaskin still the respective leaders of their backfields based on what the potential rookies could do if, in fact, they do not join their team. So Mike Davis and Myles Gaskin looking very good. Same thing for Russell Wilson, who's a winner for me. And I know we're saying, well, what did Russell Wilson do to become a winner? Well, the Seahawks didn't have a lot of draft capital, and they spent their first draft pick on a wide receiver. Now, I don't think Dwayne Haskins is going to come in. Dwayne Haskins. I don't think Dwayne Washington is going to come in and be a significant contributor right away. But I do think that Dwayne Eskridge, is going to come in and be a significant contributor right away. But it speaks volumes to wanting to let Russell Wilson continue to be a standout quarterback, and that's what we're looking forward to seeing from him in the 2021 campaign. Let Russ cook once again, and hopefully will be that MVP type of quarterback that we saw at the start of last season. Didn't finish that way, but speaking to what the aspect could be for him this year, I'm excited about it for Russell Wilson getting a pass catcher. All right, now let's go to the losers, aside from me mispronouncing names and ruining what Dwayne Eskridge's name is. Who's the loser from day 2?
It's Jeff Wilson, and I had high hopes for Jeff Wilson in San Francisco being the lead running back there, and the 49ers go in round 3, and they get Trey Sermon. And that's a guy who might be a little bit better of a physical running back than Jeff Wilson. I feel like Wilson's on notice. I feel like Raheem Mostert's on notice too. Sermon, it shouldn't surprise you one bit. Good cutback runner, good receiving skills, downhill runner, physical. Should be able to fit right in pretty easily with what Kyle Shanahan does with that run game and that massive offensive line. I look forward to drafting Trey Sermon probably by round 8. I want to make sure I get him, and I'm going to be patient with him on my fantasy teams this season. Wait till even the midpoint of the year. He's going to have his moment in that 49ers offense. Jeff Wilson, probably not going to be on a lot of my teams anymore.
I like that. I think I'll copy his paper this time. No, I'm going to go with Mike Gesicki. I didn't like it very much when they took Jalen Waddle on night 1 because that kind of signals they're going to go more 3 wide receiver sets. And really, Mike Gesicki's never been good when they had 2 quality wide receivers. They have 3, could be a big time trouble. Then they draft a tight end tonight, and maybe probably a better blocker than Gesicki. Kind of signals maybe that's what Miami wants to get out of that position. I don't like Gesicki very much for this year, and I'm not sure what the future holds for him.
I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit here and go with Melvin Gordon as probably the biggest loser of the night, just looking at the addition of Javonte Williams. Broncos trading up in the 2nd round to go get him, and I think a lot of people were thinking, okay, maybe Atlanta with Mike Davis trying to add a running back, maybe Miami with Myles Gaskin trying to add a running back, but the Broncos, who lost Phillip Lindsay, and we thought Melvin Gordon was headed for a big workload, probably not going to be the case. So Gordon's still the lead running back in Denver, but we'll see how long he will be in that role. Javonte Williams, a very talented running back coming out of North Carolina. I wish he had gone someplace else, but long-term he could be the answer for the Broncos running back situation, and we'll see how much it impacts Melvin Gordon. But Melvin Gordon is a big loser as far as day 2 of the NFL draft. We have a lot more NFL draft coverage for you from a fantasy football perspective. You can always check out our Fantasy Football Today podcast, available wherever podcasts are found. We'll be breaking down the draft the minute that it is available to us to have time to record and give you all the fantasy football information you need to make sure you can dominate your drafts in 2021. All right, before we wrap up our Fantasy Football Today watch party, we got some more questions from you, from the social media land, and our social media superstar from tonight, Debo. What's the Ask FFT question?
So this is from Mark Spafford. He asks, there's talk that the Steelers are going to 12 personnel as a base offense. Which receiver would suffer the most fantasy-wise? And I want to note that Mark spells offense with a C, so I'm presuming he's listening outside the United States. We want to give a huge thanks to you listening wherever you may be tonight. But what do you think about how the Steelers' offense and the receivers could be affected if they kind of switch up their scheme?
Yeah, that'd be frustrating given the trio of pass catchers that they have. And so you're talking Juju Smith-Schuster coming back. Deontay Johnson was amazing last year, and then Chase Claypool. So if in fact this does come to fruition, who's the one that loses the most?
Mark might be on Mars. There's no way that they're going to transition to a 2 tight end offense when they've got these 3 amazing receivers, unless we're talking about Chase Claypool changing positions and getting to tight end. If it happens, the one who would be the odd man out, I would imagine it would be the one that they just signed to a 1-year, $8 million deal. That makes absolutely no sense. I think you're going to see a lot of 3 receivers in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, if you're asking me which one of the 3 receivers get cut out, I would assume it would be Claypool, but I think they might just have Claypool play in line a little bit more and play a little bit of tight end maybe. But yeah, I would say they'd throw to Juju over Claypool. That's what they did last year.
The only thing would be is that Claypool's different than the other 2. The other 2 guys, more slot receivers, inside guys. Claypool's the one outside guy. So we'll see what happens there from a personnel standpoint. But it would be a little shocking to see them go away from what their strength is, which is that receiving core, even bringing Juju Smith-Schuster back. So it would be surprising if he came back to sit on the bench and let Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool do the majority of the work. Guys, it's been fun. Day 2 of the NFL draft. A lot of picks, fantasy relevant ones, some not fantasy relevant ones. Great job by Brady Quinn, Keith Prisco, Danny Cannell, Chris Trapasso, John Berger, all the cast of characters who joined us tonight. For Heath, for Dave, I'm Jamey Eisenberg. Thanks for watching our Fantasy Football Today watch party.